Hello guys and gals, me Mudahar, and you may be wondering, whoa, a deep web video on a Friday? Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen. Now I know that I am very inconsistent. I keep saying, oh, we're going to come back every weekend, and ladies and gentlemen, as much as I like to do it, I like to make videos that matter to me. And that could be any kind of content, but in reality with deep web browsing or anything, it's really just amalgamating all of this. I'm deciding to take kind of like an expo approach where it's really just cataloging all this content and basically showing it to you as due time comes on. So basically, these are going to be longer than usual deep web browsings. I'm not going to keep myself relegated to basically sitting down and recording 5 websites, okay? No, I'm just going to find like 10, sometimes 20, and I'm going to show them all to you. So these videos are going to be longer, kind of like the original deep web browsings. And yeah, we're going to look at some wild stuff. We're going to look at some funny stuff. We're going to look at some creepy stuff. We're just going to look at stuff in general. So sit back, relax for a potentially hour-long video. I'm not sure how it works. Let's go into the very first website. Now, this is a website that I was linked into, and of course, as you can see, it was designed by Wix.com, all right? So when you see this, it can be one dangerous sign, okay? There's no sponsorship over here. I'm just telling you, that banner stuck. And it's kind of like the Unity engine. You know, every time you play a crappy game, it's like, made on Unity. Unity's a great engine, just like Wix is a great website builder. There's just a lot of crap you gotta wade through, right? Anyways, let's look at this. Bill and Bob's Roast Beef. The reason why I said crap is that obviously the design here is not up to scratch. Anyways, Bill and Bob's Roast Beef. And of course, you can see that is certainly not beef, okay? So already you've lost 1,000,000 points. Founded in 2020, Bill and Bob's Roast Beef is known for revolutionizing the way students and childs eat and eat food. We take pride in our ability to feed the childs in the monument area. Join us. Join us. So here they got actual imagery of beef. And thank God I've eaten, because this is like as close to just like food you know what is possible. Anyways, March 6th, 0 minutes beef. Okay, I want to see what the post is. And it takes me to a website called Please End Me. Bill and Bob, all right, it literally is a Please End Me section. Bill and Bob's Roast Beef. I don't know. Why is this giving me a lot of commie flair? You know, I'm just saying right there. Two comments. Yummy. Can't wait to taste the sweet beef, right, abs? And then spam account. Wow, so beef. Living up to the name, I see. All right. So clearly, there's been some activity. I'm gonna write agreed. Beef for the win. All right. And I'm gonna hit that on a publish. I gotta sign up. Get out of here. I'm not doing that nonsense. Anyway, so that's one post. The food for the childs. All right. I don't really like the whole how they're referencing childs into this. It's just the spotty use of the English language really freaks me out a little bit. Roast beef, the perfect for the childs. We feed the beef to the childs. Healthy childs consume. Why do I feel like I'm on a federal watch list right now? More beef served all day. Beef for child. So as you can see, you got a juicy hamburger, and then you've got just fucking beef, I guess. The more food for every child. Okay, so sloppy Joe with more Joe. This is what Joe gets for a sloppy job. Whew. That's giving me some like weird Hannibal Lecter vibes almost. Fire, bathe in the fire. I forgot. Oops. Hee served all day. All right, this is just edgy. Upcoming events. I think somebody's like straight. Like, what are you, tossing people into a fire? Am I expecting some Resident Evil 4 coming out of a furnace level glitch right now? Beef tasting. Is like not being able to spell part of the job. Tuesday, June 17th, San Francisco, California, United States of America. Give us the childs for the beef. Okay, so here you got people RSVPing onto this. I'm gonna RSVP. Oh, I gotta sign up. I hate this website. I really do. What? Did it go away? The website's dead. What the hell? I can't even backspace to it. Oh, wait, I can. Okay. Book a table. 1,300. Ooh, they've got a little address that I got to blank out here. And the email address is like, please end me. 117. All right. That's a little wild. So they ask you for your name, address, email, phone, subject, and your social security number. Okay, Chief. That's what you shouldn't do. I'm going to enter this address and see where it kind of takes me out to. Just give me 1 second. I just want to see if this is like an actual business real quick. Yeah, here it is. Google Maps. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, it got fucked up. It actually leads literally to a high school. Like it's a high school address. Yeah, it's kind of weird. I'm just going to put it out there. That's really really fucking weird. The phone number is 6969. Yeah, I doubt that's actually a real number. But yeah, this is weird, okay? This is like really, really weird. Clearly, okay, this is designed to be edge material, all right? I bet you somebody from this school exactly made this page. And I'm going to have to really hope to God that I censor this appropriately because I literally have recorded an address for a high school. And yeah, it's just some edgy nonsense to begin with. Get out of here. Feed beef to the child. Child's for the beef. Okay, how about we learn how to spell with the English language first, okay? Like, is that the goddamn requirement? Anyways, let's back out and let's go somewhere else. Food for the child. Get out of here. AriseandShine.org, the official website of David Berkowitz, former son of Sam. All right, so before you guys get all wild and crazy, there's something odd about this site. Let me open up a fresh browser real quick. This name, David Berkowitz, right? Now, if you type in David Berkowitz, all right, some of you all may already know what we're getting to. This is an actual self-proclaimed with the name Son of Sam and Christian by the media as the .44 caliber killer due to the weapon they used, is an American serial killer who pleaded guilty to 8 separate shooting attacks that happened in New York City during the summer of 1976. All right, so this is an actual serial killer, and these are their words. They killed 6 people and wounded 10. They have to serve 6 life sentences. You know how long a life sentence is? I think it's 25 years. Multiply that by 6. There's no chance of parole for a serial killer. I was once a prisoner, but now I am free. I guess I'm fucking wrong. In 1976, David Berkowitz became known as the Son of Sam. In 1987, his life forever changed, and now his friends know him as the Son of Hope. So I guess clearly a serial killer is turning their life around. You know what? Who am I to get in the way of somebody turning around? Worried about the coronavirus? Please click here. Okay. What? This is an updated website. Clearly it took the pandemic into account. Worried about coronavirus? Call the prayer line. Well, who am I to say prayer can stop anything? But you should also call the prayer line and make sure that you keep medically in touch. All right, let me tell you. I just had appendicitis. All right. A prayer line definitely helped me keep my sanity. But if I didn't go to the hospital, man, if I didn't go to the doctor, whoo-hoo, don't matter how much I prayed, I was going to see Jesus right there and then. Bored and need a series to watch? Wait, what? A series to watch? The Chosen. Oh, first show about Jesus is here. Okay, so it's religious. It's an entire piece of religious-oriented app and programming. All right. Anyways, click here for the rest of my story. Yeah, let's go to the rest of your story. All right, David Berkowitz and his father. Click on the image to see Son of Sam and Son of Sam, Son of Hope film. Okay, so this is an entire movie, and it literally leads you right the fuck to YouTube. Wow. Okay, so it's like a full-on documentary. You can kind of watch part 1, part 2, part 3. And it's hosted by a channel with 119 subscribers. It's got 46,000 views. I mean, clearly, people have come over here to see the story. My name is David, and I am a prison inmate who was incarcerated in 1977. So you were figuratively free, right? I have been sentenced to prison for the rest of my life. My criminal case is well known and was called the Son of Sam shootings. 10 years later, in 1987, when I was living in a cold and lonely prison cell, God got a hold of my life, and here is my story of hope. Ever since I was a small child, my life seemed to be filled with torment. I would often have seizures in which I would roll on the floor. Sometimes furniture would get knocked over. When these attacks came, I felt as if something was entering me. My mother, who has long since passed away, had no control over me. I was like a wild and destructive animal. My father had to pin me to the floor until these attacks stopped. When I was in public school, I was so violent and disruptive that a teacher who had become so angry at me grabbed me in a headlock and threw me out of the classroom. Okay, that's fucked up. But it's also the 70s, though, too, right? You gotta expect that shit happened back then, man. I was getting into a lot of fights. I'm not even saying that's okay. That's just the 70s right there. Sometimes I started screaming for no reason at all. My parents were then ordered by school officials to take me to a child psychologist, or else I would be expelled. I had to go to the psychologist once per week for 2 years, yet the therapy sessions had no effect on my behavior. During this period of my life, I was also plagued with bouts of severe depression when the feeling came over me. Okay, so now a force was at work. Occasionally, the same evil force would come to me in the middle of the night. When this would happen, I felt an urge to sneak out of the house and wander the dark streets. I roamed the neighborhood like an alley cat and would creep back into the house by climbing the fire escape. My parents would never know that I was gone. That almost reminds me of, like, what was that movie, American Psycho, with, like, Christian Bale, who just, like, prowled the streets of the night. But except in that movie, he was, like, you know, wasting homeless people and shit. Or I guess, I don't really know how that movie is. I have no idea how that movie works. How much of it is, like, real or not. Anyways, my mother was dead. When I was 14, my mom was stricken with cancer, and within several months, she was dead. Oh, man. Fuck, dude. There's current stuff in my life I'm dealing with, and I don't want to think about it. I had no other brothers or sister, and so it was just me and my dad. He had to work 10 hours per day, 6 days per week, so we spent very little time together. Okay, so what happened here? My dad tried to help as best as he could. He pushed me through high school, and then he went into the Army. I just turned 18 several weeks earlier, joined the Army in a sense to start a new life and get away from my problems. Alright, so they went to the Army and everything. The horror begins, okay. Eventually, I crossed that invisible line of no return. After years of mental torment, behavioral problems, deep inner struggles, and my own rebellious ways, I became the criminal that at the time, it seemed as it was my destiny to become. Looking back, it was all a horrible nightmare, and I would do anything if I could undo everything that happened. 6 people lost their lives, many others suffered at my hand, and I will continue to suffer for a lifetime. I am so sorry for that. In 1978, I was sentenced to about 365 consecutive years, virtually burying me alive inside prison walls. When I first entered the prison system, I was placed in isolation. I was then sent to a psychiatric hospital because I was declared temporarily insane. Okay. 10 years into my prison sentence and feeling despondent and without hope, another inmate came up to me one day as I was walking the prison yard on a cold winter's night. He introduced himself and began to tell me that Jesus Christ loved me and wanted to forgive me. Although I knew he meant well, I mocked him because I did not think that God would ever forgive me and that he would want anything to do with me. Still, this man persisted and we became friends. His name was Rick, and we would walk the yard together. Little by little, he would share with me about his life and what he believed Jesus had done for him. He kept reminding me that no matter what a person did, Christ stood ready to forgive if that individual would be willing to turn from the bad things. I mean, it's a good message, all right? It just sucks ass that 6 people had to die before that could happen. But clearly, if this is to be believed, that this is actually the serial killer's words, then, okay, all right, guess what? They're asking for remorse and they're asking for forgiveness. I can't give forgiveness, okay? All I can say, honest to God here, is that David, all right, the only people that can give you forgiveness are the families of the 6 people you took their lives. And even then they can't. The dead people can only forgive you, and unfortunately dead people don't have the ability to. But anyways, as you can see, what makes us even primo is you can purchase David's fucking testimony video. And in fact, it's currently on sale for $5 off, for $15. $15. You can get yourself the official tapes of the Son of Sam serial killer. Actually, if you're into serial killer stuff, this might be what it is. Are you a good person? I don't think many people are good people, okay? I think we're all shitty inside, to be honest with you, okay? Of course, let me just be real with you, okay? If you need someone to talk to, okay, there is an entire number, all right? This might actually be where it leads to. This may be the thing. Know God, harvest.org. You were created to know God in a personal way. Is this what it comes down to? Wait a minute. Wait. Was this website crafted by these individuals? That would be insane. You think they got in touch with David in prison and it's like, hey, you see Jesus? You're on the light of the Lord now? Let's make a website to pass your message. Listen, if they want to pass a good message and if he wants to be forgiven, then I guess that's the right start to go into. But there's way more stuff over here too. A letter to a Satanist. Okay, let's see a letter to a Satanist. Casting all your care upon the Lord because he cares for you. Okay, so we're casting Cura 3. All right. Thank you for your letter and for taking the time to write. I appreciate your letters and I value your honesty. That's all you can do in prison: fight, jack off, and write letters. Thanks for your openness in sharing some of your struggles. While it would take many pages to answer your questions and deal with various issues, let me assure you that I am praying for you. The power of Jesus Christ is a million, billion, trillion, zillion more times greater than Satan's power. Only Jesus has the power to set you free from Satan's strongholds and whatever else you find yourself to be struggling in. This is why Bible says there is the victory in Jesus Christ. Concerning Satanism, knowing what I know about it is a religion of pure selfishness. This being do as thou will, what could be more self-centered than this? What about other people and how the things I may choose to do would affect them? Satanism encourages a person to hate and look down on others who may think are grateful and who misuse you. You know the best part about deep web browsing is, like, listen, I'm not even going to read this entire fucking transcript, but it's kind of crazy how, like, when we covered the satanic websites, every time they would talk about Christianity or whatever, it would just be like absolute, they are the worst scum on the planet. And right over here, this person's like, yeah, those Satanists, completely selfish. Now, I don't want to start a religious turf war in the comment section below, because honestly, it's just, at this point, all right, this is a turf war free zone, okay? This is a little internet chill spot, all right? We don't need to bring this out, but that's a letter to a Satanist, I guess. It starts off a little passive aggressive, I'm gonna say. I don't think it gets much better. Oh, let's see the updates real quick. I really want to see the updates. So this is David in October of 2020. Okay, David's looking pretty good for a post-serial killer in life imprisonment. I'm just gonna be honest with you. David looks pretty good. David looks good. All right, I'm just gonna be real here. Now, another thing is the serial killer son of Sam David, Berkowitz, actually has a podcast, all right? So you can listen to it, and that would be an interesting podcast. I'm sure this person would have a million stories to tell. Now, again, I'm going to be real with you. I don't know how much I believe that this is the official sayings, but I mean, if it is, it is. But we literally have come across a website of a serial killer. The second time, by the way, if you remember way back in deep web browsing, we came across a serial killer's like blog, their entire blogs. Now we're coming across a serial killer's updates from prison on seeking atonement and forgiveness. So on one side, you had a serial killer that was talking about all the shit that they were about to do, and now you have a serial killer who's seeking forgiveness. I mean, two ends of the spectrum, really. Let's go somewhere else. Please bring me home. Okay, so this is a very serious sort of website. Now, if it's something that's really cool from the dank web, is we have finally been like linked to a page that's all about helping people who are missing. So this is the Complimation project. I'm gonna read it real quick. We are more than happy to complete the intake form and forward it to our Guardians of the Angels if that is your preference. Okay, cool. If you reach out to us about a family member who disappeared within the last year, they'll be featured on the Guardians of Our Angels Missing Persons Canada website. So this is an entirely Canadian website that's apparently about like missing people, which if you have no idea about the missing person stuff, there are like hundreds, I think thousands of people that just go missing every year. And there's so many cold cases in this scenario. And I understand when people go missing, it's for like a multitude of reasons, right? Like sometimes they get abducted, they never show up. Sometimes it's a situation of like maybe the person has been killed, but they can never recover a body. So I think legally at that point, they have to just straight up tell you, hey, if we have no proof of death or a body, then the person is going to be perpetually missing. It usually happens a lot around like those forest regions. Like if you ever had been to those parts of the United States, I think probably around like the Midwest, maybe places like Pennsylvania, Indiana. If you ever just went missing out in the boonies, that tends to happen, believe it or not. That's actually a thing. But yeah, so in December 12, 2017, 20-year-old Nolan Panchishin disappeared from Southampton, Ontario. On January 25th, 2018, Nolan's family reached out to please bring me home in hopes we could assist them using the platform. Even though we only added cold cases handled, we decided to add Nolan to our website and allow people to send us anonymous tips. The agreement was that all tips would be forwarded to the appropriate detectives at Saugeen Shores Police Service, and we would not investigate further. On February 19, 2018, literally not even a month after, a tip came in through our website, which we forwarded to Saugeen Shores Police Service. On around March 16, 2018, heavy police presence was reported in Durnock, Ontario. Based on the tip we sent to law enforcement, they were able to locate the remains. Oh, dude, that... I was really hoping for a good ending to that story. Fuck, that kicks me in the dick. 2 people were arrested and subsequently charged with his murder. Okay, so at least, like, it's not a good ending, but it's not the worst, right? Like, clearly these 2 dickbags got arrested, and hopefully they'll be spending the rest of their days behind bars. We were later thanked by law enforcement for sending them the tip, which led to Nolan's location and resulted in 2 men being charged. See, like how I said earlier, how some of these, like, missing cold case stories are usually just, like, they can't find a body, so they're just perpetually missing. And, like, the hardest part about it is, like, when you have family members involved and they keep clinging on to hope when, like, that hope... Because, like, honestly, the more days that pass, the more time that passes, the harder it really is to keep hopeful, because there's a very good chance that that person has, you know, been gone. We were later thanked by law enforcement. Cool. That is not the ending we wanted. Nobody wanted that ending. However, we were able to use this platform to bring in the tip, which helped bring Nolan home. The mission of this page is to create awareness around other recently missing people. So, you know how people say there's, like, always just this fucking disgusting level of shit on the dank web? Well, sometimes you get linked to stuff like this, and you can't be more thankful, because this is what it's kind of all about, right? Like, this is the good aspect of the team. Now, this is a Canadian-based system, right? So, like, obviously, if you're in my province, which is Ontario, this is all that's for you. And if you look at their cases list, these are like cold cases, right? So they've got cases from all over Canada, right? So let's go to like Ontario near me. So, of course, they've got a bunch of names. Let's look at Ben in Niagara Falls real quick. And they've got entire bioses. They've got photos. They've got literally every sort of bio data you wanted on this individual. And if you can help find this person, that's pretty much what you can do. Date of disappearance was 2016. 2016, man. That is insane. I really hope this person is okay. I mean, I'm trying to be really hopeful. 5 searches from the public were conducted. This is one of those situations. So again, if you have tips to help find somebody like, say, Ben, you're going to need to, you know, call them in and see if you can get any assistance. And I'm glad that, like, finding this, hopefully people can, like, go to this kind of website and help locate, or at least if you live in this area, help locate these missing people, because that is, like, ultimately like, having a good ending of the situation is, like, that'll make your fucking life, dude. Of course, they've got, like, sponsors and everything. That's pretty cool. They have their own website, dude. Like, Guardians of Our Angels. Like, Missing Persons Canada, bro. Shit, I'm going to donate right to these guys straight up. This is insane. This is good stuff. This is what it's all about. Human trafficking. Okay, this is also a grim reality. Like, Jesus Christ. This is like an incredible resource for fucking parents, dude. Like, this gives you exact information about child trafficking, which is a huge problem in Canada if you don't... It's a huge problem everywhere. Like, it's not just a Canadian exclusive release. Human trafficking happens all over the world, and usually, like, kids who have, like, literally, how can they say no when they don't know it's wrong? Literally, this dude comes up, or girl or guy or whatever comes up, grabs children or people who are susceptible, runs off with them, and bam! Once these people got them, they got them. So yeah, this is like an entire, dude, like, list for people to learn. And it leads all the way to the Canadian Human Trafficking Hotline. Yes, it is that big of an issue. How traffickers track your kids? Probably through weird-ass free-to-play applications, man. Like, let me be honest with you. There are, like, I think it's a video that I should work on where, like, a lot of kids' games have, like, weird location services, and it's just off-putting, right? Like, a lot of those crappy games that you wouldn't really think twice about access a bunch of extra, like, privacy features on your cell phone, and it's like, I don't know, it's just weird. It's weird, dude. Like, there are so many ways to commit these kind of crimes in this category that it's like an entire channel's worth of videos on its own. But yeah, that's fucked up. But hey, there was something good out of all this, and that was finding a website that could help you find missing people. Oh, hell yeah, dude. The Sinaloa Cartel Marketplace. Murder for hire. Assault. Arson. If you don't know what the Sinaloa drug cartel is, I'm going to censor something right over here. It's just... I'm gonna censor their entire, like, banner, really. But if you don't know the Cartel de Sinaloa, okay, it is, I believe, the biggest Mexican drug cartel to ever exist, right? For those of you who don't know about drug cartels, you may know of the name El Chapo. El Chapo was busted by Mexican authorities, escaped once, put into prison, and then extradited to the United States, where he is currently serving a life sentence at a federal Supermax prison. You know what life is like at a Supermax prison? There's no life. There's no life at all. The dude lives in a 7-foot by 7 jail cell, eating shit for the rest of his life, as El Chapo deserves. All right, now the Sinaloa drug cartel is like the largest drug cartel in Mexico, also one of the most violent, and they probably supply like, what, 80% of the world's cocaine and drugs and shit? But let's look at this. Welcome to Sinaloa Cartel Marketplace. I doubt this is run by the actual Sinaloa cartel. Under the shelter and protection of the deep web are hundreds of Sinaloa cartel members. I just imagine the Sinaloa drug cartel sitting in like an office somewhere, like answering calls about customer support for their fucked up services. Can offer you high quality drugs, guns, and professional assault services at affordable costs. It's like the fucking Costco of crime. We can kill any person you want as long as it is not a president or very important person that is guarded by military. Well, there you go right there. All right, goddamn. We can make the murder look accidental, so the police will not suspect anyone. We also do kidnappings, beatings, and set fire to properties. Murder, wet work, assault, arson can be easily provided worldwide by our experienced strongmen via a secure way, while you remain fully anonymous and your order confidential. You think they give you a fucking order number with this shit? You can take to customer service in case of a bad service gone wrong? Thousands of happy customers recommend our products and services such as drugs, guns, assault, arson, and murder. I love how they got like this like cartel Sinaloan member over here. Isn't the whole point to be kind of a secretive organization? Jesus. You can place the order on a marketplace anonymously. You will need to provide proof you have the funds available, but you pay after the job is completed. The selected killer doing your job cannot scam you because he does not receive payment until the job is done. You can choose your heavy, goon, enforcer, juice man, leg breaker, strongman, child. What is it, like a fucking class system, dog? What's going on here? What are these, like, character classes? What is this, motherfucking World of Warcraft Cartel de Sinaloa edition? Customers are fully anonymous on our website. We advise our customers to mask their IP website. I'm on Tor. You don't even really need a VPN, but I guess if you wanted to put a condom on top of a condom, well, no one's fucking stopping you. So here you've got assault and murder right here. Okay, this dude's doing the assaulting and the murdering. You've got drugs, which look like fucking candy, to be honest with you. And then you've got guns, all right? Engravings give you no tactical advantage, cartel bosses. What the fuck? Payments are secured as they're made through Bitcoin. Okay, I get it. No risky meetups are required. Buy drugs, guns, all services provided. Customers, if cops will try to disguise as customers and submit orders, they will receive the items in packages with fake sender information. Okay, cool. All right, fine. That's cool and all. Why do they say it's risky? Hell yeah, dude. My account is created and active. Dude, oh, hell yeah. Let's go to the shop real quick. See what we're doing. Name of job. To distinguish jobs in your job list, shot and get away. Okay, so to shot and get away, it's a $4,000 minimum price. It doesn't even include killing. Accidental murder is $6,000. Sniper job, $10,000. Beating, $2,000. Maiming, $4,000. Arson, $2,000. Kidnapping, $6,000. Why the fuck would kidnap? What? How can you price that the same? You got, okay, whatever. Stabbing is a $2,000. So you're telling me a stabbing and a beating are the same price? All right, it's a 2-for-1 deal? All right, what the... Dude, the pricing does not make any sense. Now, you put street, city, country, mark, and then you put their social media pages, your job description, and all this. Look, I'm going to be real with you. 100% real with you. Do not do any of this, okay? This is a crime. Even if it's a scam, you know, simply going over here to post an actual job is like, what, conspiracy of murder? Don't do it. All right, it's a crime. Not even for a meme. Wait, senior member? Well, certainly they have not hired spelling. Spelling is not a common trope in the Sinaloa drug cartel. Senior member, Bob, Daddy. What are my services? Glory hole boss. I can suck a mean cock, let me tell you. Oh, the senior member doesn't exist. Oh, that's actually a thing. So they do have a pyramid scheme type operation going. I see how it is. I see Cartel de Sinaloa. I got you. Now, if this is actually the real cartel, listen, it was really easy to make fun of, okay? I'm not saying that y'all are fucked up, all right? I don't want to be tripping on anybody, okay? I'm just saying it like it is. But I'm going to lead on to the fact that this is more of a fake cartel, if anything. Let's see what kind of drugs they sell. Well, of course they sell a shit ton of drugs. Where's the cocaine right here? Cannabis? Ketamine. Ketamine. Get out of here. Ecstasy, opioids. Yeah, here you can find Peruvian cocaine, Colombian cocaine, and all other premium cocaines on the market. Well, they're a real one-stop shop for that. Let's see what kind of guns they sell, too. Handguns, grenades, explosives, sniper rifles, guns that have never been used, and they come at a much higher price. Okay. That's cool and all. Assaulting and murder. Let's see what they got over here. They actually describe all of this. But you know what? It is what it is. You don't know what this is? It's not even the Sinaloa drug cartel. This is a template for scamming people, okay? You honestly believe the Sinaloa drug cartel, one of the most violent cartels, one of the most organized criminal agencies, has a fucking IKEA page. At least, if they were going to do this, it would be far more discreet. This took me all of 5 seconds to come to. Get out of here. Get out of here. None of this is real. And if it is real, I'm real sorry. I apologize, my Sinaloa drug cartel scary mobsters. Dude, I like these blogs. This is S-Doc. S-Doc is a scam. S-Doc is a scam. Let's see what liquid is inside. Some idiots created a list of all deep web links and marked all of them as a scam. Oh man, this person really took it to heart. We're about to witness deep web browsing drama. So get excited, buckos. Some idiots created a list of all deep web links and marked all of them as scam. S-Doc is a scam too. Deep web is, well, let's see what liquid is inside of their head. Or did they just straight call them brain dead? Deep web is a wonderful place. Really, when you enter it, it has news for you every day. That's what happened to me in our blog. A few days ago, I found out S-Doc is a scam. Seriously, this blog has been marked as a scam? I can hardly find words to describe my feelings, bro. They really took it in the ass there. They were pissed. Just have a look at the scam list. But they wrote how to survive in deep web. Okay. Now, this is important because almost 11,000 people have seen this, and I'm ready to hit F5 to make it 11. But let's go see this. From the very beginning, it's worth understanding that almost all the principles that work in nature and the world around us also work in the world of deep web. Our instincts are also absolutely evident here. Fears and desires drive us in our daily lives, and they also lead us through the web in which we met. What we want, it is quite simple to deal with desires. Almost all of us want money, power, success, confessions, and of course, lots and lots of great sex. I agree, yeah. They're all pretty natural desires, but let's talk about some unnatural desires, which also create a lot of traffic in the Tor relay, I'm going to assume, not the Torah. I will probably keep silent. Let's focus on the understandable. Money. Almost all of us somehow ended up here in search of easy or not so much money. Yeah, no, I don't want to get scammed, thank you. Someone was lucky to be in the topic in the golden time when no one knew about cybercrime. It was a time of opportunity and unbridled drive, as is always the case when you're in the first wave. But then the topic becomes more popular, and in the second wave it becomes more difficult to earn money. Sharks from the first wave are not ready to share their part of the pie. Jackals appear, ready to fuck for the sake of $10. In short, it becomes difficult. However, it is worth noting that the world of high technologies is developing so rapidly that almost every day there are new topics. Who would have thought of decentralized finance and mining 10 years ago? Actually, I wouldn't have thought about it. I wouldn't have thought Bitcoin would be a thing. Who would have thought that video calls would become more popular than usual, and drug addicts would stop hanging out on opioids and they would switch to synthetics? The world is really changing. I mean, with the way this person describes it, I don't want to think of the world changing that way. It's kind of fucked up. If you don't want to learn, life will teach you. What distinguishes the wise from the fools? Well, except that the coefficient of happiness and life satisfaction for fools is much higher. Smart people learn from other people's mistakes. Fools learn from their own. They seem to be obvious things, but remember, how many times have you thought to yourself because of another's failure? What a jerk I am to fall for this. And here I have good news. You weren't the first or last person to make a stupid mistake. Many people will learn from this situation, and many will continue to bang their heads against the wall. A great way to avoid such mistakes and such lessons is to learn from other people's mistakes, without breaking your head in blood every single time. Some people have already lost time and money in deep. Many were successful, some went to jail. All possible variations have already been passed by someone, and you have a choice to go this way yourself. getting bumps and losing important resources along the way, or spend a little time and effort to learn from the experience of others. The choice will always be yours. So are you going to learn from grown-up kid who did some shit in 2010s? Well, seems like he's going to be one of them, one of your what is it? One of your deep web life coaches. Teach us how to get rich on the deep web. You didn't learn a fucking goddamn thing that grown-up kid said, man. Nobody here is intelligent except grown-up kid, I'd say. But he basically gave you basic life advice, so I mean, you know, you can get away with that. It's decent enough. Time to put on your masks. Oh man, am I going to read some anti-masker shit right now? Nah, dude. I'm sure you all know the answer to this question very well. We live in a unique time when many aspects of society are being questioned. At the time, personal safety and the safety of loved ones comes to the fore for everyone. Social responsibility sharply narrows its boundaries, and we all understand that the world is changing rapidly around us. The coronavirus has made its own corrections in the usual course of life. The masked man is no longer associated with the robber and does not cause any suspicion. What does this do? Literally, it wasn't even about vaccines or anything related to the pandemic. They literally are telling you if you're wearing masks, here's how to commit serious crimes. If you are a serious man with huge eggs, then you should not wait for the appearance of a mass vaccine. You can do skimmers right here now. Dude, are we going back to skimming? Oh, that is vintage. If you don't know what skimming is, well, we'll read right here. Low risk time for installing this equipment on ATMs and not yet been in history. Of course, this is difficult to pull off without sufficient experience and without having certain connections in the shadow community. But with a strong desire and a healthy appetite for risk, can be a good idea to join this topic. Of course, you don't have to go all out. To cut down coins, you can risk even less and do the usual physical cash. It doesn't matter if you can only order dumps and the plastic itself is ready-made, but for all cameras, you will just be another guy in a mask and cap. Your identity will be extremely difficult to identify. Just don't get too greedy. Do not graze the same place. Think with your head. What can I say? Even when receiving Western Union now, do not ask to remove the mask either in banks or in post offices. Now employees don't care at all. Who came to receive the transfer and if the track number and documents are in order. So basically, they're outright telling you, with the mask, you can conceal your identity in front of cameras and start robbing from ATMs. Now, this is something that may actually be... If people fall for this, not only are you committing a crime, but they're actually starting to develop technologies that can detect, like... I guess it's kind of like face recognition technology, mostly in, like, an experimental capacity, where, like, even through the mask, some people can figure out, like some systems can figure out who the person is through, like, deep facial recognition. And, of course, it comes down to a machine learning algorithm at the end of the day. I guess if you completely hide your face, which is still kind of weird, like at this point it's just the mask that we have, but I guess if you're hiding your face completely, it's still a bit odd. Again, I'm not gonna dig too deep into this anyways. It's just kind of too far, but they're literally teaching you how to commit straight up crimes. We're gonna back out and go somewhere else. S-Stock is definitely not a scam. This dude's giving you some fucked up guides. So here you can see that, like, Coca is like a character over... Or sorry, no, not Coca. Pokemon is the actual character here. No relation. They're just going with the alias Pokemon for some fucking reason. And they're selling you, like, high-quality coke from Peru. They're selling you what apparently is pink cocaine. Again, I have to immediately reiterate, I do not endorse any of this shit at all. And they're selling it to you for, like, pretty regular values from what I understand. 400 pounds for, like, 10 grams. You've got 80 pounds for 1.5 grams, like an SOS pack, whatever the fuck that means. Maybe they turned it into crack rocks, who knows? But yeah, the reason why I don't cover this too much is that, quite honestly, most of these are scams. I would say 99% of vendors on the deep web are complete scams. You give them your money and you never receive the product. And you can always figure it out because a lot of the scam websites will use the same web layout as every other scam. Literally, it's the same open source page you download, and you just change all the images and everything around, and you make sure it, like, links to your Bitcoin wallet address. They take that money, they launder it around, and next thing you know, it's their cash to keep. So that's pretty much how it goes on in this end. That's why we don't really cover it. I mean, even if you look at their passport scenario, you can see that they're selling you passport scans for what, $5? That's not true. Russian local passport issued since 2007 to 2018, 1,900 euros. Fake UK driving license, 550 euros, okay? Fake German ID, 600 euros. Fake Irish ID, Ukrainian fake driving license. These are some really expensive fake ID prices, and I'm sure they're so fucking bad that you could probably figure out as a cop which one is fake and which one isn't. And then, why I decided to cover this website is what their secret products are. Now, if you remember way back, we had a shit ton of deep web YouTubers who were like, I just bought a mystery box. I just bought a mystery box. Okay, let me see what's in this mystery box. Oh my god, it's Charles Manson's dildo. Wow. Do you think there's any ghostly apparition stuck into this dildo? Whoa, I'm hearing noises around. I think a ghost blew C4 in the back of my house. Like, you would understand that these mystery boxes were all bullshit. What if I told you they're giving you mystery boxes? So, there you go. Let's open up Mystery Box V3, which is for 300 euros. You can also buy the Necronomicon, which is the EU version, for 850. The UK version is 1,050, but if you get the mini pack, I guess, the mini version of the Necronomicon, whatever the fuck that means, 500. Now, if you open up the Mystery Box, I just want to see the description. Let's play a game. Well, it's great how they have something so innocuous and weird, but then you have a Jedi sword for 850. What? Get out of here. You can tell the site is a total scam. Now, they also have Magic Sand, which is like, let me see what the hell Magic Sand is. Mandragora roots, and then they've got like 3 versions of the Jedi sword, and then 1p LSD 200 blotters. So I don't really want to fuck around with LSD, but they've got that. They also have this page, which is Winky Smiley Face. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Maybe they already have like my IP address or something. Maybe they're sending people over. Who knows? The Mandragora roots, dry Mandragora roots. I have no idea what you're going to do with that. Maybe like summon a tree monster, I guess? You've also got Magic Sand from the moon. And the lie detector has confirmed that was a lie. But I want to see the Jedi sword, okay? Like this is where it's going to come down to. What do you think a 1,000 euro Jedi sword is going to do? Jedi sword only in Europe. This is the only site I know where you can buy Peruvian fucking cocaine and a Jedi sword. And the Necronomicon. Have you all ever wanted to yiff like crazy? Well, what if I told you a website exists on the deep web that just does that? The Permanent Buru. Here be the furry content. Tor is phasing out version 2 onion addresses in favor of newer, safer version 3s. I don't need safety when I'm fapping to my furry stuff. Let's get out of here. Oh, did I close the page? Please, God, I hope not. No, I didn't. Why the Permanent Buru? The permanent part is taken from 2 factors. One being the site was developed as an alternative to the deteriorating Buru e621.net. I remember people telling me that I was browsing e621, and I literally had the file manager on my Linux system open. So no, I've never been to that website, but I guess now I know it's like a furry location. What is allowed on here? Art with relations to furry culture. Okay, art from universes where furry characters exist. All right, let's go look inside here. Let's go to like posts. Let's see what furry content exists. Oh, 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 oh. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if I'm going to call this one deep web browsing or the smorgasbord or the deep web supercut or exactly, weird things from the deep web, because quite honestly, I really don't know how to evolve it. But really, the evolution in this case is me just looking through a bunch of content that I'm going to amalgamate throughout the weeks. These videos might come out every week, every other week, maybe once a month. But I think I'm going to stick to the idea of more quality over like, just basically trying to like have a video out every week for the sake of having a consistent series. I think the best idea for this is to make longer videos that people can watch more, and just have like a bunch of content all in one rather than sticking to the same formula of 5 exact websites. I'd rather do this way and just look for more content and sort of keep saving it as time goes on and cover it all and record it one time later. So yeah, that's pretty much what we're going with, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you have an amazing Friday, or hopefully I do upload this on Friday. I may sleep, I don't know. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out. Hello, guys and gals, me Mudahar, and welcome to another episode of Weird Things from the Deep Web, the part of the internet, the part of honestly, the successor to the Deep Web series, where I used to do these every week. Eventually, the website sort of became the samey, ooh, look, hire the hitman, hire the Deep Web assassin. And now, basically, it's just a infrequent set of videos where I spend the weeks, days, months, years browsing the side of the internet and finding all the weird stuff, cataloging it, and eventually showing it to you in video form like today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I do have to warn you, some of the stuff we're seeing may be a little risque. So I'm just going to warn you, double warnings, before somebody comes up to me and says, you really scarred me today, Muda. Well, you got the warnings, okay? Now that you got the warnings, let's go to the first website. Creating all... boy, oh boy, is not in their best interest. We're starting off strong today, aren't we? Oh, man. Children, Google, time, immortality, search now. Okay, so you can tell how old this is first off, that it uses video.google.com. This is Google's video platform they used before buying YouTube, so kind of insane. Now, of course, you can see God is a black woman. I didn't know God had a racial and sexual preference, but, you learn something new, right? Your immortality, all right, I want to learn some immortality, but to understand, we're at Surf to Jesus, okay? Now, this is a rabbit hole of epic proportions, all right? But to understand, they've got bumper stickers of the same Jesus will come back, all right? When did Jesus return? Now, someone knows the date and time. Isn't it like a thing in the Bible that, like, nobody's supposed to know when Jesus comes back? What am I saying, okay? This is like a Jesus website, okay? They break the rules of the Bible all the time. What do you want me to say, man? All right, so you got the pyramids, and then Sedona psychic readings are the keywords in the URL. My AdSense office is an internet cafe in a small California town in the foothills. I pay for my office space by buying food and beverages there, which I would be buying anyways. Google is my employer, and they have AdSense. I am my own boss, as long as I follow a few simple Google guidelines. All right, so I have done some search engine optimization work on the internet. Google will work with us to get everything functioning properly. They are a great company with a very motivated and youthful bunch of employees. Is that dude like simping for Google hard right now? Like, what? I have not filled up a gas tank in over 20 years. My lifestyle on the internet makes for a lot of clean air and guaranteed death by 40 for a sedentary lifestyle. Please download this better browser now. Thankfully, I don't have the browser available. Indigo Immortals. Look at the GIF, man. It's so old. They even got like 2 RSS stickers, bro. God, it's old. What, are you gonna make me download Netscape? This website's from the Paleolithic era. The viruses wouldn't even work. The viruses were coded for Windows 95, dog. What are you doing? Click on the right amethyst pick to go to the children's internet rights. Well, I want to know what rights the children have, okay? And, look at that. There's a Google error for sure. There's a Google error because they're literally trying to get me to get to a website from video.google.com. I cannot find it, all right? I cannot find it. There are so many banger videos on that platform that are just gone forever. Taking over the human mind. Taking over indigo children. Dude, wait. Hold on. That's like a cult thing, indigo. I swear I've heard indigo people, okay? Like, that has to be like a cult thing, dude. That has to be like a cult thing. I don't know. What the heck? Indigo people? I swear there's like some weird cult. Anyways, taking over children's immortality rights and physical immortality education. Children's immortality rights. Well, with such loaded questions like that, I mean, I want to say, 404 not found. Okay, so obviously we can't understand what the children are immortalized from, right? So an immortality psychologist, oh man, I really want to see the credentials there. Nothing found. Source not cited. Is evolving conscious search wisdom for all internet searchers. All the children of Earth who have been created to die have physical immortality rights. So I guess they're, what? Dog, it's a 404 not found. How am I supposed to know my immortality rights? God damn. Damn it, Mom. Help me out here. I didn't come here just to die. Okay, nothing is found. The websites don't work. Taking over taking over all international internet networks while teaching all children of Earth how to be physically immortal. Creating children to die kills them. Well, okay. Listen, all right. Sometimes I go to websites. We're all gonna die one day. All right, I'm gonna die. You're gonna die. Everyone's gonna die. If you're watching this video 1,000 years from now, guess what? You're gonna die. As part of Sedona Psychic Readings, I am evolving this international deliverance. A new paradigm of mandatory physical immortality. DNA-based life forms can now come to understand and be clear about the role and responsibility with the acceleration of fulfilling and administering our unified international identity and intention standard will, and is creating our increasing health and safety. I swear to God, this is some elaborate way to not pay your taxes. 100%. This is some elaborate way, dude. Anybody can start a fucking religion these days and just say, yeah, yeah. Stop it. Just imagine that the president decided that creating all children to die is a bad idea. Okay, one order to all military to post in all forums. He could do Congress too. So you're telling me that somehow if President Biden figured out, yeah, don't have kids because they'll eventually die one day, right? Shit, I was a kid once too. Now I'm gonna die. I'm like 80 years old. You think he's gonna be commander-in-chief ordering the U.S. military to start posting on fucking 8chan? All right? Don't have kids. Bro, 90% of those people won't be having kids, all right? Come on now. I've been on there, all right? And I'm pretty much a perma-virgin at this point. What's wrong with you? Applied psychic amplification. Hypothetically, if a first lady was tired of funerals in her family, she could ask a president to make immortality legal if someone actually cared. Okay, so they're just trolling, all right? They're just trolling. Yo, bro, the only thing stopping immortality is that the United States government hasn't made it legal. Okay, buddy. I found a 4chan, like, archive of, like, from, like, 2010, by the way. I hate to bring this up, what happened right here on our little X. Rather, it was the real deal or fake as fuck. It scared the shit out of a good few of us. Anyone remember the Children Immortality Project ordeal? I still get those bizarre, unexplainable emails in my Gmail account, which I don't really fuck with anymore ever since the incident. And for the love of God, don't Google that name and click the links. You've been warned. Yeah, dude, of course everyone's gonna stop spamming with your stupid shit. Of course they're gonna say it. All right, dude, who would get scared? Bro, we're on X. We're posting gore all day. What's wrong with you? Is this scary? I'm 27, and what is this? Try to sum it up. There were all these links all over X about the Children Immortality Project. So it's kind of like, you know, it was sort of like an op performed against 4chan or whatever, I guess is what they're saying. They were all browsing their websites like idiots. The websites contained pure nonsensical shit with weird-ass space-age techno 80s music. Massive bibles of text that would at least have you scrolling for 10 minutes. Apparently, there were keywords and links that you were supposed to pick up on if you planned on being a member. And if you were on the site for more than 2 minutes tops, your email would be tracked and you'd get these weird-ass emails in your Gmail account because everyone uses Google or whatever host you use to make a Gmail account, such as AOL Hotmail. Okay, so basically, I guess it was like some weird op performed against 4chan, and it would lead you to websites like we just read that were full of nonsensical shit. Some of them even offered web browsers that, quote unquote, could have just been malware. And some like idiot, like you gotta understand, 4chan X is, it's filled with trolls and it's filled with absolute morons. Of course, the absolute morons are gonna download a web browser and be like, we're gonna go deep, we're gonna explore everything. Wait, what happened? My social security number got stolen. Yeah, of course it did, dumbass. You gave it away. We're gonna stop. We're gonna back out and go somewhere else. Do you like Reddit? Well, what if I showed you Rattle, the deep web equivalent? Now, there's been plenty of deep web Reddit clones, like Dread, if you will, which basically led me to a bunch of marketplaces to buy deep web crack rocks from. But this one is all about the real nitty-ditty questions, like, how important is your family history to you? With 12 comments. Well, you bet I want to read. Now, how important is family history to me? I don't know. I mean, I'm my own person, only in the sense that knowing that my parents' various addictions are ingrained into my own neural pathways to some extent, and using that as part of my navigation kit for the world around me. I had parents, never a family. There is no history. Just shared DNA. Oh my God. Oh, come on, guys. God damn. Can somebody just say? Come on. Honestly, what's somewhat important, I'm of a native Siberian descent, and my family tracks our ancestry to a mildly famous and important person of our people. It's silly, I know, and I'm trying to distance myself from this, but still, it's there. What is that, like, Is it? Well, I think that would be cool if you were related to royalty, but you know, it depends on the situation. Like, imagine if he's talking about some crazy Siberian serial killer. Yeah, I probably want to distance myself from that too, right? Like, nobody wants to be like Ted Bundy's, you know, cousin or something, right? That wouldn't exactly be great. I just want to be held. That is actually surprisingly so goddamn wholesome too. It's been nearly a year and a half since I hugged anyone, let alone had any sort of emotional intimacy. Damn, dog. Yeah, I know what that's like. It's called living in a... Yeah, of course. It's called living in the lockdown, dude. I feel the exact same way. Trust me, I'm actually losing my sanity, all right? Like, I can't... I'm losing it. I don't want to get into it, okay? It's going to be really dark if I do. I hope you get some hugs soon. That sounds incredibly unpleasant. It is! I apologize for being a very broken record that I write and complain about, but... Aw, dude, don't... You know, man... You know what, Jewish, I want to give this person a hug. Like, I know that I don't even know this person. I just want to give them a hug. Like, it's just kind of, it's fucked up. Look, this is actually such a, you know when people are like, the deep web is filled with murder and death and drugs and dark. Yeah, of course it is, but you got wholesome shit like that. I get you, same. Dude, people are giving internet hugs. Like, thick Morpheus is giving internet hugs, dude. I want to give the internet hugs. Nothing is forever, including the pain you feel now. Trust that you will eventually find the warm embrace you seek. That's what keeps me going. And then they got a hug. It's wholesome, okay? I like this wholesomeness. Now, it's interesting to say this was actually made 4 years ago, right? So this is like an old forum thread. Sometimes it kind of just shifts between everything, but this is the F/mental well-being section, right? Where people discuss it. So, yeah, it really is just Reddit, okay? It's Reddit with like slightly more seriousness and more anonymity, if you will, right? God damn. No more parties. Mexico's piñata makers badly bruised by pandemic. No, not the piñata makers. Come on. Look at the edgy skaters. Oh, I want to see the edgy skaters. No bikes, no scooters, no gods, no masters. Skate fast, eat ass. God, dude. I love skaters. They got like a fucking pentagram and golden shower format, too. Stop it. Stop it. People's phones are monitoring their social media activity. Their Alexa is listening to every word. And now their TV is going to take a head count. I got to read this. This is like some Twitter post. The film industry is begging you on hands and knees to stop paying for their garbage and just steal it already. Just got this frightening press email. What is this? So Venue enables the ability to monitor a living room for people and sell individual on-demand tickets. Yeah, you know what? I hate technology in a lot of ways. The amount of spying that happens on us through our tools is just so... And, you know, I hate the people that are like, I have nothing to hide. I don't care if everyone spies on me. Dude, it's not about that. It's about the weird invasiveness that... You pay them to let them look into your life. For what? Weird. Just stop it, okay? I agree with that. If they have technology that's spying on you and the amount of people in the room watching, get out of here. It's weird, okay? I paid for the I paid for the Blu-ray. People can watch it. It's also weird. How would they monitor, like, bars? Like, how much music plays in bars? You think they're gonna charge them individual licenses to hear? Dude, get out of here. No music would play anymore. I just want to see, is gaming part of it? Gaming. Let me see if video gaming is on here. Because I want to see what these people talk about with video games. Gaming YouTubers that use Linux to game 1 year ago. Okay, all right, 1 year ago. So they've got some Linux YouTuber. Of course, on a site like this, they've obviously got gaming YouTubers, right? And what do they game on? Linux, all right? Of course, the alt-tech, alt-platform use of choice. But yeah, that's Rattle for those who are wondering. If you ever wanted to have a deep web Reddit alternative, well, you have it right here. It's filled with serious posts and it's filled with a lot of shit posts as well. So really, it's how you tackle the scenario, boys and girls. That being said, I think I've spent enough time on Rattle. We're gonna back out and go somewhere else. And I get sent to a YouTube page. If the YouTube page wants to be credited, please hit me up and I will put you up for a pinned comment and everything of that sort. But this is a YouTube page that's basically covering all sorts of spooky squabbies, okay? So I want to cover a couple pieces of this. Okay, obviously, you've got what appears to be a bunch of clowns, which I'll be real, if I looked at these JPEGs I'd be scared shitless for a second, but it's a relatively unknown YouTube channel with like 200 views, 300 views, 100 views, 164 views. Like, this is some old YouTube stuff, man. But if I look into a bunch of these videos, they've got some sort of cool Argish type deal, you know, like, and they're all recorded in what seems like 4:3, but I'm gonna hit 1999, okay, because let's see, that was a vintage year for memery. And of course, as we're starting off, you can see that it's got VHS upon VHS upon VHS VHS footage. And it's kind of weirdly edited, obviously, but I kind of like the vibe. It's giving me like Local 58 vibes to it. I'm waiting for a screamer to pop up necessarily, but you know, it's an interesting thing. We're going into a forest, and then we're cutting, and maybe we cut to. Is that a cryptid dog? That looks like a cryptid. Okay, we're gonna get a screamer. We're about to get one. Is that a cryptid? No, it's a house now. Okay. Okay. All right, shower room time. All right. I bet a clown's gonna show up. Just watch. Oh my. I like the production quality in here. Like, it's very simple, but, you know, it's effective. I don't know what I'm looking at there, dude. That's downright diabolical. Alright, so we found basically images from, like, 4chan X for sure. We definitely... Okay. Okay. Is this an alien thing? It's gotta be an alien thing. I don't know what this has to do with 1999, but... They predicted the future. They are the future. 2020. I'm getting deeper vibes from this. Oh, man, dude. He passed away. Rest in peace, brother. We've also got a bit of Tucker... God, no! Strawberry Pop-Tart blowtorches. Okay. Last updated 2G August 1994. Coincidentally, same year that I was born. Vintage year, man, right there. God, I am old. Abstract. Strawberry Pop-Tarts may be a cheap and inexpensive source of incendiary devices. Okay. Toasters which fail to eject Pop-Tarts may cause Pop-Tarts to emit flames 10 to 18 inches in height. There's no way strawberry Pop-Tarts create almost 18-inch, an average of 16-inch flames if you leave them in the toaster. Is that for real? Last year, an article by well-known newspaper columnist Dave Barry noted that Kellogg's strawberry Pop-Tarts could be made to emit flames like a blowtorch if left in a toaster too long. Given previous work in the field of food entertainment, it was obvious that this was a new frontier that requires further exploration. Okay, so basic materials. So what they have is they have an SPT combustion, okay, to cause this SPT combustion, a hopefully inexpensive toaster, and some strawberry Pop-Tarts to work. So these are like old school, like 1994 Pop-Tarts. This probably is not possible with like current strawberry Pop-Tarts, okay? I really think. Now this is strawberry Pop-Tarts with real Smucker's fruit, okay? I don't know how real Smucker's fruit is, but apparently it's using the Smucker's fruit, which may be the incendiary ingredient involved into it. In addition to the basic materials, a number of safety-related items are needed to conduct the experiment, okay? It's expected that the kitchen was not the appropriate place, okay, so they had to go onto a driveway to do this. Fair enough. So they are taking safety into account. The toaster and SPT both had to be properly prepared for the experiment in order to guarantee the SPT would receive sufficient heat. Wait. So they what? Okay, so what? They're taping down the toaster so that the fucking Pop-Tart will stay. Okay, all right. I could fucks with that. I understand. The experiment and observation. So this is the experiment going on. They're on the driveway. They've got it plugged up. And the Pop-Tarts are in the toaster, okay? So they are ready to pop. And then, oh my god! So it starts off with a whimper, then it like rattles up, then it goes here and, dude, it's actually really rising. I'm sorry, that's a proper blowtorch. Dude, it's actually, you could probably use that almost as like an outdoor sort of heater. Not really, because your clothes might catch on fire, but I did not expect the strawberry Pop-Tart to be that diabolical. That's insanity. You can see like the plume of smoke kick up at the top. That's what we're eating. What is in that fruit jelly? Okay, that's turning it into like napalm, bro. What is in the fruit jelly? As the flames were reaching their maximum height, the toaster abruptly stopped making buzzing noises. We speculate the flames at this point shorted the electronics within the toaster. The toaster was quickly disconnected from the electrical source to prevent any damage to the author's house. Good idea, actually. Really good idea. Although, if you're going to do this, don't connect it to the mains. Like, just have, like, a battery or something powered off. Come on. Like, you can't be this... That was a little stupid. So anyways, the thing was buzzing. Obviously, the electronics shorted out. And at this point, there was some slight concern that the flames might take considerable time to diminish. We then enlisted the help of a reluctant research assistant to sprinkle baking soda on the flames. Y'all couldn't pay me enough to get near that. It feels like I'm looking at, like, C3 explosive charges or something. So anyways, they doused it with baking soda. And cute foot, by the way, and then they pissed on it. So all right, okay. The whole flame seemed to be gone. I could only imagine what the smell must be like. All right, hopefully to describe it. The research noted an anticipated problem: what to do with the now defunct toaster and the spent SPT. It became obvious. It seems like somebody might have like tried to break into the house. So sorry for that cut, real quick. Anyways. Self-defense is a virtue. What to do with the defunct toaster and the spent SPT? Just eat the strawberry Pop-Tarts, bro. Now, anyways, it became obvious the toaster could not be returned to the author's house due to both the continued potential fire hazard and the smelt of burnt strawberries. In addition, it was noted that the toaster was still too hot to handle. Oh, I'm an idiot. You know what it is? It's the sugar is what's causing it. You're right. Of course that's what it is. So if it's like real fruit syrup, it has to have like a shit ton of glucose or sugar in it. The sugar is the explosive component. So the sap, it must be so concentrated in sugar that like that's why it was not only burning that high, but it was also burning that long. So of course it's the sugar. But couldn't you technically do that with almost any Pop-Tart? Is it just because like they're using fruit jelly like strawberry that it might be a longer, more prolonged burn? Couldn't it have easily been possible in like chocolate or like Nutella or something with an equal sugar quantity, right? Like, obviously, come on now. Oh boy, look what we came across. The Flasher, the Internet Crime Archive, Serial Killers, Art and Damn Age, Newsflash, and Subculture, Mayhem.net. Ooh, boy, oh boy, this one's a vintage-looking website. God dang. Now, of course, as you can see with the with the 1x1 pixel imagery going on, this is certainly not a website designed for modern viewing, right? So anyways, let's just dive into it. I want to click on Flasher to begin with, but it tells me that I need Shockwave plugin. All right, do you know how old Shockwave is? All right, Shockwave is old. There are people watching this video. A majority of people watching this video right now are not old enough to know what Shockwave is. Internet Crime Archives. All right, let's click on the Internet Crime Archives. We get sent to a submarine. Oh, Teenage Rampage available everywhere. Buy the book now. Is the book even available, actually? I almost want to believe it's not. And it is! Oh my god, it's got a 1-star rating. I actually want to know about this. The Worldwide Youth Crime Explosion. Well, with a title like that, how do I not want to click on it, okay? Now, of course, they're trying to sell me a book for some reason, which is not really what I came to this for. I think you should list some of the victims' names to bring it to the reality of the human loss clearly in the picture. It is ironic and sad, relating back to something Ted Bundy said. What's one less human on the planet? Well, some people consider Ted Bundy to be quite based. I, however, consider Ted Bundy to be a psycho. But let's go down to Internet Crime. Oh, we already saw Internet Crime Archives. We're trying to pitch the book. I guess we'll go to Serial Killers. So Serial Killer Hit List, Part 1. Again, they're trying to sell me books, okay? I do not want to buy the book. I want to see what the actual serial killers are. The Crime Archives catalogs its serial killers by the number of proven hits. Some killers have been much higher body counts, others bragged about crimes they never committed. Check in the morgue for the latest entry. So here they've got like the list, 20 or more, right? 10 or 20, 5, 10, less 5. Serial killers tend to be white, hetero males in their 20s and 30s who are dysfunctional and have low self-esteem. Isn't it like fucking if you're brown or whatever like me, they label you as a fucking terror and menace to society? Bro, come on. Serial killers can be anybody. Tend to be? I mean, I guess this website's a little old. I always usually qualify serial killers as like systemic killers, you know what I mean? People who like have no attachment, they just kill, move to another location, kill again, so on and so forth. Anyway, so I guess after this slightly racist introduction, you know, I mean, goddamn. Oh, god damn. I think their methodical rampages are almost always sexual in nature. Their killings are unusually part of an elaborate fantasy that builds to a climax at the moment of their murderous outburst. Serial killers generally murder strangers with cooling off periods between each crimes. Many enjoy cannibalism, necrophilia, and keep trophy-like body parts as mementos of their work. Serial killers are sadistic in nature. Some return to crime scenes or grave sites of their victims to fantasize about their deeds. Many like to insert themselves in the investigation of their crimes, and some enjoy taunting authorities with letters or carefully placed pieces of evidence. So, if you ever, for those people who are outside North America, you may or may not have heard of the Zodiac Killer. It's an unsolved murder case that propagated around, I think it was San Francisco, or was it Los Angeles? I'm trying to remember which one. Anyways, it was California. The Zodiac Killer came in, killed a bunch of people in the 60s, 70s, I think 60s, and he gave literal letters, like actual letters, and they were like letters which were like, I think he like put, it was like Zodiac cryptography or whatever into it. Like he had like cryptographic puzzles, and they got like the FBI at one point to like figure them out or try understanding them. And the letters that he would send, I think they were like dipped in gasoline and all this kind of stuff so that you could never figure out who sent them or whatever. It was like incredibly elaborate. The dude basically got away with crime. And after all of it, there's still, I think there's a slight possibility the Zodiac still is out there, but I think at this point he's like 85, 90 years old. So it's like, you know, at the end of the day, like the dude's going to die anyways, and trying to find him, like the case has gone so cold that you can't find him, I'm pretty sure. Serial killers tend to prey on women and children of the same race. Prostitutes, drifters, hitchhikers are their victim of choice. Some homosexual killers enjoy hunting young boys and gay men. Female serial killers tend to be black widows who kill a succession of husbands, lovers, and family members. It's pretty hot, you know? They can also be nurses or other medical professionals who become self-appointed angels of death, murdering babies, elderly, or the desperately ill. That's scary, dude. That is scary. Oh, man. God, luckily I've never had to deal with a nurse like this in my life. I think the most, like, weird nurse I've ever dealt with is one that was pulling blood out of me, and I guess she couldn't pull blood out of me, so she started, like fucking smacking my arm, like, you will come out, damn it. I was like, all right, calm down there. Calm down there, ma'am. All right, the blood don't want to come out. It don't want to come out. So here they've got somebody called Pedro Alonso Lopez. 300? 300. Okay, I didn't even hear about Pedro Lopez, but he's got like a 300 count murder. This is the copy pasta, you know, like I'm a confirmed Navy serial killer. I've had 300 confirmed kills. That copy pasta, turns out it was real, I guess. Henry Lee Lucas, like I've heard of him, 6 to 200 plus. Wait. Is Henry Lee Luke? I'm trying to remember. What was that one in Texas where, like, the guy literally agreed to killing everyone? He had, like, 500 kills that he just confessed to. I'm trying to remember. It was in Texas or something. Texas or Oklahoma. And he confirmed to him. And then they found out later that, like, the prosecutors, like, the actual, like, deputy chief over in Texas was just getting this guy to admit to murders he never did. Just so they could close cases. But, yeah, apparently this one led here. H.H. Holmes, 200. Luis Alfredo Gavarito, 140. Yo, 140. Dude, that is sick. Imagine the pit of hell they must be burning in for all that. Christ. Now, of course, we've got less than 5. So we've got Wesley Shermantine Jr. and Lauren Joseph Herzog for 6 to 24. Okay, so they've, my lord, nearly 20 people. That's insanity, is what it is. All right, goddamn. Ricky Lee with 4, Joe with 4. Okay, so you're getting, like, 1 is too many, okay? To get 4, I mean, we literally looked at some with confirmed kill counts of 300. The only way you're doing that is, like, throwing in, like, cyanide gas bombs into, like, crowds of people, which actually reminds me, isn't that, like, kind of a thing that happened in Japan? Like, what was it, sarin gas that they used or whatever to attack in Japanese subways? Shit's insanity. Shit's wild. Now, of course, they've got taps aside for cannibals. Got my cannibal boys. Body counts. All right, guess who's coming to dinner? Here's the body counts over here. Killer cults. Okay, so this is the Cults Are Us hit list. And of course, the top one is the People's Temple with Reverend Jim Jones. Okay, 900 kills. My God. That's like a social phenomenon. People know about the whole Jim Jones thing, man. That's a social phenomenon at this point. Indonesian witch hunters. So I want to read this one. Since September 1998, more than 153 people have been murdered in East Java by groups of men clad in black wearing ninja-style masks. The victims have mostly been Muslim clerics, black magicians, and other people accused of sorcery. Yeah, actually, if you go to some parts of the world, they do believe in black magic. People in my family, because my family is relatively conservative, they believe in black magic. So some of them at least, right? And of course, these people are out there finding them. The killers have struck against the sorcerers at night, cutting their throats, and sometimes hanging their mutilated bodies in trees or tossing them into the streets. Victims sometimes have been cut into pieces and their body parts thrown into mosques. Shocked, man, that must have been a Friday prayer of hell. Shocked by the mysterious murders, Indonesia's justice minister proposed outlawing black magic. Imagine throwing the bill for that. In scenes reminiscent of the Salem witch hunts, mobs have also been attacked and killed people suspected of being black magicians. Police have arrested more than 100 suspects, but acknowledge there's no clear motive for the grisly slayings. Justice Minister Muladi blamed the mayhem on the sorcerers themselves and said that anyone who openly claims they can kill and hurt others with black magic should be punished. That would be the one way to resolve the witchcraft issue. So, like, even the Indonesian, like, justice minister was like, who fucking gives a shit, right? Like, man, that's really insane. I mean, clearly they don't like black mages in the area, okay? That's not a party member you want to have if you're in Java, right? Like, that's not happening. Indonesia's military, though suspected of being involved in the killings, has pledged to solve the mystery behind the wave of gruesome murders ASAP. ASAP Rocky. Analysts have pointed to the butchery as another sign of the lawlessness that hit Indonesia after the economic and political crisis that led to the downfall of President Suharto in May. Dude, they hunted like all those... God, dude, they hunted all those, like... They wore ninja-style masks and were just out hunting witches and clerics? That's insane, dude. That is insanity. And then, like, the rest of them are just like Heaven's Gate, which we obviously know Heaven's Gate. We've got Order of the Solar Temple, which, of course, we already know Order of the Solar Temple. And we've got Crocodile Men for Congo, Jumbola Cult, okay? The mystical Jumbola Cult. 30 people. Apparently this happened in Sierra Leone. Okay, that's probably why I didn't really necessarily hear of it like crazy. That is insane, dude. There's so many cults to look through. It's insane. It's wild. The ones in red are obviously the ones we know, but, like, have you ever heard of, like, the Siberian Satanist cult with at least 5 dead? My lord. The world's weird, dude. I'm telling you, when it gets to cults and religions, all right, when you get to these super charismatic when you get to the doomsday religion stuff, you got to run as far as you can, man. That is like honestly, like 99% of the end games of all those doomsday religion cults is literally, taking their life, which is why if you know somebody that is ever in this scenario, you owe it to yourself and them and their family members to drag them out by any means necessary, okay? Like, I'm all for people believing what they want to believe, but when it gets to a point where an individual's life is threatened, it is your responsibility to stop that shit no matter what. Don't you ever let anybody on Twitter cancel you for stopping someone from an obvious attempt like that. You will do what's right and stop that shit. Be based. Don't be unbased, I guess that's the that's the teaching of today. Anyways, let's go somewhere else. We've learned enough about killer cults. I might even throw up, I don't know. So this is a page we've seen before. Mother Goddess Earth, Matriarch Church of the Divine Mother and Non-Profit Corp. Okay, so this is actually something that was female-led. A little bit misandry, a little misandry if I'm going to be honest with you, but it's a matriarch organization that, obviously, the women in this case want to be taking over. Okay, so to describe some good real quick, I actually support this group because I'm a huge person that believes in, like, animal rescue and shit, and they actually have a lot of kittens up for adoption. Okay, so, like, here's the thing, these cats need a home. All right, so if you wanted a kitten, this is probably one of the best places to go to. Look at all the cute cats they have that they've actually saved and everything, dude. You can't find me, I hide, meow. All right. The cats are cute. The weird, cringy HTML subtexting, not so much. But look at how cute they are, man. The eyes on that one, is cute. That one is, if I bought that cat, that would be Thickums, not Pumpkin Puss. That's Thickums right there. I'm a lap warmer. Cuddlebug, meow. Is your name my laptop? Because that was a real lap warmer right there, let me tell you. Donate or adopt a kitten. So obviously they have like a bunch of, so they're a nonprofit, and they also do some animal rescue stuff, which is ultimately, no matter what, it's a good thing. And of course, I've looked through their website. None of it is a cult related. It's not a doomsday cult, all right? They're not going to, like, off themselves or anything. They're not trying to harbor, young ones into their group. No. It's literally just superior female goddess, okay? All women are goddess-like. They're the supreme being, given the ability to bear offspring. Nature would find a way if men were not available in the process of new life. What? Whoa. Okay, all right, listen, I'm not going to tolerate this level of misandry, all right? It takes two to make a baby, okay? Trust me, I know. There's a lot of kids with deadbeat parents. Takes two to make that, okay? It takes a man and a woman, all right? God damn. All right? What do you mean nature would find a way? Come on now. Come on. That's all biologically impossible. It just so happens that men supply an important part in our current procreation chain. Yeah, half the genetic pool, right? Therefore, they're a necessary component of life here at this time on this planet. Okay, our future is dictated by what we are doing now. Tomorrow will change from today. Because of what we had done yesterday, nothing will stay the same, and things that change are not always for the better. For thoughts need to be applied to every aspect of life: how you live, where you live, and why you live. Today, our children will follow our example in the future of their tomorrows. Today is passing quickly as time grows short to correct the mistakes of today. Okay, women are the superior being of the human spectrum because they would never have allowed any of this to happen. Okay, all right. Let's cut down on the misandry a little bit. All right, Jesus Christ. So that's a word for this section of the video. God damn, I'm all for equality, but I hate it when one side takes it superior. Like, when you go on the cringe Reddit boards and it's like, well, look at all the things men are better at. Like, it's like the fucking, and then you look at the profile picture of that person. I don't want to make fun of them, but like, there's a reason you haven't been laid yet, okay? I'm just putting it out there, okay? And a lot of it has to do with the physical, look there. But, I don't like this from either side. What happened to equality, man? What happened to just being chill about this, dude? People are divided. Completely divided from a male counterpart and able to logically see order and solution in any given situation. Natural instinct to implement action to resolve a problem. Instinct to care and nurture. Yeah, these guys are just violent, fucked up human beings, right? God damn. Anyways, let's get through this. Farming in nature, matriarch style. Okay, so this is matriarch style, farming in nature. Cool. Okay, so obviously, let's get down a little bit, okay? The Mel Gibson movie, Martial Law, Mad Max. I do not see anyone in charge making any kind of strategic... Whoa. Okay, roll back a little bit. Our life as we know it at the hands of men has changed forever. It will not be as you remembered it to be. The general topic of conversations will be regarding impending financial ruin amongst friends, associates, and people you meet. Companies you deal with will close. Many people will be arrested. Many more will be homeless. It's sad when you think about it. None of these results were ever thought of or cared about while the acts were being committed. I read countless articles on people in the banking and mortgage industry who are being arrested and charged with fraud all over. Don't both genders work in those fucking fields anyways? I think it has less to do with gender and just the economic system we're in, where like the poor consistently get fucked over. If it's anything in life, people who are struggling paycheck to paycheck are the ones who are nothing in life ever affects them, okay? No political leaning ever affects them. No ideology ever affects them. Those poor guys are working paycheck to paycheck no matter what, man. I mean, it sucks. Economic flow is halted, and it's been causing things written in law to be used and never have been used or implemented before. I keep hearing the mentioning of Mad Max, the Mel Gibson movie, and martial law, but I do not see anyone in charge making any kind of strategic, logical, sensible moves. Bro, the world of Mad Max, there were nukes that went off, all right? No society is normal anymore. Humanity has regressed like 1,500 years in the past, okay? All right, that's how any time in those post-apocalyptic movies, there's no hope going forward, okay? Don't matter, chief. And ladies and gentlemen, this marks the end of the deep web browsing right now. The weird things from the deep web, part dos. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have seen sites of all forms of craziness. We have learned about weird cults. We have learned about, cults that we've just learned about cults in general. But I think what my personal favorite was the very beginning, with the weirdest 4chan op that I have potentially ever witnessed regarding an immortality project. But of course, as you see, browsing the deep web just leads you to weirder and weirder rabbit holes. So I'm going to ask you in the comment section below, what was your favorite part of this episode? That being said, this is me, Mudahar, and if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it. I am out. Hello guys and gals, me Mudahar, and for those of you who've been around this channel for as long as I have, you might be wondering, whoa, he's finally back in the club. Yes, I am, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I am. I was getting this place sort of renovated, and for that I had to be forced into the basement like a gopher. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. And while I work on a video about Minecraft's oldest cryptic ARG, I wanted to make a little deep web video because, like I said, I've been amalgamating things for a while now. You know, this is how the deep web works from now on. So this would be weird part of the deep web 3. Now, last time we were on the deep web topic, we looked at a good old pyramid. Not a pyramid scheme, just a pyramid iceberg. Now, that being said, let's sit back, relax, and see what our first website of this collection is. Satan's Rapture. Now, it's never a deep web video unless you mention Satan at least once, okay? Now, before we start this, I know that there's a chance for a war between, you know, intellectuals in the comment section of YouTube below. But, again, I don't want to turn no turf war, okay? All right, ladies and gentlemen, whatever your thoughts are on Satanism, keep them to yourself. Let's go look at Satan's Rapture, the official site for Escape 666, Bible prophecy revealed. I want you to remember, they put onto this website, warning, the site may contain material that some consider offensive or disturbing. Parental guidance is suggested. Yeah, if I even told my parents that I was browsing brain-dead shit like this, woo-hoo-hoo, we wouldn't be talking anymore. The Church of Philadelphia, internet founded September 7, 1997 by Pastor Harry. I feel like I should know this website. It feels kind of familiar, but then again, I've seen so many of these Web 1.0 that they all just amalgamate into one. Point is, even if I did, the site's probably updated anyways. The answer, 2 raptures. Read the book the churches don't want you to see. Oh, the one hidden trick this pastor has. All pastors hate him. Okay. God damn. Now, of course, I want you to remember they have a bunch of I almost feel like they have a fair bit of, okay, I'm just trying to ascertain, like, is there like some weird anti-Semitism going on over here? Well, they're using Facebook, first of all. That's just disgusting. But I don't really think that they do. Anyway, so Doomsday Clock. All right. Now, you remember how in like most religious circles, God always like, no man shall know the hour. Well, apparently they're going to tell me in 2 days, 1 day for you all, the world's going to end on May 14th, 2021. All right. Literally, what is that? Is that literally the day that, no, dude, is that when Mass Effect? No, dude, the world can't end then. I gotta play Mass Effect again, Jesus. There is still time left for Pastor Harry and friends to win the Bible Code Lottery and restart Jesus' lost church, based upon Jesus as the Christ, the Son of the living God, not the false Roman Trinity. So I guess they're gonna explain the Doomsday Clock. Please, God, thank you. So here they've got the Doomsday Clock, which 2012 versus 2021. Satan, the devil, was the hidden god of the ancient Mayans. And he told them December 2021 was Doomsday. Okay, so here they've got like the Israeli flag, the Star of David, and everything. So I assume that Jews might have an idea of this. Anyways, they've got some mathematics, and I always love this. This is some like real Alex Jones shit almost. 1988 plus 40 equals 2028 minus 7 equals 2021 AD. The Doomsday Clock was activated on May 14, 1948, when Israel was reborn as a nation. I didn't know what a UN Accord had to do with like any of this, but okay, sure. So at that point, the Doomsday Clock was sort of ignited. I guess it was like, you know, toys back in the day where they had the batteries in them and you had to like pull the little strip to activate the battery and like, you know, fuse the connections. I guess apparently that's what happened. You know, not promoting it, by the way. I'm just saying it. This is some brain dead conspiracy theory. The fallen churches are represented by the denominational churches, Catholic and Protestant, including Baptist, Assemblies of God, Pentecostal, TBN, and the Faith Prosperity Ministry. Okay, so everything out there. Now, again, they go further, and here's a mission statement. I think this is the closest thing to normality we can get out. We are clearly in the end times, and Jesus is coming for his faithful remnant. And then they've got like a low-res JPEG of a star being fucking burned, I guess. Mission statement. In the gospel, Jesus calls himself both the Christ, the Son of God, and before Abraham was, I am. This clearly shows that Jesus is divine deity and not mere man. Jesus image copyrighted, 2004. This is a vintage piece, man. This is some vintage shit. That's an old website. That's some real vintage web stuff, man. God damn. All right, let's see the Bible Code Lottery. So they've got the Bible Matrix, and then they've got here, Our Vision, confirmed by Bible Code. So apparently this is their vision confirmed by Bible code. That looks like Hebrew lettering to me, which, okay. Our vision confirmed. So number one, we win a mega lottery, possibly $1.5 billion or higher. So they're about to win like the fucking Powerball Plus is what we're talking about. Actually, I don't know how much the Powerball lottery is. Isn't it like multiple billions? Like it's not just 1.5 billion. It's like more. We start the Church of Philadelphia in you. What? Why would you start a church that's so obviously for Philly in Utah? Like it's completely different. What's wrong with you? Stop it. As a real physical church, as the truth is preached, the power of God is released. All right, you know what you know what it is? It's like this clickbait G Fuel flavor. They're lying to me, okay? You cannot have a church that says Philly in Utah. Okay, it doesn't make any sense. What are you gonna do? The Church of Los Angeles and like Salt Lake City, in like Arlington, Texas? It doesn't make sense. All right, it's a lie. As the truth is preached, the power of God is released. The Church of Philadelphia movement rapidly grows and spreads as believers leave these dead false Trinity churches to follow Jesus and the Son of God, specifically as the Christ, the Son, and the living God. Okay, so number 5, at the appointed time, God will take his true followers into heaven. So that's like one of the first 2 raptures, right? And I think the rapture is that thing where like, you go straight to heaven, right? Like the good people go to heaven and the terrible people get left behind. I think that's what that's what it is. At least 144,000 believers will be accounted worthy to escape 666, and then chaos will explode. Antichrist will come, and the apocalypse shall begin. So that's sort of their thing. Their whole bet hinges on them winning the lottery, okay? Which, like, to win the lottery is like... The only thing harder than winning the lottery is Dream in the speedrun that he did, okay? That's pretty much like scientifically what we're looking at. Like, this isn't a matter of me making a joke. This is like scientific fact, okay? They would have to win the lottery, which is already like near statistically fucking impossible. And then this whole thing happens. So if the lottery doesn't work, all right, they can't win. World peace through unity. All religions will unite as one, right? And Skynet, the reptilian agenda. Next, Antichrist will teach that he comes as the leader or ambassador of an advanced alien race who has come to save mankind. He will present an extraterrestrial gospel very close to this. Antichrist will teach the spiritual battle upon Earth is not God versus Satan, but Elamau versus Elamau. So, you know what? Actually, I believe, and I'm going to get off this website, but I think when like human beings make like first contact, I'm 1,000% convinced. Actually, I'm going to put like $1,000 bet that we're going to be dumb enough to start a war as soon as we meet aliens. 100%. Human beings are actually that fucking stupid. So let's back out of this and go somewhere else. All right, so here we found an interesting website that claims to have 89,000 files and about 110 gigabytes. It's giving me a var/www/v1reuse/ac. Now, it's got a video over here of one can watch, which is... Like, I don't know if I have to censor it, but it's just like, it's literally just satanic imagery. It's full religious imagery tossed at me with like this fan cam of like old historical locations, right? So the sun is burning. You've got videos of Jerusalem. I'm going to hit enter, okay? I'm going to enter and I'm going to be visiting some like Russian website here. We're like, Bi takne am. All right. I'm sure that's something else in Cyrillic and Russian. And if anybody can translate that, please do. Now we've got 6M LLC. Arrow keys up and down to move, right to follow a link. Okay, so arrow keys up and down? Like, it kind of... So, right here, it kind of just feels like some old... For instance, you know what this reminds me of? If any of you guys don't know, you can actually browse the internet through, like, your terminal. So, if you have a program called Links, you can actually open it up and browse. Like, you notice how this looks, right? You can like, literally go to www.google.com to browse the internet in a terminal shell. It kind of literally reminds me of that. Like, to show you what Google looks like over here, I'm going to open up google.com in a terminal shell. Yeah, never actually do that. But I'm going to open it up, and this is what Google looks like purely in a terminal shell. Not much you can do but browse the internet like that. That's kind of what this bottom section reminded me of. So, found that a little cool. Now, let's see. Updates. Fatal Royal George Bridge wingsuit accident. 5th October 2015. 2003. So, this is like... That's clearly... That's clearly old, but this is like NSFW, so it's going to be like close. I'm going to stop that. No, Let me actually watch. Does he die in this? Oh. Okay, yeah, no, that's pretty fatal. That's fatal as fuck. Oh my god. Dude straight dented it with his body. No, he's not living through that. We're gonna back away from that. That was uploaded 2021, so you can tell this is a pretty updated website. And I guess if you wanted to look at like literal death footage, this is where you go to. So now they've got like multiple different like home web pages that one can go to. So for instance, current projects. Let's go to this project to begin with. Now here they've got graphic happenings, and this is like literally just re-uploads of actual like this in some parts of the world, actually, from what I'm witnessing, and I'm not going to be able to show this to you, some of this stuff is actually illegal. Like, I believe, for instance, some of these shooting footages that they've uploaded would actually be illegal to store if you lived in, like, New Zealand or, like, Australia or Germany, for instance. But then, like, they have certain things, like, for instance, the Beirut explosion, where, like, legit, like, in Beirut, they had, like, remember the fireworks factory that blew up a while back? They actually have like an amalgamation of footage entirely from that whole scenario. So I guess if you wanted to like see that, you absolutely 100% could, which is like kept as a historical record, if you will. Now, to understand, they're not exactly promoting any of this, but what they are doing is just archiving all of this stuff because it is historical, elements. Like this is part of history, so it's understandable. So from what it seems like, they're just storing like hardcore footage. Now, of course, if you go down over here, they've got other pages for you to go to. For instance, they have like 2chan, which is another chan board that apparently you cannot access. They've got like Simulator, whatever the heck that is, which is a simulator of like Windows 95, dog. Like the site is the site is certainly weird, man. Like, welcome to the basic retro Nux UI simulator. There may be a few Easter eggs and little things to explore. Okay. Like what? The Witch? It's like a video. It's a video of like, it's like an old school, like, it's like the Salem witch trials or something. What is going on here, dude? It's a weird page, man. It's a weird page. And you open up the JPEG of what appears to be a school ground, if anything. I feel like there's more to, like, here's a Spirit of Japan. Okay. It's a little cat, and the Odyssey, which I have no idea what I'm looking at anymore. I'm actually blown away. Like, I am actually legitimately blown away by what I'm watching. This is just like it's like a weird art project, man, is what it is. Now, of course, you go to the files here, and they take you back to, like, more files. So you can get to see, like, Stalker, for instance, Vaporwave, Universe. So let's go to Universe, right? And let's see what they've got in the Universe. They apparently have images of, believe it or not, the Universe. NASA images of Jupiter. And then Falcon Heavy. What is Falcon Heavy? So it's that's a SpaceX ship that's launching. Voyager Earth. Apparently that's a shot of the Voyager, and these are all from, like, Associated Press. Now, games? What do you got for games? Let me see game. Monster Hunter. Okay, let's see Monster Hunter. What's up with Monster Hunter? And, like, it's literally just screenshots of Monster Hunter. It's just Monster Hunter. Like, what is this page at this point? Like, we've literally seen, I've seen death footage. I've seen images of Assassin's Creed Odyssey. It's like, I don't understand what I'm looking at. I'm genuinely as confused as the average person right now. So I'm going to leave it where it's at, ladies and gentlemen. The website that I'm looking at over here feels a lot like when we looked at Parasite. It just feels like an archive for things that would normally be banned in a lot of places. For instance, there's a lot of footage of, like, fatal happenings to individuals. There's a lot of violent footage in regards to actual massive attacks that have happened around the world. It's a historical record of, like, I would say the darker aspects of human history. And then you've got, like, various other websites that sort of lead to, like, side games and side Easter eggs and stories. It's a weird art piece, man. It's a weird, like, art / like internet history repository. Is there anything more to it than what we just witnessed? Probably not. So I'm going to sit back, relax, and go find something else. Look at that. Hell is. So click to enter. And then we've got what appears to be keep on going. Okay. Keep on going what? What do you want me to do? Keep on going. Like, click somewhere else? Wait, if I do, like, the mom's about to walk in, let me clear history clicking. Yeah, clicking is what moves this. So if you, like, let go of the mouse. Oh, the video just stopped. Okay, all right. That's kind of awkward. So it's just, like, really high-res macro photography of, like, A forest? I feel like if I do this, am I gonna come across a screamer? This would be the website to pull off an amazing screamer, like just below my eyes or something, like just the most scariest shit I've ever seen. But no, instead I'm getting like screen tearing and macro video. What is the internet at this point? Like, honestly, what is it, dude? We explore this stuff together and we find like the most like goofy shit sometimes. I'll be honest with you. Something is moving off in the distance, or maybe that's like the focus going off. I mean, it's a very good shot. I'm just trying to understand like what the relevance of any of this is. So we're looking at, you know, the sea. Again, good shot. Okay, is that it? We've got like, oh, so it's like a choose your own adventure book. Okay, let's pick out what we got. Let's go click on this one right here. Dude's making crop circles. What? Whoa. What the fuck? Oh, so it's like I have to like either I have to do what myself? So move the mouse and like this thing at the bottom moves on its own while this person is doing like a sorry, camera died over here. While this person is doing like one of these like prayers or something. I don't know what direction they want me to move anything in, so I'm gonna kind of go back and yeah, I'm gonna go back here actually. I don't understand what's even happening. Okay, let's hit play. When we play the video, okay. Yeah, I have not. Maybe it wants me to move the mouse in the direction, and now it seems to be working. However, am I stuck? Let's figure this out. So the web page ended up crashing. I think it has something to do with the video or the fact that my virtual machine isn't set up properly. So we're back over here, and I think I'm going to click like maybe 2 more. Let's open up this one. Let's see it open. Okay, so that it kind of gives you a little preview of what to get on, okay? So that's like more of the ground. That's the sea. That's like the air, or like maybe that's the sea because it has like a bit of fishes underwater too that I'm noticing. And this takes us to whatever. So I'm not going to click. I'm actually going to click on what it is with the sea, right? So maybe it wants me to follow a specific like rabbit hole. And yeah, it creates these like shapes that I think it wants you to follow. But like there's a, yeah, you know what it is? It's like, it's straight up, I feel like it's an art project because I've seen this character. And yeah, that's what it is. You know what? It feels like what Kojima would do if he was advertising Death Stranding 2 to understand. There's nothing weird or shady about this. It's just like, I mean, aside from the website having hell in the URL for it, there's just nothing too odd about it. Although now that we're doing this, I have no idea what this person wants me to do besides all of this. Like, it just seems like I'm going through this art project and there's not much more to it. So yeah, it is what it is. Now I can just like set the video to autoplay. And yeah, that's it. Like, it doesn't do anything. Eventually, when I keep doing this, the entire webpage will just literally crash. So I have no idea what hell wants me to do. All right. It's a weird website, man. It really is genuinely a weird, unnerving website. And with that said, there's multiple other options, and I don't have the mental fortitude to accept my browser crashing. So I'm gonna like write this one down. All right. Like I'm gonna write this one down. All right, just copy that over here and put it in. And that's pretty much where we're going to leave it. So if I have the time on stream, we probably might go back to this and visit. You know, provided it doesn't have any like, you know, Rule 34 or anything of that nature, which I don't think it does. I just think it has like I just think it's an interesting like art project, if anything, which seems to be a theme this week. So, let's get out and go somewhere else. Oh, hell yeah. Order Mr. Green. You ever see the Monopoly Man? Well, this is what the Monopoly Man would look like if he didn't go to prison, all right? The Monopoly Fugitive is what we call it. Now, this, my friend, is an interesting website, okay? So this is Mr. Green. Make $137,000. All right, by the way, you put the comma and the period in the wrong place. So it's either make $137. It's wrong regardless, okay? But surely you've heard of making money on the deep web. You're probably even looking for information to make money online. Well, I have good news. You're going to find it. It's probably a scam, 100,000%, by the way. You've probably seen some websites that talk about earn money with credit cards or earn money with stolen goods on the ClearNet. You have read about earn money with surveys online or earn money with emails. Some of those methods may work, but with such methods, you can earn at most cents amount or land in jail. Hey, I'm just honest. I mean, he's not wrong. If you're doing surveys, you're making literal fucking pennies. You might as well be doing online data entry. It pays a lot more. The record holds, to my knowledge, a woman who read day by day with hours of emails, filling in questionnaires, has earned $180 within half a year. Yeah, it's literal slave wage labor, okay? Actually, it's worse than slave wage labor, okay? Like, literal slaves in parts of the world who are earning jack shit in sweatshops probably feel like Elon Musk in comparison to whoever's doing surveys to earn a living. Absolutely a waste of time if you ask me. This can be done better. Most of my clients easily earn a $180 a day as a passive extra income. All right, and many more, even more than that. If you want to know how to make serious money on the deep web and even make a living online, then I have some good news for you. Here's how to waste your cash. Already, before I knew the Mr. Green, I tried in vain to make some money online for a while, but only reading his ebook has given me the necessary perspective. Meanwhile, I earn more than $2,000 a month online, and I have to thank the techniques Mr. Green teached me. All right, well, that's a beautiful, beautiful fake testimonial, I'm pretty sure. I never thought that Mr. Green's methods really work. I'm almost certain they don't. You are wondering who I am. I earn a lot of money on the deep web, and I live an absolute dream life. In contrast to all the others who are just making phrases, blaring down the blue from the sky, and ultimately have absolutely nothing, I really understand my craft. So here he's got like an image of him using Electrum, and he's got like all these records of him earning Bitcoin, right? So he's got about 28 BTC. In 6 months, $137,651, okay? To which at this point, I feel like this is a bit of an old estimate. Let's see how much Bitcoin that's actually worth now. I think 28 BTC is far above. 28 BTC to USD would be somewhere around... Yeah, this dude's sitting at 1.5 million, okay? So remember, I want you to remember that figure, 1.5 million US, not a figure to scoff at, and this is old footage, so it might be newer. Now, let's go around, let's get to business. So here's how it works, right? So I'll show you. You don't need your own product, you don't need any previous knowledge, and the best part, the whole thing is completely automated. So number one, get a website, okay? So you're gonna get a website, make sure that visitors land on your page, right? Get visitors to your website to do what you want them to do. Look at your account balance with a big grin. Of course, this is just the rough scheme and relatively useless unless you know all the details. Honestly, while most of these get-rich overnight programs trick you into thinking you have nothing to do but push a button, I'll tell you the facts honestly. You will not get rich overnight, and I hope that this is not new to you. But you can make a lot of money with my methods. Maybe I'm a skeptical boy, but I doubt. And you will work less than 10 hours a week if you want. I'm surprised he wasn't like, my job is so fun, I don't even consider it work. Therefore, I work 0 hours a week. I'm so glad that I wasn't coming across cringe shit like that. Now, anyways, let's go around over here. So he's got about a ebook that'll teach you how to do this. How much does the fucking ebook cost? Well, let's look at it. The ebook Mr. Green gives you is $248, right? It covers 3 websites to earn money immediately. Well, number 1, 6 psychological tricks. Mr. Green's checklist, increasing conversion. Now, lifetime updates to this PDF abomination are also free. Now, how much do you think this book is worth? Well, Mr. Green values it at $2,247, to which I consider Mr. Green requiring of a fucking appraisal class, if anything. He put it on sale for $248. Now, remember when we talked about this whole thing with $1.5 million in his account just like 5 minutes ago, if anything? Why is it that every time I find these like faux rich people on the internet, they're like, you want to be rich like me? Give me $200. All right. Like, your secrets are so fucking amazing. I'd be willing to pay $2,000 if they were real, if I was going to be as rich as you. You know, 1.5 million is more money than a lot of people are going to see in their life. This dude's going after $248. At some point when you have that much money, what the fuck does $248 really fucking mean to you, right? Like, this is how you know you're getting into a scam, because these people don't make money using their methods. No. They make money using like idiots who pay for these programs thinking they're gonna get rich, all right? You're never gonna get rich. This doesn't even apply to the deep web. I see so many of these scams literally on YouTube alone, like through YouTube ads. Do not go do this. You will lose your money. Spend your $248 wisely. Don't fall for a get-rich-quick scheme. Don't do any of that shit. Just listen to Daddy Muda. I got you covered, baby. This is not the route you want to be falling in. That's a bad situation. Do you not trust the whole thing? Oh, I don't trust jack shit. Why do I tell my secrets? If you make so much money with marketing on the deep web, why tell other people how to do it? Well, first of all, I earn even more money by selling the Mr. Green's complete package. And second, I do not create direct competition, but I even benefit from it. When marketing on the deep web scene grows around capable people, that may not be clear to you now, but after reading my package, you'll understand. It's a bit like having a fitness trainer. He usually has exactly the physique his students desire, and he explains how to achieve it. Nevertheless, he has no concern that one of his students at some point will make the job controversial or reduce his success in the opposite sex. What? I have never went to a personal trainer and like, I'm going to cuckold you when we're done with our entire, journey together. I've never had that happen. But of course, I'm glad that he at least admits that this whole process is to make even more money besides whatever other hustle is running. Remember, you don't need any previous knowledge. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be honest with you. You don't need any prior knowledge to know this is bullshit. So don't fall for it, okay? Don't do it. I like the reviews. Let me see more of the reviews here real quick. Let's see how blatant bargain bin this shit is. Mr. Green's telling some real shit in his texts. It was really hard to believe him before actually buying his shit, but boy is it absolutely worth it. God bless King Doris. God bless your highness for coming up with that beautiful fucking revelation of a review. You know what? That being said, I'm gonna back out. I'm going to go somewhere else. God damn. Intel repository, let justice be done through the heavens fall. Now, you ever come across the deep web and it comes out to like, Muda, is there any like secret government information that I can find? Oh yeah, apparently you can. God damn. See, what I'm looking at over here is Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs documents in full email credentials leak. Details: the corrupt Russian government will one day fall. The struggle to make that day come as soon as possible is ongoing and I want to be part of it. The leak is 500 MB, containing documents borrowed through the Russian MOFA email accounts. So, yeah, apparently they hacked the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. How realistic is this? Well, I'm going to go down here. I don't want to get killed by Russians at this point. I live by a window, all right? There's a very likely scenario that one day, all right, like I'm going to be pissed off like some government agent and there's going to be a bullet that whizzes past, that's a reality. Anyway, so keeping all that grim shit aside, Malaysian Navy confidential documents. Okay, let's look at Malaysian Navy, all right? I'm not so scared of the Malaysian Navy. Maybe I should be. Let me go see how realistic this is. So I'm going to open up a file here from anonfiles.com. All right. These files were downloaded from a hacked Malaysian Navy email account. Of course, the files refused to load, but that's because it's through Tor. So, apparently they're here. So, apparently it's a 161 megabyte download. All right, a fruitful affair. Let's click enter and download into it. Let's see what it's all about. Prepare to download. Oh, you want me to use a plugin, you say? A plugin, really? Well, let me try downloading this. I don't want to use the goddamn plugin. Let me download the illegal documents. It's a scam page, isn't it? I'm getting scammed, aren't I? All right, let me open it up in like, since it's an actual URL, let me just bring up the Firefox itself and just open it through here. Maybe I'll get a download. Oh, page speed booster. You can't deny that I'm about turbo ad blocker. Just let me download the illegal files. What is wrong with this fucking page? Save link as. There you go. Thank you. Okay, you can't click on it. This is what I hate about these weird, shady download links. Like, you click on this, and it just takes you to another ad. Now, this is going to take us 11 minutes to download. So let's go browse the website a little bit more, okay? Let's go see what more exists on this entire page. Now, besides these leaks, all right, you've got law enforcement records, you've got weapon data link user manual, okay, minor government databases. So you've got like Canada government speakers database, like you've got like every government agent hacked. So here's like leaked hacked computer files from a CIA agent. Files mostly include personal information, some Air Force software, and some documents. Again, I almost feel like if you have done this, like if you download any of this, you're going to be on like a watch list for sure. U.S. Intelligence Contractors Database. According to the hackers who obtained this DB, it was taken from a cloud server owned by the United States government. Okay, so literally you have like a cake, Actually, you have a landmine of every massive country. So if you want to get finger fucked by Russia, there you go. If you want to get destroyed by the United States, there you go. If you want to get a stern talking to by Canada, there you go. Now, if you go to like databases here, they've got more than confidential and sensitive intel. They've got databases, and these are updated as of 2020, so it's not, new by any stretch of the imagination. But yeah, don't do dumb stuff with the info provided. Cheers. Just don't use it, period, because these are... I'm going to assume the legality of a lot of this. Let's go to useful information. So, list of sites finding leaks, databases, and dumbs. Now, they've got Clop leaks, which honestly, I've been around the internet long enough for me to think that's like brony porn. Great website to find manuals, guides for survival stuff. And then they mentioned the i.eu. Dude, come on, don't throw the I under the bus. Where am I going to get my Windows ISO downloads from anymore? Stop it! So it turns out those Malaysian files were actually quite real, from what I'm at least seeing, right? I mean, they could just be totally, like, falsified nonsense. But, I mean, I'm going to go with the belief that, yeah, they're probably real. They probably got hacked at some point. I'm not going to show them to you because I feel like what I'm witnessing might leak actual sensitive information, which would ruin, like, an actual Malaysian, like, military thing that's going on. So I'm just going to leave it where it is. Site seems legit as fuck. So let's go somewhere else. Now, for a lot of people wondering, can you browse YouTube on the deep web? The reality of it is the answer says yes, you can. And for those of you who don't know, there's a webpage known as Invidious, okay? Invidious is a great webpage if you want to just browse YouTube on the deep web, right? That's sort of like a front end for it. Nothing super sinister and shady. It led me down to Rat Boy's Kingdom Chapter 1. Now, this is an old affair. It's by a 100K YouTube channel, and this was uploaded 2007. So around 13 years ago, over in a way, right? So this is like old stuff. And ladies and gentlemen, all right, what do we do with the super old stuff? Well, some of y'all weren't even born for this, okay? So sit back, relax, and let's go look at some Rat Boy's Kingdom. To understand, I've just learned that there is a Miss Puff theory, so that's going to be an interesting rabbit hole for me to jump down to after we've done filming. So let me just watch Rat Boy's Kingdom real quick, because I think I've seen this image probably on like a 4chan board, but this is my first time coming across this. Let's go jump into the middle.
And the leaping friend said, "Who's there?"
It's me, the Rat Boy Genius.
Hi, Rat Boy Genius.
You know what?
How are you today?
Sometimes the internet really does shock me. This appears to be a kid's cartoon series or something. Rat Boy's Kingdom?
Gotta go now.
That's what we're looking at. It's obviously the animation is, from 2007. It's a YouTube production.
As the
Rat Boy is
Genius
exploring his world. I'm going to turn down the audio
kingdom.
just a bit, okay? I feel like I don't want to like get into the commentary. I just want to like talk about this Rat Boy character. So it's a multi-part series. So what this person's done is they've taken like JPEGs, like they've taken, well, I'm an idiot. They've taken like actual camera snapshots of their local area with like, their iPhone 2G back in the day, and they've like added this clip art to it, okay? Literally, like that dude is 2D, okay? That is 2D. You ever watch that show Yo Mama, and it's like, Yo Mama's so thin, when she turns around, she's invisible. Like, it's one of those. They literally use 2D characters, and they've added like Sony Vegas 3D clipping effects to it. Come on, dog! At least use a video for that. I wanted to see moving water. But that is effectively Rat Boy. And now this is Rat Boy in the primordial goo. But of course, if you go on to Rat Boy Genius, it's a rabbit hole as time itself. Rat Boy Genius has went from, in fact, actually, Rat Boy is still active. 1 month ago was the actual posting of Rat Boy's Kingdom 15 Kingdom TV. In fact, if we click on that, all right, well, we're going to get an ad first of all. I'm going to skip the ad real quick. I don't really care to purchase it. We can actually see that the animation quality is like updated. He's using screen space reflections. I mean, we're at Unity levels at this point of animation work. And like, if you go down further, it's like, this is kind of like if you take psychedelics, right? Like, I'm pretty sure this is the experience of taking a full psychedelic. And of course, the further you get down, Rat Boy has evolved from 2D into like 3D. Of course, it's not exactly the best translation into 3D, but and then again, it's one person uploading Starship, okay? Like Rat Boy's Kingdom. And never thought that this day would actually come, that I would come across an ARG, or like a YouTube series that was active since the dawn of this website, since when YouTube was Google videos, okay? This is like that old, my lord. And, it's got its like own small little community that I'm actually kind of like impressed by. You know, to think that Rat Boy Genius is one of like the hidden gems of YouTube is just absolutely beautiful to come across. And of course, if you go to the About section, they've been here since 2007 and they're still going strong. Like the animation work is there, all right? Granted, it may not be the highest quality ever, but I'm liking it, dude. I'm liking Rat Boy. It's some of the best shit ever, dude. If you go down over here, you can see that Rat Boy animations have continued. It's a whole storyline, dude. Rat Boy is really flexing that RTX 3060 purchase, dude. I'm telling you. He's got like I don't know if he's combining worlds of Minecraft into one from what we've seen over here. It literally feels like he's combining Minecraft with like this weird like 90s like 3D animation, man. It's kind of cool. It's cool. Rat Boy's got a ship. I kind of want to see Rat Boy's like oldest video. Let me go to like the oldest video Rat Boy. Well, that's chapter 1 that we witnessed. But that's really what it comes down to. I think he had like an entire like vision. Actually, Rat Boy updated to the 3D model 13 years ago. Rat Boy was mixing with the 2D fellas, a Mac, and his 3D self early on. So I gotta be real with you. This person has like put their time and effort into it, and I gotta give full congratulations. So never heard about Rat Boy. I've seen Rat Boy on 4chan. Now I understand the story. I might even just make a whole video on Rat Boy. Rat Boy's taken over my mind. My God, let's get out of here. And so thus marks the end of Weird Things from the Deep Web numero 3. Now, of course, I'm still kind of working the, kinks out of this whole thing. I guess you could say it's not a weekly, Deep Web thing anymore, where I'm sort of forced to look around the Deep Web and sort of show you crap. It's really just sort of gathering as much weird stuff I can find and blowing my load, so to speak. And I think the weird stuff that I found was pretty sufficient. We've came across, weird Malaysian leaked military documents, which definitely might put me on a watch list. We've definitely come across Satan's Rapture, which told me the tale of people wanting to win a lottery just so they can start a church that's titled From One State All the Way in Another. Find it kind of weird. Still find it weird. I've come across my favorite animation, Rat Boy, which I hope to be covering on later, once I'm done with this Minecraft nonsense. So ladies and gentlemen, let me know what you think about this in the comment section below. I'm not going to keep you longer here than usual. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it. I am out. It's me, Mudahar, and welcome to another episode of Weird Things from the Deep Web, that part of the whenever I feel like uploading, actually, where we just look at weird sides on the internet, weird web pages, if you will. Now, it's a smorgasbord of random stuff that I've collected, some of them actually belonging to, I guess, universities, so to keep the intrigue right there and then, let's go to the first website. Dark web mystery boxes. Here you can find the mystery boxes that are available in our online stores. Now, this is like the this is like the millionth time that we've been looking at these mystery boxes. If you don't know anything about mystery boxes, if you go to YouTube right now, literally open up a new tab, you could probably find people who are uploading mystery box videos. Ooh, I just bought this serial killer, dildo off the internet, stuff like that. Really, really stupid shit. So, this is basically that brought into a nutshell. This is the scam. This is the hustle. Basically, you can buy a small dark web mystery box for about $200. You can buy the medium one for $500, and then you can buy a large dark web mystery box for $800. I don't know if John Wayne Gacy's like skeletal cock is in here, but somehow they're charging you $800. Obviously, they're all in stock because this is a fucking scam. Now, you've also got more things like extra large dark web mystery box, VIP dark mystery box, and world's most expensive dark web mystery box. All right, can you imagine? Imagine there's some idiot that fell for this bullshit. Now, of course, it's in stock, so I guess if you wanted to go fucking buy it, I'll open up the page right over here. But as we're waiting for that shit to load up, oh wait, it already did. Okay, hold on, wait. World Most has been added. Can I view the cart real quick? Can I try to buy it? Your cart is currently empty. That's how fucking broken this website is. God bless. Now, they've got a bunch of other things to sell you, okay? So if you go to their Contact Us, Cart, Home, I guess I can go to the Contact Us section, and Underground, ooh, okay, fine, whatever. Let's let's get out of here. I don't want to even though these people are scammers, I don't want to give them any reason that they can privacy claim the video, okay? Now, let's go around over here. Small haunted dolls. This is what they're selling. Today I present to you the spirit of the small haunted doll. No pictures, because they're none, because it's a scam. Our details are available as we want you to surprise you with your purchase of a haunted doll. You can tell Google Translate was the cream of the crop, highest paid MVP employee for this. This small haunted doll is perfect for those of you that have considered working with demons in the past, but are worried about their actual presence in your life. Misconceptions about demons abound. I blame popular culture. With all the horror movies about demons harming or possessing people, this haunted doll is completely safe. She's not gonna harm any of you loved ones. Yeah, that would have to imply that haunted dolls are even a fucking real thing. And I know some of y'all are gonna come along with, but no, there's the Annabelle doll, there's the Wobbit doll. Listen, actually, I don't know if I can complete the entire sentence. I will touch the Robert doll, okay? I will bet my life on it. I don't think I'm going to get into any issues. I know some people believe it. Listen, I don't want to call it out, but as somebody that doesn't believe in this haunted doll shit to begin with, yeah, granted, I'll challenge those spiritual issues, okay? Whatever. Point different. This haunted doll is completely safe. Demons are skilled in helping you embrace your shadow self. Our shadow selves are our true identities that we keep hidden away. Was it a little persona? A little I am thou. Okay. We do this for many reasons, like shame or modern taboos. Have you seen what trends on the adult video websites? I don't think people care that much about taboos. Bringing forth your shadow self is true black magic spiritual work. If you have a dark personality you keep hidden from the rest of the world, this haunted doll will help you with bringing it out. She's very skilled in what she does. She's ready to help you. Are you ready? All right, the doll is great for the beginner and experienced alike. Ooh, that's a line you... That's a line you could use for a different kind of doll, if you know what I mean. Haunted doll will be available for your consultation at any time. Okay. Haunted doll is very good for those who have small social circles. Yeah, I mean, if you're talking to a haunted doll as your only friend, that's some sad pickings. Don't ignore your desire to have a social companion. Your life will suffer for it. Haunted doll is great company, and I will be sad to see this doll leave. We've had hundreds of communication bullshit sessions. I know this doll will do the same for you. Imagine yourself communicating with a real black magic demon. Now, this is not what I expected from a haunted doll. I thought that they were going to scare me into it, but they're really touting this thing like it's a safe, cheap, $99 solution to fucking therapy, right? The haunted doll is manifested in many different kinds of paranormal activity. The haunted doll is an ancient spirit, so this doll will sometimes speak in a language you don't understand. It is a mixture of Sanskrit, and Babylonian. Okay. Now, why would you hire a friend that barely speaks to you? Like, it's kind of like, if you can only speak to this thing via, like, something like a spirit box, is it really worth buying a friend that can only speak to you in like those spirit boxes? It doesn't make any sense. Stop it. So are you ready? Oh yeah, I was born ready. If you would like this vessel bound to you before arrival, please enter your name and birth date in an email to us. Being bound with the spirit will allow you to have a closer relationship and will increase their activity. Okay, the haunted doll is not supposed to cause any harm to you. During the binding, you may feel nauseous, have a mild headache, and experience mild dizziness. This will subside and will go away. All right, so for $99, you can have this creepy fuck infesting your life. Today, I present with you the spirit of the small haunted doll. Okay, again, they just literally repeated what they have. Okay, so you literally have this thing to assist you. Okay, does that make you shit yourself? It should. It should, I guess, in theory. Now, of course, that's just this doll. Of course, obviously, they're in stock. I don't doubt that these scams are still in stock, but then they've got more things like Dybbuk boxes, okay? Here you will find the Dybbuk boxes available in our store, showing the single result, okay? So obviously, if you don't know what a Dybbuk box is, a Dybbuk box is effectively just a box that has, that has a spirit in it, okay? So if you, like, open the box, the spirit basically infests your house, all right? All items and boxes from the Buy Dark Web Mystery Box are real and not that fake eBay shit, all right? All of our boxes are built by a Satanist, voodoo, shaman, witch, or other black, yeah, etc. All right, dude. Please be aware of that and order at your great own risk. Ooh, for $100, you can have a Mr. It's like unlocking the loot boxes of demons, right? You might get like a legendary Beelzebub, or you might just get like a fucking common like. You might just get like a common weirdo, like a sex pest, you know, that just comes out of the box trying to diddle you. I guess maybe that's what we're getting here. It's just a random box. Whatever. Who fuck if they care? Now, of course, they're giving you some Wikipedia trash articles over here, but they do give you a 2 to 3 week delivery time, which isn't bad. I mean, you'll never get it because it's, you know, obviously a scam and shit, but, you know, 2 to 3 week delivery time. Now, you've got dark web electronics. So here you can get the 15-inch MacBook Pro. This is how you know it's like a straight up like scam. To explain to you why is like they're basically just using popular tech anyways to like try to goad people into spending money. So for $1,000 you can get the 15-inch MacBook Pro Touch Bar Retina, and I guess this obviously this is less scam sounding than the Dybbuk box and the haunted dolls and shit, but it's still pretty dumb. And then they downloaded the description straight off from Apple. That's great. Which is awesome. All right, let's go to the dark. Ooh, more iPhone. So clearly they're trying to goad the dumb shits that fall for this off YouTube. And then they find this site on the deep web. It's like, I can get an iPhone XS 64 gig space gray. I don't even know what an iPhone XS is. What is an iPhone XS? All right, that's the first time I'm actually hearing of that model. I thought they usually numbered these. The only iPhone X I remember was that like weird one with the notch, you know, the first time they switched to that OLED display, right? But apparently, yeah, you can buy iPhones for $519. You're never gonna get them, all right? But apparently it is, and I love how there's no price difference between what is the XS and then the XS Max. Like, I thought those were like different. I don't know, whatever. This is all this is all BS anyways, okay? This is all nonsense. If you fall for this and have your money taken away, you are in fact a giant walking idiot. Now, I don't want to sit on this scam too long, but I found it interesting that they had haunted dolls. So let's go to the next piece. Drug routes. Whoa, dude, what? Now, this is an interesting one, okay? This actually belongs to a university professor. This is a research that's going on right now. And I really hope that their research doesn't get like bullshit data tossed into it. So if you're understanding what's going on, right? Apparently, drug routes allows me to post 2 types of information: I bought or I sold, right? Now, if you go to the I bought or I sold section of this page, they give you a form to the left, right? So if you go to the I bought section, for instance, right, you can say that I bought in fluid ounces, grams, millimeter ounces, pills, tabs, units, vials, versus the I sold, where they're literally... Oh, they're not just straight up including kilos. Anyways, so you can say that I bought like 30, 30 grams, all right, which is a lot of any kind of drug here. So they got like a bunch of drugs like 2C. I've never heard of what 2C is. I've heard of codeine. I've heard of coke. I've heard of cannabis, crack, DMT. Joe Rogan's heard of that shit, DMT, that's for sure. You can get tobacco, synthetic cannabinoids, which if you don't know what synthetic cannabinoids is, this is like what they call spice. All right, which is where they like, they like, it's like they buy like oregano from the store and then they like spray it with this like crazy mixture or whatever, and this mixture will like apparently get you like really high, but it can also be incredibly more deadlier than like the actual original organic cannabis style shit. But then you also have other things like sexual dysfunction drugs. So basically the blue pill, the Viagra pill. So if your dick don't work, then there's the pills for you, I guess. And then they've got literal ketamine, which is horse tranquilizer, Fenty, all that kind of stuff. So if you go to like Coke and then with advertised strength, so this is where your purity is. So let's go like full pure Colombian Coke, right? Concentration, if applicable, then you can put your date in and you can say that I paid like, I don't know, 30 what was it? 300,000 Australian dollars, okay? Which is like, what, 20 bucks US or something. I am located in a land. Never heard of that country. My vendor is located in the Bahamas. I now report that I did not receive my order. So long story short, this entire form that you're getting over here, they have basically mapped out where people are getting fisted or where people are receiving drugs through shipping networks, right? So apparently, from what it's believed, Canada has a hard time getting drugs into the country, whereas in the United States, they don't care, dude. Crack runs free. Of course, there isn't information available for obviously Antarctica because no one lives there but penguins and scientists. And if they are stoned, no one gives enough of a shit to notice. South Americans aren't reporting it for whatever reason, Africa doesn't have reporting. All of Asia and Russia doesn't have any reporting, which is a little sus to me. Japan isn't reporting. Australia is really living good in that crack life, apparently. And then Europe's a giant hodgepodge of maybe we're getting it and maybe we're not. Maybe we're just living free. So it's a brand new startup that they got going. Now they have this, they have a fact, so we'll read it real quick. Welcome to drugroutes.com. We guarantee the anonymity of all the users and information on the website. The objective of the project is to map the successful and unsuccessful deals of drugs based on the origin and destination of the deals as well as the type of drugs. The website shows the average rate of success of deals. We would love if you could participate by submitting your own experiences. You do not need to share the rates of success. Please tell your friends. Now, from what happens is the questionnaire that we go to, what I just showed you, they basically take the aggregate of the information and they present you with like an average of the facts to anybody coming across. So the project title is How Online Technologies Are Transforming Transnational Organized Crime, which is an interesting thing to realize, right? Because you have to understand, with the deep web and cryptocurrencies, as beautiful as it is to have decentralized internet, it's obviously very alluring to DTOs and like potentially like criminal elements out there that profit off of the mass scale and distribution of illegal drugs. So obviously to have a system like the deep web where they can literally use the US postal system or any postal system, because there's so much mail that goes through. I was watching an interesting documentary, I'm forgetting the name of it, but they basically showed that the US Postal Service has like millions of packages flowing through every day. And it's physically and virtually impossible to screen every single piece of mail, right? And sometimes they get so good at smuggling and packing this stuff stealthily that obviously grams, kilos of drugs will just flow through the system. And basically by using that system in cryptocurrencies, you no longer have to like rely on the old methods of smuggling where they're so carefully vetted by law enforcement. Now you can just very stealthily like transport them all over the world and get your money back in a very like untraceable fashion. Well, relatively anonymous, not untraceable, but anonymous. Now you can see the researcher here is David at the Université de Montréal, all right, and I assume that's the Montreal University, literally in my country, so it's a Canadian project. To participate in this research project, you must have bought or sold the drugs on the darknet over the last 12 months, be 18 years or older. Your participation is completely voluntary. You can withdraw from the study at any time by simply closing your browser. Okay, whatever. Wait, I gotta check that. Ugh, sometimes I get really weirded out if I get any weird messages, like, late at the night. It's one of those scam messages. Gross. Past research. So you can see that they've done past research for eBay for drugs, basically on this entire topic anyways. While it is definitely an interesting topic, I'm going to have to remember mentally to, like, censor some of this information because they're just straight up giving away, like, their cell phone numbers out there like this. But, yeah, it's kind of an interesting website to see that these guys run a dark web questionnaire, and they're very slowly but surely figuring out the impact of how modern day criminal elements handle the use of the dark web and cryptocurrencies to basically transport drugs. And honestly, it's one of those things where there's really no fix to it, right? Like, at the end of the day, people are still going to be using drugs and buying and selling it. And at the end of the day, all that really is going to change through time are not the laws and the prevention of it, but it's really just going to be how it's being done, how this multi-billion-dollar business is going to be handled going down into the future. So it's interesting to see, interesting to understand. Honestly, I'd love to make a video just talking about the international drug market and the effect that the cryptocurrency and deep web has had on it. But that's a whole different topic for a different time. What I do know is I'm going to go to the next website. Manchukuo government. This is an interesting site. I feel like I've almost seen this before, but when I see the words 2021, it's updated. That's for sure. Now, apparently this is the Manchukuo government. I have no idea what the hell the Manchukuo government is, so I'm just gonna go look up Manchukuo. Oh, here it is. Is it actually a government? What? Hold on a second. Wait. Let me get Daddy Wikipedia here. Manchukuo, officially the state of Manchuria, or the Empire of Manchuria after it was a puppet state, to the Empire of Japan. Oh no, we've entered some political shit today. As much as I try to keep politics away from this channel, sometimes we do get assaulted by it. So if there's some hardcore, like, right-wing, left-wing Japanese, like, nonsense going on. Some ordinary gamers doesn't care about it. Hell, I have no idea what happens in that part of the world on a usual basis. I'm usually scratching my ass. But let's go look at it. 2021 new passport. Now, they've got multiple things like English as a language, and you can switch to Japanese. I'm going to make sure that we're on English. And if we look at 2021 new passport, I keep saying that, but apparently you can get yourself a Manchukuo passport. Start the application. The passport is applied in a 36-page passport. Okay, the application fee for the passport is 2,200 yen. What is that, like $22? $22? Man, I burned $22 just to have myself a new passport. God damn. And then they've even got like that smart passport logo shit built into it. Manchukuo Citizen's Identity Card. Announcement 1. As the documents posted to China always disappear, we believe that the identity and information of the applicants have been captured by the communist Chinese regime. So from today, we will not accept applications, form documents for China to protect the applicants. Oh, damn. Oh, damn, there's some anger going around. According to the new bill about the kanji name of China in 2017, it's illegal to call China as, I don't know how to pronounce that, okay? In Chinese banned Japanese. The unique name of China in Chinese and Japanese is this. The full name of People's Republic of China is, please fill in the blank according to the above rule. So apparently Taiwan, Hong Kong, Tibet, Eastern Turkestan, South Mongol are not a part of China. So the calling of Taiwan, China, Hong Kong is strictly prohibited. Yeah, because Taiwan's its own cool independent country. I don't care what anyone says. It is what it is. Please upload your document photo. If you how much do you guys want to believe this is some like deep cover op to like harvest user data? How much do you bet that this is some like deep cover like MSS Chinese operation, like some Chinese Secret Service op to like start gathering user data, or a Japanese op to like gather user data? Dude, you should never give your information to sites like this. This is fucking insane. But people have fell for it. Now, you can apply for the Manchukuo documents, but we've already seen this. They've got a twatter. Oh, man. Oh, man, they got a Twitter. Her Majesty, the Queen Elizabeth II of the United Kingdom, after the death of her beloved husband. We send deep sorrow and express our condolences to the royal family. Citizens of the United Kingdom and Commonwealth. Okay, so, you know, that's kind of... It's kind of cool, you know. They're very professional about it. Now, let's look at wanted war criminals. So, you got Xi Jinping. Whoa, they got some okay, hold on, I gotta open this. War criminal, crimes against humanity, Manchukuo invasion crime. Okay, so Xi Jinping is wanted. They've got Kim Jong-un, and oh my god, I just noticed they changed Xi Jinping's name to a dog. Oh my god, oh, they really hate Winnie the Pooh. God damn. War criminal for Kim Jong, crimes against humanity, Manchukuo invasion crime. So then you got Leung Chun-ying, whose crimes against humanity, aggression, okay, oh my god. Wait, no, it's a group. So Chang Yue-nyo and Tang PK. I think these are South Koreans, right? If I'm not mistaken. Anyways, Joe oh my god! Yo, they took POTUS as a war criminal? God damn! Ladies and gentlemen, politics truly is how the world, different parts of the world precedes you, right? Instigation of foreign aggression, crimes. Ooh, god damn! Joe better watch out. The Manchukuo government is against him. Looks like Joe's gonna have to rely on the U.S. Army. I think he's in good hands. I think the U.S. Secret Service got Joe on lockdown. He's gonna be just fine, dude. Well, you made some enemies. Nikolai Baimatov, nationality fraud crime using illegal documents. Normal fraud crime, nationality Russia, current residency. Straight up doxed the guy. Oh my god. The Manchukuo government doesn't fuck around. Manchukuo special operations better not catch these people, you know, slacking, let me tell you. God damn. Now, of course, they've got more things over here, such as the embassies in different parts. I don't believe these exist. Let me, embassy in Japan? Can you go to them? There's no way they exist. There's no way they have an embassy in Thailand? What? That's actually a place? Oh my god. Oh, okay. Apparently it's there. They have one. Wait, Kingdom of Orania? Oh, they've got a mailing address in Hong Kong. They just have government mailing addresses. So yeah, apparently they have one in Thailand. The Japanese one is pretty gone. Okay, Introduction to Manchukuo. All right, Manchu Times. So they even got their own like little newspaper. Which, given the fact that they're getting 2021 update, yeah, of course it still exists, right? And I'm gonna have to censor this. This might just this might be straight up medical misinformation they're tweeting out by all intents. I'm gonna have to blur this page, but I'm gonna tell you right now, it's a very political page about vaccines in general, and I'm just gonna blur it because I have no idea what I'm reading, and I don't want YouTube to TOS hit me for medical misinformation. So again, just gonna keep that shit blurred out. Information of Manchukuo. So then they've got like YouTube videos about Manchukuo. So here they got the capital, Hishin King. So let me just open that real quick. And, oh, damn! Sitting at 800,000 views. People really do care. Question of Manchuria. So, again, it's entirely Japanese written. Again, I don't know what I'm reading. I probably might have shown some, like, really messed up Japanese phrase going on. But it's a full-on video. It's a literal informative video of, like, Manchukuo. I had no idea. They even said the population was 36.9 million in 1937. I'm sure that was yeeted off of Google anyways. This is the president, Mr. Fu Jun. God damn. Gotta view this boy. Gotta view Joe Biden's enemy right here, dude. Xi Jinping, Winnie the Pooh, scared of this man right here. Why do I feel like I've clicked on a weird ARG, man? Why? Why do I feel like I'm gonna be balls deep in the middle of some crazy war between these organizations? Hold on a second. Let me just reboot the camera real quick because it's about to die. Cool. Vice President and Mr. Chan Matai. Why do I feel like this image was taken in a Holiday Inn? Come on, bro. Come on. It was taken in a Holiday Inn, dude. Chief Consultant, Mr. Takeyuki Tanaka. They've got no prime minister, no Hisoshu, no involve. The headquarter. Oh, the headquarter indeed. Ooh, why do I feel like I'm going to see this in Shenmue 4, huh? And then you've got Embassy and Kingdom. So this is the... No! Dog, no! No, it's just some dude's house. You could tell it's literally some dude's house right now. What? It's some dude's house. Come on. It has to be some dude's house. No, dude, they're dicking around with us. I'm being trolled. I'm being absolutely trolled. They had to censor whoever was in the embassy in Japan for some reason. Maybe it's like, I don't know. Maybe this is like a terror group in Japan or something. I don't know what's going on. But point is, all right, they're a weird-looking organization. That's from what I know, dude. That's from what I actually understand, okay? God damn. And again, please don't give an application to them. I am literally not advising anybody give their actual data to any of these websites. You don't know where it's going to go to and who's going to harvest and keep it. That's a little wild. But yeah, that's the entire Manchukuo government. Totalitarian communist China carry out the illegal so-called national security law in Hong Kong. It equals to declare war on the whole world. You know, I can understand when user freedoms are encroached on. I still wouldn't give my data again. So yeah, this is Manchukuo. So if there's any viewers of mine from the Manchukuo world, I'm sorry if I sounded very offensive, but I hope you can understand my reservations towards the legitimacy of what I just read. So that being said, let's get out of here. Let's get out of this political landmine and go somewhere else.
No question. What is the graviton? The answer.
In quantum theory, force is mediated by an exchange of virtual particles. Although general relativity is a classical, not a quantum theory, we expect that gravity is also mediated by a particle. We call this the graviton. What? How am I supposed to know? I'm a computer engineer, not a NASA physicist, guys. Come on, they have a page that you can access that literally goes to this cute little NASA website. Imagine the universe. I'm not going to imagine the universe that hard. I'm going to go back to the gravitron shit. Now, of course, they've got this German page, Studiengang Allgemeine Informatik FH Gummersbach Anno 2000, which I'm going to assume is something in the year 2000. This is a German website, by the way. So full understanding, they've got German scientists, from what I understand. Semester 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. My God. And I think I might have to censor the stick figure nudity, I think that's what I saw. Though it might just be some comic from like 2001. Project Q. Okay, let's see Project Q. You arrived at Project Q. Ooh. Oh boy. All right, let's see this. Let's see Project Q. Hallo Lut. Mit dieser HTML most ich meinen Einstand in das Multimedia Leben feiern, dass das Leben nicht nur schlecht. I'm sorry, Germany. I'm sorry for screwing up your language, alright? It happens, okay? Sometimes things happen. Let me go to good old Google Translate and see if I can translate this German for you, okay? Obviously, you all know that I'm not a German speaker myself, so I'm just going to see if I can directly copy that out of the VM. I cannot copy that out of the VM. Let me open up another in the VM real quick. Here it is. With this HTML thing, I want to debut in my multimedia life. You can see on every street corner that life cannot be so bad. Enjoy your life. What a wholesome and beautiful message. My God. Now, they've got a Netscape page. For some reason, okay, a little Netscape logo. Mein Steckbrief. Okay, so I guess it's like my brief. Let me copy mein Steckbrief. Okay, I know it's like a 2-word phrase, but I just want to like my user profile. Okay, I knew it. So let me just copy this whole thing here, and yeah, we'll see. I was born someday in winter. And I have to say that I still don't like the cold of winter. Although 22 years have passed, after several unfortunate attempts to form my intellect, I was admitted to school after 10 years. Understand that it is better for me to start work. With the relative success, I then completed my apprenticeship as a gas and water plumber, which of course is marked by ups and downs. For example, my apprenticeship at the time switched to another company, which plunged me into a deep emotional state. A few weeks later, my boss let me do my own construction site, which in turn built me up. Okay, so a little bit of a life story, if you will. So far, healthy. Now, of course, let's click on this gear here and see where we go to. And this is, I assume, younger days. Let me just translate what we're reading over here real quick. These are apparently the friends. So I just want to see, I don't know if I have to censor them because anyways, I don't know if I have to censor them because like I don't know if they had consent putting their picture on the internet. You cannot have everything, they say so beautifully, and that's exactly what I'm doing now. It's not like I have 6 friends. Oh no, but modesty is an ornament. So a lot going on there. A lot going on, but I guess what he's trying to say is people have told him you can't have your cake and eat it too, which I disagree. Everyone can have their cake and eat it too. It depends on how smart you are. Let's go down even further. Click on the gear again. Nice girls. Ooh. Okay, this is getting real fucking creepy now. These girls all look like they went missing. Some of these images are really odd. Okay, let me just translate it real quick. I'm getting a little freaked out. Actually, aren't you pretty? You can go into raptures. Well, these 5 beauties are also part of my circles of friends. Okay. Enter the code 0125 X Steve by Sav and 3. Let's go to stop. 0 maybe? The Schizophrenic Liberation Front. We are more than you think. Okay. Let's try translating what the hell I'm reading over here. Constantinople Intertas. Okay. Moo. That was the word around which everything at the international meetings of the Schizophrenic Liberation Front was again this year. The more than 243 billion visitors who, as in the last 400 Bai years according to the Indian rebirth calendar, celebrated the ritual howling at the mood of the singular place. Due to the high cloud density, a street lamp had to serve as an equivalent replacement. However, there was a thrashing from the neighbors who, despite being numerically inferior, successfully proceeded with firearms against the visitors. Like some fucking cult shit? What? Okay, let's go to the oh! Okay, alright. I'm really fucking weirded out, okay? That girl looks like she went missing. That literally looks like someone that went missing. Like, I feel like there's a police report that I should see. I'm not feeling comfortable, dude. We did it. Into the black hole, C, X, 1 minus 2 equals P, half minus root from P half to the square Q. The highly dangerous computer virus P, which was posted on the internet by the hacker group Kashmir last year and has since then propagated unchecked while paralyzing large parts of the infrastructure, has now been discovered by the Cologne professor Noriego Armando Maraniello Ivanovsky Nokolorot Ludovico Otto Siegfried of Max Planck Institute for Quantum Mechanics photographed. The yo-yo effect described by the virus can be used to refute the so-called janitor's breech loading formula, which enables the undisturbed induction of blah blah blah. Well, who cares anyways? The fact is that these things are in the box and eat well. The professor, also called Namenlos, I almost read that as Temple OS, no joke, among friends, wins this week's case of beer for reciprocal sinus limit research. And that is pretty much where this rabbit hole ends. Again, I understood nothing of what I just straight up read, but whatever it is has actually left me pretty uncomfortable. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to stop. I'm going to take a walk, and I think I'll be back in a bit. So let's go to the next website. Oh, this could have been a virus. Cat over candles. I really was going to try to get passwords and stuff. Now, haha! I was on a super virtual machine that you could... Haha! It could have been a virus, and if it was, I wouldn't care. Now, they tell you don't click random links, which is a good idea. Lately, a lot of YouTube channels have been getting hacked again, and I feel like everyone just clicks on random links because it's still the best way to infect somebody. But anyways, you can see you got an interesting, cute little crab nonsense. Get in touch. Now, of course, getting in touch means that I get rickrolled in 2021. Not really, because the ad didn't even play. God bless you, Firefox, you great browser. God damn. Please click on the words, okay? So I better not get in trouble, etc., okay? So as we go down, you got quabbed. MS Paint Crab is disappointed. This was originally going to be a virus link to try and get passwords and info or wipe data from gullible teachers. No idea if gullible is used correctly there. Have at least a decent day. I actually believe that hardcore because of like how online schools and how weird like school proctoring software is. Honestly, yeah, I don't care if the people who are actively spying on students get screwed themselves too. Jesus. I have wasted 4 weeks on this. I wasted my time here, not Pog. Definitely not Poggers. No idea. Here's a music video. And of course, I have no idea what to put here. I think this person's a huge like Gorillaz fan. I don't know. There's something here that's tricking me real quick. Anyways, though, so they've got this page, and they've got I better not get in trouble, which leads to different things. I'm going to click on these different things and see where I go to. So I takes me to this page, right? To this website. Better takes me to reddit.com. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I get right back to the crappiest side of the internet, not Twitter. And then you go to Not, which takes us to 4D Beats for 252 subs? Huh, 4D. Oh, there's 2Matt over there. God damn. I know we couldn't Skype tonight, baby. God damn. But yeah, it's 4D beats. So if you're into some 4D beats, my PP itches. Oh, sometimes you come across some stupid shit. But let's get back over here, okay? So it's the 4D Beats channel, I guess, if you're into it. Or I guess that's what it's about. Then Get takes you to one more YouTube channel, which is Chobaru Gaming Channel. So this is a small little gaming channel where they're talking about Adopt Me live stream. This is a Roblox. This is Roblox. I remember Adopt Me. Every time I say Adopt Me is some like small Roblox game, every dude has to correct me in the Roblox video, which is true. So this is a Roblox gaming channel. If you're into Roblox gaming, this is what it is. Fortnite live stream. God bless. I didn't know. But then you go to like this one. This is to what? Discord.com? Well, shit. I guess you can make it. And then Trouble takes you to one more YouTube channel, which is 20-year-old Doomer. What? Cody Jinks, Never Alone, Always Lonely. Is this just Doomer music, dude? Indeed. It's just Doomer music, bro. All this is Doomer. Marilyn Manson. It's just Doomer shit. God damn. So let's go down to the next one. This is 4, which takes us to a download. And Lord knows I'm not downloading this. God knows what it is. This takes us to bestgore.com. Now, again, I'm not going to click on that because it takes you to a literal gore website. So unless you wanted to see someone die, that's where it is. But I'm going to go to LOL, which takes me to Oh, a dancing crab. Cannot believe how dumb you must have been. Can't believe I didn't put a virus on the link. I can't fucking believe this. I shouldn't get in trouble for this. Please don't. That isn't very kind. Now, I guess if this was a virus link, y'all might have gotten something stolen. This is why, and I know I sound like a nut job when I say you should just use a virtual machine to stream, man. Using a virtual machine for like all these like potentially risky things on the computer is just the safest shit you can do, man. Like, that's why I can browse and go to the weirdest websites in the world and never have to worry about my data being stolen. Because what are they going to steal? Bob the virtual machine user that only ever uses Firefox? Anyways, I'm getting off on a tangent. Let's get out of here and go somewhere else. You guys ever look at weird dots floating across the screen? Well, we've come across one more weird art project, it seems. Let's click on the first dot. Ooh, that's a weird looking hand right there. Now, I've been on the internet for a while, and I can tell you the bottom left, you can see exactly, you might not be able to see it, but I can tell you where each of these where each of these digits lead to, and it's all the same place. So I'm going to click on this weird fingernail right over here, and it takes me back to the very first sections. Let's go to page number 2. Something in Japanese. Ooh. Something creepy in Japanese. Again, I can't translate this, so let's keep clicking down the hole. Now we've got a girl with her stuffed bunny or toy. Whatever the heck I'm looking at over here. The girl and her bunny. Girl's really mad now, screaming some obscenities at me. Goddamn. Girl's about to get beheaded by the bunny. All right. And then, oh, the bunny gets the beheading. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is a violent story. It feels like I'm reading some Japanese serial killers, like, okay, she's literally committing seppuku. Okay, I'm reading some serial killer diary right now, dude. Interesting. I think she's trying to ooh. This is like a face AI thing. Ooh! Ooh, boy. Okay. No. Let's go to the okay, great. Epilepsy. Great. Great. I needed that. Thank you. Now we've got words, I guess. MP3 files. So it's just giving us giant MP3 files, which I'm not going to download. Simply, well, I guess it downloaded for me. Fuck it. It just played in the background. I don't have any headset, so I couldn't hear that. I'll be able to hear it in post-production. But these are just MP3 files anybody can download and listen to. And then if we go down to the 5th box, oh, that's the same thing. So after the 5th box is the 6th one, which takes us to even more boxes. Okay, bigger boxes. Let's go to, oh God, not that. Ah. Oh, great. More Japanese text floating across the screen. That's just, oh, it's a long page of it too. That's a super long page of Japanese text being tossed across. Great. More text. Now, I guess there might actually be audio. I don't know. There might be audio playing in this, but I can't isolate and figure it out. Page that's empty. All right, so that's the, let's go to the, oh no, the 6th one did take me to that. Okay, so 7th one right here takes me to what appears to be a flower. And it takes me all the way back. Japanese text. Okay. Let's go to this one. It takes us to a channel. Okay. This channel is Yahoo, 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 Yahoo. I don't use that same browser, lady, but that's got 79,000 views 2 years ago. I'm trying to at least figure out what I'm witnessing over here, man. Oh, somebody posted a translation. A rough and probably bad translation of what she said. I'm not one to get angry. Hello, everyone. How many decades has it been? Let me just mute that. It's goodbye to the dolphin's dream. I kind of wanted to say something to all the YouTubers and people who I don't know who introduced me. Thank you. Even though I didn't give you a single again, how are y'all doing? Yahoo GeoCities will be shutting down. So because of that goodbye to the dolphin's dream, we'll be moving to FC2, which I believe is the domain registrar for this current active ARG, I guess? It's very, I guess a lot of Japanese people must know this. Man, this episode is very, very Japanese oriented. God damn. The queen is back. I'm glad the queen is back. I'm trying to figure out why she's the queen, though, because so far she's scared the shit out of me. All right, what is this? This is the next piece of the puzzle. Oh, okay. You don't just blow up the image like that, man. It's scary. So here you've got, is that an NFT or music for 1,500 Japanese yen, so 15 dolans, and it's shipped from anywhere from the Booth warehouse. So you can buy yourself a cute Queen t-shirt for $35. Okay, I love you, Queen, a lot, but I ain't buying shit for $35. That's for goddamn sure. You've also got a Twitter account, which leads us to, I would say, a relatively active Twitter account. Okay, the last big post they had was December 1st, 2020, and then they just never sort of continued with it, which is interesting to realize and interesting to come across. I haven't even like responded to anything else too. It's not like they were that known either. They had like sub 1K followers, but I guess it's kind of one of those ARGs that's like a cult thing for, I guess, Japanese users in general. Jesus. So yeah, that's the that's a cool little Japanese ARG we came across. God damn. I think I'm going to back out of it and sort of breathe a little bit, because what I just witnessed was pretty weird. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to end the video right here. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it. I have definitely come across some weird websites today, and normally I'd have some witty extra, but actually I'm feeling genuinely uncomfortable. Maybe it's like the ARGs that we've seen, reading about weird German viruses, or frankly, I don't know. I feel like I came across images of like girls gone missing, dude. It's really fucking with my head right now, so I'm just going to sort of calm down, relax. I think I'm going to take a bourbon before I hit the bed. And, yeah, we're going to leave it at that. So, yeah, I've already said everything I had to. This is me, Muda, and I'm out. Hello guys and gals, me Mudahar, and welcome to Weird Things on the Deep Web. Now, it's been a while since I recorded this last time, but you know what? Sometimes I need a time for this to brew over, whether that takes weeks, months, maybe years. As long as I'm not sitting there covering 6 websites of Agent 47 cosplayers going, all right, boys, I'll do whatever scary job you want for only $5. You know, and it turns out to be a federal honeypot. Okay, that's not really a fun video. Okay, that's just deep web TikTok, and we're not about TikTok on this channel. We're about good old-fashioned memes and just having a good time. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Weird Things on the Deep Web. I believe this time I have a sufficient amount of creepy, weird, funny things to show you. So sit back, relax, grab a cold one, and, you know, have a good old time, because we're about to join the fancy schmancy world of the dark web. I don't know why I do this with my neck, all right? It kind of hurts after a while, but you know, it's a tick, I guess, right? All things are made whole in the metaverse. You know, it's been a metaverse is a meme at this point, but you know, I'm all for it. Okay, omnia senantur ascendere debes. All right, ascend. I don't know what's up with the little purple thing going on over here, but it is made with a site known as Card. Okay, so I guess that's the framework they picked. Now, I don't know who this character is up here, but they seem like a pretty cool individual. Let's go to the goal of the metaverse. Ooh, okay, a little blown up the picture there. We aim for a better world without sin or punishment. Isn't that like the Jewish religion, though? Don't you guys have like... Oh, wait, no. Jews are like... You guys don't have a hell, right? I might be completely wrong on that. Hold on. But, yeah, what do they mean, like, without sin or punishment? Do you just, like... Do you like completely get rid of the ability to do sin or punishments, or do you just take sin in and be like, that's a human experience, call it a day? I don't know. But for a site all about getting a little Christy about it, we'll find out. All who join the metaverse of the internet shall hide behind a virtual mask disguising as none of their real selves. So an anonymity. I can sign on with the anonymity. That's pretty poggy indeed, okay? Our Lord and Savior. Let's get down to business. Algebra Guy has been the first member of the Church of the Metaverse and has ascended to a higher level. You can ascend like him. Join or perish. We're going to get a little Christy, I guess, you know? It's like, join us or God shall smite ye from the face of the earth, young one. I see how it is. Let's go to Algebra Guy. I don't know who this guy is, but we're just going to, like, do a copy on him. Open up a little furry fox tab, if you will, and just see if, like, who is this, all right? And this takes us to... What's a tutoring site? No way! It's a little tutoring section. Okay, wait, algebra? Oh my god, it's like... It's so lovingly 90s. All right, let's go to a video, I guess.
Let's see, probability. That seems kind of cool. Oh, Vimeo. Okay. All right. So they got like a Vimeo section. Combinations. Math is power for you with 200,000 subscribers. Okay, it's a pretty like poppin' channel, dude. I like it. So they got 150,000 views, and I'm pretty sure it's just like, you know, Khan Academy. Like I would click on this if I needed to learn something in stats real quick. So let's open up the channel and stop it. Whoa, dude, this guy's been uploading like a madman. 10 hours ago, 11 minutes ago. Linear transformation. Which vectors are in... Wow. Wow. It's like a bot. I feel like I've come across like what appears to be like a bot or something, you know? It's just like a bot channel. Like they just upload like 4-minute clips of math information. Kind of cool. Let's get back out of here, okay? Cool. Join the metaverse. Become one with the metaverse. Oh, they got a little YouTube page. Let's click on that. Algebra guy. Okay. What is this made? Ascend to a higher being, November 1st, 2021. What the fuck? It's like YouTube shorts. It's like your furga video. Let's click on that one. This is just weird. This is just weird. This is the Roblox horror song? Ah, it all comes back to Roblox, dude. The Roblox. Oh no. Oh, wait, is every video like that? It's just like a random generic image? So you're saying, just for you. Okay, I can't even try it. Morse code. All right, let's translate the Morse code, I guess. Maybe that'll answer the question. Okay, let's translate the Morse code up. You can hide from your own actions. You will die for that. Okay. I'm kind of creeped out. I mean, I'll be honest here. I didn't expect an algebra situation to go like this 2 weeks ago. It's just algebra. It's just algebra guy making weird Morse code. I'm not translating that. It's a little too much. But yeah, that's okay. Weird. So yeah, that's I guess algebra guy in the metaverse. It's what appears to be a very like virgin brand new ARG. So yeah, you know what I've learned, ladies and gentlemen? I've learned that giving the internet to anybody is both a blessing and a curse, because sometimes you come across some absolutely weird stuff. I'm sure in like a year this will ferment, you'll see it on the horror channels, but you saw it on Some Ordinary Gamers first, and that matters. Kind of. Let's back out and go somewhere that's a bit more comprehensible. Cyberpunk 2077 source code leaked. Oh boy. You know when you know like where you call out the perfect like sort of scam? You know, like This is what you shouldn't give your money to. Cyberpunk source code leaked. In February 2021, CD Projekt servers have been hacked and Cyberpunk 2077 core source code has been stolen. Studio confirmed the attack on their network. The company also shared a ransom note from the hackers. The developer said it had no intentions of negotiating with the attackers, and source codes for Cyberpunk 2077 was later sold reportedly through a dark web auction. The starting bid was reportedly set at $1 million, but the source code was also open for immediate selling for $7 million. Finally, the source code has been sold for $20 million. Actually, I want to know, like, is there any actual, like, sauce on this? Let me see. Cyberpunk source code sold. And, apparently they sold it, yeah, so $1 to $7 million, and I guess, where's the $20 million, though? Because a satisfying offer was received from the... will not be sold again, or if truth suggests the buyer is either keen not to have CD because they're a supporter of the company, or they want to keep it for themselves for malicious reasons. So maybe they did sell it for like $20 million. I don't know. There's no like proper confirmation on it. But anyways, you can look at the news, and here they've got the end of business, October 30th, okay? So we're the only dark web vendor still selling the source code. Other stores have been closed by law enforcement and all files destroyed. It's a matter of time they will cease us too. Don't miss your opportunity to learn how to make fantastic video games from professionals. I wonder, like, you can't just read. You think the source code's going to answer it? What's the source code going to show? Traffic system unfinished. It's all commented out. To avoid arrest, we're closing this business within days, and the source code within days, October 30th. Currently, it's like we're in the beginning of like what, November? Yeah, this wasn't ever happening. Okay, it's a scam. It's all nonsense. You know how many dipshits fell for this? Because that's such a low amount too. Like 0.001 BTC is like what? 0.00, and that, like, by today's standards, after the crash, to USD. $48 is what people are gonna fucking fall for. So you give them 48 buckaroonies and they're gonna actually give you the source code. If that existed, do you understand how, like, flooded the torrent sites would be with the Cyberpunk source code? People would be downloading it left and right. This is a joke, all right? And you know the wildest thing is, people who are savvy enough to get onto the dark web should also be smart enough to not fall for this. The fact that they've even sold some copies, or at least claimed to sold 1,000 of these, you're insane. You people are like, you're an idiot. Okay, I'm just saying, it's as nice as I can put it. Special offer for first 100 customers. Get your copy as low as 0.1 BTC. That's still too low. Now, if you go to the add cart section, I believe they may even give you like a if they get. Oh wait, here it is. Here's the code. Okay, Okay, so let's grab this and let's just see what the blockchain. Let's see how much money they actually earned off of this hustle. It has received a total of $3. In a sense, they only made $3 off of this. Oh, thank you, Christ! Oh my God. They're not, thankfully, it's not a functional scam. Jesus. They haven't made anything off of it. Okay, let me go to Blockchair real quick. I just need to make sure. I need to make sure, okay? I need to make sure it's $3 and not like $3,000, because that'll really change me, okay? All right, here we go. Bitcoin. Yeah, only $3.66. Get screwed, buckos. You need to make a $40 yet amount. Get out of here, losers. This person literally LARPed and pretended they sold it to themselves. Their buddy came by and bought the lemonade because they felt too bad. Get out of here. I love it when a scam fails. Unless it's like a regenerated address. Please don't tell me that's a regenerated address. Don't tell me it's a regenerated. It's not a regenerated address. Okay. All right, it's good. So yeah, guys, sometimes you come onto the deep web and you find like absolute losers, you find absolute idiots running scams and they don't work, and that's what makes me happy. So let's go off to somewhere cooler. Technology Tech Learning Collective. Ooh, a little tech learning action? Looking to get certified? Look elsewhere. Looking to spark a revolution? We'll show you how to become more powerful than the most well-funded adversaries, including corporate and government-backed opponents. So it sounds very anti-establishment. Okay, let's go figure this out. So here you can choose to sub. Not going to sub right now. Militantly reject corporate monopolies. All right, with a subtitle like that. Of course, I'm going to click on it. Come on now. The skills we teach do make individuals more likely to get hired in technology sector jobs. And numerous students have successfully switched careers to become programmers or site reliability engineers, SREs, without any prior background in or experience with the software and internet industries. This is partly thanks to our superior pedagogy. Pedagogy? What the? That's new. I want to read about pedagogy. It's an apprentice-based technology school for radical organizers founded in New York City that provides a security-first IT infrastructure curriculum to otherwise underserved communities and organizations advancing social justice causes. We train politically self-motivated individuals in the arts of hypermedia, information technology, and radical political practice. Founded by and operated exclusively by radical queer and femme technologists, we offer unparalleled free, by donation, and low-cost computer classes on topics ranging from fundamental computer literacy to the same offensive computer hacking techniques used by national intelligence agencies and military powers, cyber armies. That's kind of cool. Not sure if... I mean, you know what they say, like, knowledge is power and everything, but, like, damn, they're really out there to, like... They're really out there to make some wild ones, you know? So they have two primary goals: provide meaningful technology education to underserved communities. That's pretty important. I feel like when it comes to technology, it's a really classist thing, right? Like you have to have like a certain amount of money, or you have to have like a certain background in order to have like access to the best. In a world where technology is like basically a basic requirement to function, I feel like everyone should have access to at least like a same base set, and at least like be on the same standard. You know, like back in the day, when I was like a kid, I guess like computer programming wasn't like the entire rage. I mean, for adults, yeah, but like back in the day, it was like when I was growing up, we would literally be told, like, there's 3 jobs, beta. You can be a doctor, a lawyer, or an engineer, okay? But now it's like there's a 4th job, and it's basically anything to do with computers, and it feels like that's sort of the most stable job, if you will, because now it's like computers have branched into a billion things. It's like you can be a software programmer. The world of artificial intelligence is all the way there. I've got friends who are working in like the 3D like filming space right now with like virtual reality and like Unreal Engine, like totally interesting fields, and they're all related to computers. But I feel like for a lot of people who want to make something of their life, this is an avenue you want to go down in, and unfortunately it's like you gotta have access to like the money to get some of these like you know what I mean? Like it's all just a giant field. So I feel like this is a cool thing. But anyways, let's back out of here. Okay, let's go see some more stuff. Imagining an optimistic cyber future. Okay, let's see a cyber future. There's got a little farm action going here. What is this? America's first sustainable urban agrihood is growing in Detroit. This is a Detroit little urban farm. Kind of cool. Mastering most things humans do requires lifetimes of practices. Woodworking, gardening, and painting are just a few crafts whose history stretch back thousands of years. But in modern telecommunications, the act of communicating near instantaneously with somebody from afar is different. Its history is so short that there is relatively little of it. The very first electric telegraph is not even 200 years old. The first telephone patent was granted in 1876. And the World Wide Web was invented in 1989, a mere 32 years ago. Yeah, I mean, computers are a brand new thing. You gotta understand, like, when I was a kid, I was, like, maybe the 2nd generation walking into, like, computers, you know what I mean? Like, we were, like, the 2nd gen. The 1st gen were, like, sitting in the Cray supercomputers, or back when they had, like, you know, the really old computers, the really old stuff, test tube stuff. Now we've got, computers are relatively young, and they're advancing so fast that we're bypassing tons of laws that we once set. Cyberspace infancy partially explains its volatility. For the last half-century, computing power made at least 3 great migration. It started at specialized, isolated campuses. The early, lonely mainframes were like stars in a mostly empty sky. Then came the personal computer of the 80s. And now we've got the cloud. So social media and its role in society. What is civilization if not knowledge concretized into the physical world around us? Homes have running water because of piping first laid years ago. We call this plumbing. But plumbing, man, stop being so condescending. But plumbing is an activity only possible because of thousands of years spent refining the practice of moving water from one spot to the other. Okay, so the social media of today, which stimulates an imminent need for human connection but is never meant to fulfill it, the social media of our optimistic cyber future will fulfill existing needs for a human connection, but will not be designed to stimulate a need for more. Imagine no more notifications pressuring you into meaningless interactions. No more happy birthday reminders from people you friended decades ago and haven't talked to since. I got a simple, just delete Facebook. I know exactly what you're talking about. Delete Facebook. Call it a day. The rise and fall of techno-feudalism. As the internet embeds itself into more elements of daily life, more people recognize that the gap between state and corporation is closing. The global economy has already become increasingly codependent, with multinationals who are amassing state-like powers and developing bureaucratic governing structures. Critical government's functions already rely on corporate operators who are increasingly defining the same government policies they operationalize. This is an incredibly depressing page because it's so true. Like, you know, the world of Cyberpunk 2077 and everything, like that entire, the world of Deus Ex is slowly becoming a reality. I mean, let's be completely real over here. corporations, all right, especially big tech companies like Facebook and whatnot, they're getting way more power than they probably should. And we've probably spent years talking about how to break up Facebook, but at this point, I don't even think breaking up any of these big tech companies is possible. You can't break up Apple, you can't break up Google, Facebook, Tesla, SpaceX, whatever companies that exist in this sphere, because they're just that big. They literally control the infrastructure on how we communicate. If you're going to break them up, and if any of these companies go offline, like, could you imagine if like Amazon Web Services, like their cloud component ever dies or goes down? We're looking at like an internet crash, okay, that needs to be rectified immediately. How many services are tied to just one tech company is absolutely mind-bogglingly staggering. But it is what it is. And I mean, the more they become established, the more power they have, and it is what it is. You can see exactly what they want to do. So by them creating free software, lowering the financial costs, creating engagement and traffic, then creating the courses, workshops you pay hundreds of bucks for, then they go to the alumni community and hyper local. What? Is that more local than local? Okay. Political impact, grassroots, and social change. And that will also lead back into free software. Really interesting path, but that's how they want to do it. That's how they want to go into it. So yeah, that's a tech learning collective. Okay, I think I spent way too much time on this. It's truly about changing the world through the power of teaching people about computers, everybody, and it's run by a group of very talented individuals, as they so claim. Okay, it is a technology education for radical organizers and revolutionary communities. Truly the keyboard warriors of tomorrow. Ooh, gun. I think we found an ARG, buckos. I think we found an ARG here, ladies and gentlemen. This is gun. And first things first, let me just do the cool thing and like dark theme. There you go. Gun. All right, so gun, 111 subscribers. Pretty unknown ARG, it seems. Let's go to the about section. I'm new to computers. Been learning how to use this stuff since my happy birthday. With her help, I'm learning. And they're from the United Kingdom. So they were found in 2018. So this is kind of flown under the radar, if you will. And if you look into the video section over here, they've got a fair amount of videos. They've got Welcome Home, Change Your Life Today, Learn Helplessness, Slideshow, Re-Educate. Let's watch the first one real quick.
Hello followers. I am Goon, the key follower. Her has suggested tooling social media to extend truth to all followers. I am 15. I've long forgotten my material age. I can speak, but as followers choose not to connect to our roots. I'm truly known as a friendly and considerate key follower. In time, if you allow yourself to, you will come to understand truth.
This is fucking weird, dude. This is like really weird, man.
Feel free to communicate with me through Twitter, as I'm often awake. Search.
Alright, it's too dark for this, man. I'm sorry. I'm kind of getting a little weirded out tonight. This is so creepy. I love it. I'm 15 and I forgot my material age. So, am I speaking to an AI? Or what is this? Gun. So they've got a recruitment page over here. Let's look at the recruitment page and let's see what it is. So it's a Fellowers at a Wix site. The Fellowers. So, dude, you know what that image is? That's like the man that everyone sees in their dreams. So, okay, so here it is. Become a Fellower. So full name, email address. We need your assistance. Have you seen our precious gun? I have seen your precious gun. He's on the YouTube channel right here. In fact, 2 years ago was our like last update. Okay. But yeah, here it is. So we've got more and more stuff. Let me actually see what their most popular video was, which is their first one. So they've got Re-Educate. It really is just an R, guys. I mean, it really is something of that nature. But yeah, if we go down over here, they've been really holding that up for like 20 fucking minutes, boys. 25 minutes. So yeah, this is Gun just making regular videos. And their comment section is like, I'm sorry, followers. Do not be taken aback by this video. While Gunn struggles to overcome his peace trauma, he's subconsciously bending and then transmitting faulty echoes. This was not us followers' intended video, nor can we take this video of Gunn exercising down. Please send kind words of encouragement to Gunn's way via Twitter. So, okay, it seems like Twitter is like their next, it seems like that's how you communicate, so it's worth looking in, okay? So, they're currently alive, thank God. They're drowned, unfortunately, and they've joined 2018. So this is like a project that they've built, okay? And the most recent post they've had is thread. I'm older today. Mystery revealed. I'm the mystery. I am Dustin. I am not sure who this me is. I will hold whoever me is close. Reclaim the life which was taken from me. Only I will direct my gaze. And then they've got a shell and the little toy we saw from earlier in the video. And that has been destroyed. And then they've got one of these. You are Dustin. So that's where the story sort of ends. Dog, what is that? That is freaky as fuck. They got like that dude's face. He like drew that dude's face like it was Joker level. Oh, they broke the Matrix. They're walking around their house. Is that a house or like a crack den? Oh my god! It's a crack den!
I am where the silence screaming. But I've been here for months. You could feel me at times, my presence. I felt your echo.
Alright, man, I'm getting really freaked out, dude. They're like switching voices around. Like acting like a little schoolgirl action. No. Different shot of them. Weird, like, Dutch 180-degree tilt camera angle. And I guess maybe they're like woodworking over there or making like another mannequin if I had to guess. And that's pretty much it. I think this is too art house. I think that's it. This is like a really art house production, man. Like, it's going to take me a lot longer than like just deep web browsing to figure it out. But basically the last several posts that this person made was all like upside down text, like basically really upside down emojis. I forgot to say that the Radiant Filth will more than likely connect to this account in time. It is strong. We ask that you be strong and united. These will be trying times for followers and followers alike. So, yeah, okay, cool. That's pretty much where the story ends. So yeah, this person made an ARG years ago. I guess it, like, was alive for a while, but it was so obscure that nobody really dug into it, except for, like, a couple hundred people. And it just sort of died and ended, okay? So, really, it's one of those ARGs that I would love to sit down one day. If you want me to actually sit down and, like, truly uncover the history of this, I would love to. That would be, like, super fun to uncover, like, ARGs that have sort of done their time and have been lost to time and have never been discovered. Well, really, until now. So let me know what you think. This is me, Mudar, and we are going to go somewhere else. Oh no, dig deeper. Wake up, sheeple. We got a little bit of a... we got to dig deeper. I like looking at this graphic because it reminds me of like why this is the deep web. Why is it? So the reason it's the deep web is because we come across some of these fancy sites where it's run by somebody who's like, guys, you have to look. They're like they do the Hunger Games thing where it's like, Katniss, look between the barrier. That's where the point is. That's where the world shifts. But here it is. Okay, so welcome to Dig Deeper, and immediately as we start off with, they've got like donations, ClearNet pages, Tor pages, Freenet, I2P, Atom Feed, the Memorial Pillar. Don't tell me somebody died for this. That would be sad. Ninja's Guide to the Internet. All right, let me learn from good old Ninja. There's probably hundreds of guides to internet privacy out there, and most of them are terrible. They recommend browsers from evil companies like Mozilla Firefox. Oh man, do I have to stop using Firefox? Dude, no. Email provider that collects lots of your data, such as MailFence or Runbox. Glad I don't use any of that. Useless or malicious add-ons like Privacy Badger or NoScript. They kind of are a little useless. Communication software that asks for your phone number like Signal or... Okay, there's nothing... I use Signal. Stop it, okay? This guy's like, any privacy software, bad. Suspicious VPNs like Proton. Yeah, anything... Just... Don't use a free one. Care too much about where a service is hosted instead of its policies or functionality. Okay, so let's go down. Operating systems. Can't avoid talking about them since that's what all your software runs on in the first place. Obviously, do not use Windows. IVM it, man. It spies on almost everything you do and has auto updates that cannot be turned off in the Home Edition. That's why you install the Pro Edition and just don't activate it, okay? You get everything but a watermark. Apparently, some newer updates have allowed to be disabled some more of the spying, but that still doesn't salvage the system. Even if you disable all the telemetry, Windows still sends 11 unsolicited requests per minute. Oh, God. Linux has its own problems, too. Ubuntu has had spyware issues, and Systemd is pretty much an attempt at a takeover of Linux by big corporations. Oh, I'm not even going to get into the Systemd debate. We're not going to go there. All right. Web browsers. Briefly, most browsers don't care about your privacy or even are actively malicious. Many of them suffer from usability issues like no extension support. Ungoogled Chromium or IceCat sends no unsolicited requests and support add-ons. However, they are dependent on the evil giants Google and Mozilla. Big company equal bad. Mozilla equals the devil incarnate. Oh my. Yo, this person really don't like no goddamn Firefox. Damn, I haven't heard this slander since forever. If you haven't been living under a rock for the last decade, then you will at least know Mozilla as the developer of the popular Furry Fox. Of course, if you've been reading this website a little, you'd guess that there is a darker story. Oh shit, there's an exposing going on. Woo! I like a little bit of web browser drama, you know? Christ. So basically, what is it? Just getting past the skin-deep veil of Mozilla's deception, you'll reveal a greedy, controlling, sneaky, deceptive, abusive, disempowering, double-speaking spawn of Satan. Whoo! Yeah, it's like Firefox fucked their mom. Okay, so history of Mozilla's anti-control. So they went back into history and looked at the setting menus of Firefox 17. Ooh, guys, that is vintage. So here they've got Firefox 17, and this is like the original, like, I don't know what I'm supposed to be seeing over here. This is just like your standard thing. As we can see here, the trend has been to remove options, so less control for the user, contrary to the complaints of Mozilla. But these are pretty minor. Wait until you see the really vile things. Okay, so Firefox does not allow you to install unsigned extensions anymore. Okay? So that's a slippery slope and everything. I'm pretty sure they have like an advanced tab, like a super advanced power user tab that they put all these options into, but I could be wrong. So here's Mozilla's endgame. This is their public image. They're like a really nice anime character, but they're really the evil anime character. And then this is laughing at your face. So they've got chalky milk in the chalice of Coom. Oh no! Mozilla's an evil company. Get out of here. What is this? Don't mind me. I just need an excuse to use these GIFs. And you know the saying, a picture is worth 1,000 words. Anyways, why does Mozilla do what they do? And why do they pretend to be the opposite? So let's see. To understand, we have to focus our attention on another video game. Deus Ex Invisible War. A really good one, by the way. Don't listen to grumpy Deus. Man's got the hottest takes of 2021. It's like, okay, sure. I mean, Deus Ex Invisible War isn't bad, but I mean, don't even try to compare it to the first game. Christ, man. The game had two factions you could do missions for: the World Trade Organization, the cold-hearted, rule-loving government guys, and the Order. Of course, it's obvious that different kinds of players would ally themselves with whatever faction is closer to their beliefs. And then at the end of the game, it was revealed that both of these organizations were run by the same people. Yeah, thanks for not putting a fucking spoiler alert in there, Jesus. I suspect you realize where this is going. Mozilla is controlled opposition. In Deus Ex Invisible War, the Illuminati knew that many people would rebel against the WTO's rule, and so they had to create a good guy, the Order, to oppose the bad guy. This way they would direct the opposition where they wanted them and prevent the loss of control. The exact same thing is happening here in the real world. Google, Apple, Microsoft are your bad guys, and Mozilla are your good guys. Wow, man. Ooh, Whoa, this one took a turn, brother. Jesus. The internet is a beautiful place, okay? It's the only place where you can read something about Mozilla Firefox, and somehow on paragraph 7, they will create an allegory between Firefox and Chrome to Deus Ex Invisible War. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. You know what? If anything, this made me want to replay Deus Ex Invisible War. The description they gave is a million fucking times better than the actual game that has come out. I'm just putting it out there. But, yeah. All right. Jesus, where's Steam? All right. Where's Steam at right now? Okay. Where's the Steam sitting at? Hell yeah, brother. Let's download it. I agree. S. Stein. Warning, danger of criminal fines and imprisonment if you violate this law. Okay. We're already starting off pretty strong here. States are not to be confused with traits such as schizophrenia. If problems arise if utilizing images of the deceased, Western medical practices destigmatize recognition of past lives as part of the broad spectrum of the personality matrix, self-recognition, reincarnation. Washington Criminal Code 9.56.010 against libel and defamation of the historical memory of the deceased U.S. figure is the living person Stein 2002 effectively protects the memory of the deceased U.S. citizen. Boys, we're kind of boys and girls, we're entering like the wildest parts of the internet tonight. Jesus. I need to mix more G Fuel in this coffee, dude. Code SOG, by the way. But international academic research credentials at Orchid. Nata a Pisa, Italia, registrata a Gigliola Adini, cittadina italiana nel 2002-2003. So it's all Italian. Okay, let me just do a quick translation of this. Okay, Google Translate, please. This is like a little too much, man. I mean, I born in Pisa, Italy, registered in Giglio Adini, Italian citizen, started a project at a PhD level NIH in Ukraine against the anti-Semitism and the femicide of the Slavs. Since 2004, collaborated with the laboratory during the period we carry on mutual scientific investigations in the field of neuropsychology, ethnopsychology, psychophysiology, and neurophysiology. During this period of time and our ongoing collaboration, proved to be profoundly serious, erudite researcher, sincere, well-wishing, and a very energetic person. I'm glad to have join our team again so that she can finish her research in human behavior with collaboration from our laboratory. Her presence will be welcomed, and we look forward to her informational lecture, presentations, educating our facility and students not just on our previous doctoral studies in strategic communication, communication research methods, business communications, and trend in U.S. media. We also look forward to her new doctoral expertise in communication apprehension, leadership coaching, and industrial and organizational psychology and quantitative personality testing methodologies. So this is all the way back from like 2012, and this is from a university in the Ukraine. So you can see that the professor, or like the PhD of biology, the chief, is Vladimir Pavlenko. And they've got more and more stuff that they've covered over here. Ethical relativism, while covering up crime and fraud through logical ethical arguments, is a result of a three-branch governing system that never anticipated audio and visual recordings documenting that the official leadership may put writing one thing, yet does not abide by what is written. For example, Rosehorse grocery food chain store at 14th Avenue in Spokane, Washington, might give the impression they provide respectable behavior in the proximity of physically handicapped customers, yet in practice might encourage bullying through abusive gestures such as cattle prodding. Most accountability requires a fourth element in the check and balance of governance: forensic mass media investigations, documentation, and reporting. Followers of the faith based on the Quran are prohibited from being the subject of photography and video recordings. What? That's not true at all. In what capacity? What? I don't know. I've never heard that one before, but okay. So I guess they try to talk about mass media surveillance and the connection they've had to like religious or ethical. Or wow, this is a lot to really take in. Full spectrum of the leadership personality matrix, a proposal for institutionalizing personality background checks. That sounds so much close like a movie that I watched back in the day. You might have watched it too, called Minority Report. I think it was a Tom Cruise movie, but the idea is that like they had like an AI that would like process everyone, and it would already identify who would be a criminal before they committed a crime. Kind of like, there's an anime actually called Psychopaths. I'm not a huge anime person, but this is a really good anime for those of you who are into like that cyberpunky shit, where like basically they basically target individuals that have like a psychotic thing breaking off in their head, and like basically people that haven't committed crimes but are about to commit crimes, the system automatically tags and they hunt them down. Now, of course, it can be argued that the only reason they're about to commit a crime is because they're being so aggressively targeted. But yeah, it's a whole anime right there and then. Internet's a weird place, man, I'm telling you. Internet's too weird. Let's back out of this, though. I'm getting scared. Today, we've learned a lot on weird things from the deep web. I don't know how much I have to cut out or keep in, but we've come across Cyberpunk 2077's defunct scam of a source code nonsense. We've come across a school which has tuitions to teach people how to be, you know, radical political people in the computer space. I'm fried, okay? My brain is gone. Honestly, we've come across args that have left my pickle pretty tickled. And, you know, I really have to rewatch what we just did, because the last hour felt like a fever dream in recording. So, yeah, I'm really going to ask you all what you thought about today's video. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. My brain is a little mush right now, so I'm gonna go out for a little walk, you know, get some fresh air. And when I come back, I'm really going to try to process what all went through. So, yeah, you'll see the finished product. I will see my brain being turned into mush in real time. This is me, Mudahar. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out.
Hello, guys and gals, me Mudahar, and welcome back to another episode of Deep Web Browsing, also known as Weird Things on the Deep Web, on the Dark Web, whatever you want to call it. I know that I don't do the series as often as I should, and the last episode was several months behind, probably almost a year at this point. And one of the reasons for that is, obviously, when browsing the Dark Web, I used to do it every Sunday. And one of the realities of it every Sunday is you'd find the same old Hitman site, tired every time. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, I feel like with the deep web, you kind of have to take a step away from it every once in a while, come back to it when it's a little bit more fresher, and uncover the websites that frankly have been brewing from time to time. I might actually make this more regular, but given some of the recent stuff on the deep web, I don't think it would actually be allowed entirely on YouTube. And I'm not just talking about, you know, like I'm not talking about adult stuff. I'm actually talking about some conspiratorial stuff that's been brought in, but I'm getting a bit ahead of myself, because what I've got in this episode is stuff that I've been building up over the last few weeks, a couple months, and now it's my time to blow my load and show you the cooler side of the deep, dark web. So sit back, relax. It's going to be a long video, ladies and gentlemen. Grab an appy juice, because we're about to jump in for a good old-fashioned dank web browsing. To start off pretty hardcore, I found the Bavarian Hitman. Now, of course, if it's one thing about hitmen on the internet, is first off, you never ever want to give money to it, okay? Simply due to the fact that this is an illegal activity. Now that I've said that, ladies and gentlemen, okay, now that I've disclaimed it properly, let's go into looking at how much of a scammy website this is. So again, this onion shows us that they've got some photos. Also translated to photos. And here where they downloaded the finest Shutterstock shit that they could and cropped the image so far enough that you couldn't actually see any of those watermarks. Now they've also got services, and yes, I will try to pronounce Dienstleistungen. I'm pretty sure I screwed that one up, but here they've got a shooting for 1,500 euros, all the way down to 12,000 euros. Now they've got Vergiften, which is poison, and of course 2,500 euros all the way to 22,000. And of course the poison type varies, so I don't know if they're going to go with like potassium cyanide or shit like ricin, but of course the further you go down into, you've got others, which goes from like 1,500 to 50,000. Like what are these actual rates? I don't understand. Like, what are you trying to do over here? Hack a computer? How's that 50 grand? Now, of course, in some capacities, they've actually shown some images that I can't show you because it seems like there are some dead people in the images and actual criminal things done. Of course, they've also got their email address. This is why I don't cover the Hitman websites, okay? Like, the only reason I'm showing you this is it's so laughably fucking bad that
It's obviously a scam, and I'm sure somebody's fallen for it and somebody actually may have given the money. But again, in the off chance that it isn't, don't get offended and off me, all right? I'm just here to make jokes, okay? This website looked like a joke, therefore it was easy picking. Now, of course, for every Hitman website, there's also a Sonic the Hedgehog website. Yes, there is. Welcome to my Sonic the Hedgehog Satan homepage. Whew, Saturday morning cartoons. My own little slice of pie in Nepal. Best viewed at 640 by 4 in Netscape Navigator 3. Oh, man. Oh, man, dude, this website carbon dates us. Click a character to learn more. So, obviously, we got Stanik is the coolest. Tails is awful. I hate Tails. Knuckles sure could beat them up. Sally's the smartest. And Dr. Robot... Wait a minute. Let me look at that closely. I need to make sure Robotnik didn't actually have like a penis or anything. And of course they've got a download of the theme song. Wait a minute, let me listen to this. It's a full-on onion link, man. Like, it's a complete onion link for this. And of course, being the fact that it's hosted on the Onion Relay, it's going to take forever to actually load it up. Now, this is part of the the McRetro network? Oh man. Oh god. Oh wait. You know what this is from? Okay, all right, let's stop that. That freaked me out. But so the McRetro network is actually it's actually something that we saw in like nostalgic web browsing. For anybody who remembers that series from like years ago at this point, this is actually like just when we used to go to like URLs and just see old versions of it, and we came across like an entire network of retro themed websites. So this is actually something that is ClearWeb, but of course, like a lot of ClearWeb websites, they do also have onion links as well too, even if they're just mirrors. So yeah, we've got some Sonic the Hedgehog. Pretty cool. Do we need government disclosure? Oh god, we're into the conspiracy segment. In this interview clip with the Grimacera show, Reed Summer speaks here on the alien collectives present in our world. Oh, they got a whole video? No way! Oh my god, I gotta see the video. Where's this video, Ed? Where's the video? The alien agenda uncovered by the allies of humanity will explode the myths and beliefs we hold about ET contact. Do we need government? The prophecy of the greater community. Entering the greater community, the revelation of Marshall Vion Summers in the new message from God. Okay, I gotta open this up. This is even wilder. So this is actually like on YouTube. Like you can actually watch this video on YouTube. You can see that it's hyperlinking to a YouTube channel. I'm going to actually open that up just to kind of see what we've got over here. And before I continue to reject. It's part of an entire channel here. Okay. And yeah, it's like part of an entire channel. They got like 5,000 views and something. It's like a 2019 video. And as far as I can see, this channel's relatively active. Like they've got an upload from like 2 months ago here. So yeah, it's like an entire group, like no joke. All right, let's actually look closer into this. I want to see this like prophecy of God. Education. The allies ask us to take a stand for the well-being of our world and to become, in essence, allies of humanity. So they've got like a bunch of books, which you can read completely for free online. So one thing that I do like about it is you can tell that people here actually care about what they're talking about, because normally like all of this is usually to sell like a book or it's some dumb grift. But these people genuinely believe what they're actually posting out, which, you know, to be honest with you, I can actually, I can respect a lot. So let me see the 12-point summary. And also I want to know about Marshall Vion Summers as well, because it seems like an interesting character. So the 12-point summary: humanity's design is to emerge into or to engage with a greater community of intelligent life in the universe. Contact with other forms of intelligent life represent the greatest threshold that humanity has ever faced. The results of this contact will determine humanity's future for generations to come. This contact is happening now. Humanity is unprepared for contact. Researchers are still unable to clearly see who is visiting our world and why. Governments are not revealing what they know. Let me turn the fan down real quick. It's a little kind of loud. Governments are not revealing what they know, and most people are still in denial that this phenomenon is even occurring. Because of this lack of preparation, humanity's true ally sent representatives to a location near Earth to observe the extraterrestrial presence and activities within our world. Okay, I mean, like, this is The thing is, like, you get into like these pseudosciences and they're already saying that the communication is happening and there's some contact that's going on, but I never believed this kind of stuff until, of course, like, you actually play these things back to me, you know? Like, I've never connected to one of these, because they're always like, the contact's happening. Well, is there like a wave file that I can listen to that, you know, completely proves it? Because listen, I'm completely on board with being proven like wrong, and I want to actually experience like first contact with aliens. So I don't know, I wish there was more. But here we've got Marshall Vion Summers. So for the past 35 years, I have been immersed in a religious experience. This has resulted in my receiving a vast body of writings about the nature of human spirituality and human destiny. Okay. These writings, encompassed in the new message, contain a theological framework that accounts for life and the presence of God in the greater community, the vast science of space and time that we know to be the universe. Okay, so it's a religious affair, it seems. Okay, and the person's got their own like website that you can connect to. So it seems like this was a godly venture rather than a purely scientific venture whatsoever. And I'm not saying that to come across as an asshole. It's just this is why, like, we're not getting the wave files and everything. But in the fall of 1981, at the age of 32, Marshall Vion Summers had a direct encounter with a mysterious voice in which he was instructed to begin to receive and to record their message for the world. Okay, and I got to make sure I censor something because they straight up left their phone number to access here. And of course, the origin point was like this page right here, where we found alien threat awareness. In 2020, this was written. And of course, Jake here, the post is about the alien menace, the hidden threat. Most likely this will come off as a rant of a schizo, but to me that's fine. Honestly, anything slightly occulty will seem schizo, and the only people that will know different are people who are not normals, normies, mundanes, muggles. Oh god. I hate Harry Potter. Or people that have been directly affected by these kind of things. What is an alien? A being that is not an earthling or from Earth. You can make the argument that we are the aliens, but the word infidel or Gentile, okay. I think we would use the alien's word for alien to describe the alien's point of view. Let's go to an alternate universe where it's the year 30,053. I think humanity is going to be long dead before that, but sure, brother. Humanity comes across a fledgling alien world. We want that world. We need that world. But for some reason, we cannot conquest the world by force. Trade agreements, perhaps. One universe government ruling, perhaps. Whatever the case, we need that world, so it must subterfuge. Since the inhabitants of the fledgling world are sentient beings, they need to agree to join us. What is the best way to get the aliens to join us? Well, currently they are barely above the equivalent of a Bronze Age, so they are in no position to aid our causes, meaning we need to speed up their technological development. We will also need to be mindful of their religions, if they have any, and make plans to use religious profits for our own use later. Okay, so here's where I'm going to stop this right here. Even though those things are sentient beings, I firmly believe if this was a realistic scenario, and we needed a planet, we would just take it by force, okay? Like, none of this uplift them to our level, you know. Human beings, if we had the upper hand, we would have taken them over. There's no way that these people could be under our technological level and we also couldn't conquest them. Even if it was some arbitrary agreements. Even on Earth, amongst each other, we break trade agreements all the time, okay? We sanction each other all the time. We would just do it. Due to our technological advancements, the aliens cannot tell the difference between it being magic or real. We can literally make their religious prophets come back from the dead. We can affect their weather. We can telepathically communicate with them. We can influence their dreams. We can kill them, reanimate them, and the bits we want them to keep and with the bits we add. Okay, so basically we're just like gods to them, okay? In order to further grow our reputation, we need to provide or facilitate, expose the secret world government that we aided in its creation, and aid in their destruction. Gene therapy clinics. Get the eyeball color you always wanted. Medical technology that performs things once believed as miracles. Superior plant, insect-based foods so that the equivalent of cows will no longer have to be eaten. Complete and total gender reassignment surgery by lab growing our own opposite gender of their species. A game system that beams its content directly into the skull that you can consume forever. Human Funky Pals. Funko Pops. Net films, except 128K resolution at 1,000,000 frames. Nanotip technology that allows anyone to watch alien-approved net films in their skull. Safer neighborhoods, better cameras, human powers, and more and more. Okay, so anyways, to get back to us and everything, this is more or less my viewpoint regarding aliens. If you couldn't tell, in the story, the humans are the aliens and the aliens are humans. What do I think that they cannot take the world by force? Well, simply because they haven't yet. Maybe aliens haven't discovered this world yet, but I've seen and heard a good numbers of discussion about aliens, so I don't think this is the case. We literally believe they exist, and so do many others. This is not an accident. I believe there are good aliens, but no way will good aliens do what my story tells. They would forbid themselves from being seen. They would not influence us until we asked to speak with them. They would not give us technology, since that creates a dependence on them. For plagues, food shortages, blah, blah, blah. Anyways, a lot of my thinking is influenced by the allies of humanity, since I long read that before making this website. Okay, so I actually kind of believe, like, if we ever do first contact, it's not going to be aliens coming to us. I'm sure at some point humanity will, fly through the space and stars, and we'll probably find the first, era or like another civilization that we may uplift. We may do some Mass Effect Solarian stuff too. Who knows? But yeah, it's a rather interesting way to look at it. And yes, before anybody continues, I do in fact know that icon right there is Pedo Bear. Okay, I get it. All right, I'm not deliberately ignoring it. I've known her from the beginning. See, everyone makes a deep web look like it's just full of fucking red rooms, but the reality is, this is what it's all about, man. It's all about talking about aliens and conspiracies and flat earth shit. Would you look at that? We found a little podcast in the entire mix. What? This is the Techno Agoras. So here they've got a little logo that's made out of a terminal shell, but they actually got their own little deep web podcast. No way. Let me listen to this. This is actually real. It's 3 minutes. It's little mini rants.
My name is Ryan, and I am an agorist. Today we are talking about who the right enemies are.
They got their own music. What?
And in conflict with the views of others. While in so-called real life, we tend to stuff controversial views or diplomatically avoid certain topics in certain company, the internet has a fascinating tendency to bring most people's controversial views to the forefront.
My God, this man understands the entire concept of using Twitter. I love it. So this is this is somebody's whole podcast just hidden onto the deep web. I don't understand why it has to be on here. Does he cover some really controversial things, or is it just here for the sake of being here? They got their own Twitter profile, a little Patreon going on. Okay, all right. So here it is. The Techno Agoras is a podcast that focuses on the intersection of technology and agorism in our everyday lives. I am an organic, non-GMO human being. Also, they do have a ClearWeb link as well, too. And of course, Ryan here is, in fact, they've got their own Patreon. I don't know if their Patreon's active, but that's actually pretty cool. We found somebody's little mini podcast in the middle of it, okay? I always love it when we find somebody's small little website. And it's always fun to look at because that's what it's all about, man. That's what this deep web browsing stuff is all about. It's just finding below the surface layer into the really goofy, cool shit. So interestingly done here. But there's not much more. I'm not going to play this person's stuff entirely. They cover a lot of topics like privacy rights and regulations, Napster. Oh man, I'm feeling old. The currency of life. I am an agorist. And of course, they've got my organs, my choice. All right, well, there's a lot of heavy topics that if you're interested in, you got it right here. Serial Killers, Inc.? Okay, so new products added June 2022. Yo, this is new. This is okay, all right. That's kind of cool. This is very, very up there. So what is this? It saddens us to announce that we have ceased international overseas shipping, but we feel it's the right decision. COVID has caused an overabundance of mail-related service issues and delays worldwide. It's just not feasible to ship packages around the world. Okay, so only for Americans are you able to do it. So what do they got over here? We take pride in our service to the true crime collectible hobby and have been a driving force since 2009. Oh my God. Wait a minute. No way. You can buy actual serial killer shit? Wait, John Wayne Gacy. What is this? $16,000? John Wayne Gacy's 14 times 18 Pogo the Clown oil. John Wayne Gacy was an American... Yeah, of course. $16,000? What is this? John Wayne Gacy was an American killer clown who's convicted of sexual assault and murder in a minimum of 30... Okay, I know the history. What is this? Gary Gacy Pogo the Clown oil painting signed on the front? John Wayne Gacy. No way! They actually have, you can buy a painting that he actually signed for 16 grand? Again, I just want to say for the record, we do not endorse serial killer stuff, but this is so wild. They've got like every serial killer, they got like stuff from Charles Manson, so they got a signed card that's currently on sale for $500. What? This is like a card that Charles Manson signed. And you could, yeah, like they got the signature right there for 500 bones. Oh my, wait, what is this? $5,000 for this. $5,000 CDCR inmate ID badge. So Patricia, and I assume this is like somebody that, who is this? Is an American murderer and a former member of the Manson family. Okay. During her time with the Manson group, she was known by various aliases such as Big Patty Yellow, Marnie Reeves, and Marianne Scott. And this, so what this is that this is like her personal CDC laminated credit card style custody level B inmate ID badge. They got their hands on her ID badge? How did they even do that? I don't understand. How did they even get this? Wouldn't this like typically be taken by the Bureau of Prisons and like burned or something, or like just stored in some like archive? Because like she would have to be like a pretty well-known inmate. There's no way that they could have like that can't be real. So we burst into the scene in 2008 and quickly became the leading and most popular true crime collectible company worldwide. We have been featured on such shows as National Geographic's Taboo TV series, Explosive in Germany, The Mark Kelly Show in Canada, as well as interviewed and profiled by world-class news networks such as CNN, Fox News, ABC, CBS, NBC, MSNBC, The New York Times, and Reuters. Shop with confidence on a website with a proven reputation of excellence. So, man, there's like an entire... Dude, there is literally a shop for everything, okay? I didn't even know there was a way for anybody to get like, and they don't just have one inmate ID badge, they've got like plenty of them. Like there are people that are willing to buy prison issued signed t-shirts. And again, they have like signatures just over there from these serial killers for $175. The only reason I also don't endorse this is I really don't know if these people end up giving money to criminals or people that have been like in the prison system for their effects, which would be directly financing those, terrible people. But yeah, they're like, they got like prison issued signed t-shirts and everything. And it seems like all of this is, it seems like these are, they're not, they wouldn't be faking these. Okay. Like that would be like a straight up scam. So obviously they must actually be in contact with some of these killers and they must actually be able to like get this stuff off of them. They've even got like crime scene photographs, which I don't even know if you can get your hands on them that easily, but clearly these people have some serious connections. And I guess I'm just baffled that I'm able to buy an ID card from a serial killer. Jesus. We're gonna have to take a break. I'm gonna walk away. I'm gonna get some fresh air, but we will be back with the next website. So here we got a website, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a YouTube channel that I was linked into, Cleanup WV. So immediately off the top of my head, this is a channel that has stopped uploading 9 years ago. Now, if I look at the oldest thing here, 10 years ago, they were uploading garbled stuff. Now, of course, this is Japanese text. Okay, so I'm going to go to like most popular. And some of these videos are viewed. I assume these videos kind of hit some algorithm and nothing really popped off beyond that. But in terms of the newest videos, all right, I'm going to go to the About section real quick. And this is something found in 2011. So again, they uploaded for like what appeared to be just 2 years. And they stopped uploading in 2012. Now, of course, these are like 28-second videos, 19-second videos. Why they're not showing up on the YouTube Shorts algorithm is a bit beyond me. So let's actually click on one of these and see what it's... Oh, they've got ads? Okay, so it's like a monetized channel. Okay. And of course, it's just 27 seconds of a really zoomed up shot of text. I mean, you can literally count the pixels, ladies and gentlemen. This is like, obviously, 2012 webcam pointing at the television. And this looks like it's just CCTV footage of something. And like somebody's walking in the distance there. And that's all it is. So I guess what we can do... What is this? Love this. Who hears from Chills? Okay, so Chills covered this. All right. So let me actually open up Let me actually convert this, okay? Like, what we can do is we can go to Google Translate and just quickly convert this and see what's written, roughly. Shotoku Shotech eradication. When you open the front door. Okay, Shotoko Shotech. All right, so what is this, like an actual university somewhere? Let me check that. Shotoko Engineering? Could be something. Could be just CCTV footage taken somewhere. They do have something written in the description. I'm going to grab that and also do the Google Translate. Raw tax-free mud nest. I wonder if this is Stingy Takari. Every time desperate, morning, day, and night, even in the rainstorm when the entrance is opened. Ambush with ambush tailing, electromagnetic wave, murder, eavesdropping, voyeur. It's just the tip of the iceberg, even the official landlord. I think we broke the Google Translate bot, ladies and gentlemen. I really think we did. So, of course, the more that they've got over here, these just all look like the same videos. Like, this one only 5 people have watched, and it's 18 seconds. And they just zoom. Like, this isn't even proper capture of a CCTV camera. Like, this is just... What is this person doing? It's like, so you can barely tell that there's a person walking in it. Okay, let's go to the most popular world. Or, like, sorry, the oldest. So, in the oldest right here, we've got... what is this of? So video uploaded from my phone. So this is from somebody's obvious cell phone. What cell phone they may have, I have no clue. It looks like some Sony Ericsson from way back in the day. Or just Ericsson. Yeah, this is from like a television show. 24. You can actually see like this is off of a TV. This is like screen record. This is like off-screen recording of something. And you can't tell what's going on over here. You honestly cannot tell. Like, it's the most jumbled, garbled uploads imaginable. English translation. Elimination of proc crimes. Electromagnetic wave damage. Okay. Eradication of strikes. So, again, it's similar to that Google Translate we saw earlier, and I think everyone just kind of had the same idea. So this shot looks a little clearer. It's taken in, what is it, 11/11/16. So obviously one of those is the year, probably somewhere in like November 16th of 2011, which actually that's the date that it's uploaded. So it's all uploaded from this person's phone. And of course, they are recording what? 1027 and what? An alleyway? What's going on in the alleyway? Is there going to be somebody walking by? No, a security light opens up in the back. And they just stop it. Here's like a better shot of it. Okay. I don't understand what the point is of this. It's just CCTV footage that's barely legible. Like that, is that a human? Is that a person? Or is that the chupacabra? I have no idea. Even like the channels that they've like subscribed to are just like random Japanese channels. Like here we got like Mr. Japan 1966. And they're just uploading their own little videos from 10 years ago. Eschenbach Wing 7286. It's like its own separate channel. Sakura So TV, which is like the only larger channel that I found of this entire thing. Maybe it's all like a network, dude. Maybe this is like some part of some like, yeah, look, you click on all these Japanese channels and it's just like weirdly different looking video. Like it's like a weird like partition of YouTube. Look, 69F2 is just shots of walking around Japan. This is a little recent though. It's 2 years ago. And some of the clips have been like uploaded as far back as like, 2014. Maybe this is just like a super common thing that people do in Japan and I'm just being a little ethnocentric or like ignorant of it. But you know what? Is there any rationale to this channel, ladies and gentlemen? I don't think so. I honestly don't know what Cleanup VW was about. Or WV, sorry. I'm getting a little, mixed up with the wording. But I think this channel is about electromagnetism. And, yeah, I guess that's really what it is, man. I mean, shit, they stopped uploading 9 years ago, and all of their uploads are completely illegible. Like, look at some of this stuff. It's just the same 20-second videos. I don't understand what's going on. I legitimately am so confused watching this. This is one of those channels that might be one of those completely unsolved YouTube internet mysteries, and by sheer fact, that there might not even be a mystery to solve. It's just somebody uploading 20-second clips that are illegible CCTV footage. Hylotopic Oclupanid Research Group. The site contains research of oclupanids. These small objects are everywhere, dotting supermarket aisles and sidewalks with an impressive array of form and color. No, wait, what? Hold on. Copy, search that. Let's search it. What? They're looking at bread clips? There's no way. There's no way there's an entire group for this. A research group for bread clips? Anybody that doesn't know what it is, when you buy like Dempster's bread or something, or a loaf of bread from the supermarket, this is a bread clip. There's no way. Phylogeny of the what they gave them, like, oh my god. There's like a familial tree for this. No way. No way. Okay, let me go here. Let's just get their idea of it. This is a lot. This is not just advanced shit this isn't just shit posting. This is severely advanced shit posting. Oclupanids are generally found as parasitoids on bagged pastries in supermarket, hardware stores, and other large commercial establishments. Their fascinating and complex life cycle is unfortunately severely under-researched. It's a bread clip. It's a bread clip! What are you doing? What is known is that they take nourishment from the plastic sacks that surround the bagged product. Not the product itself. Hold on, let me check if I'm alive. Yes, I'm still sentient somehow. I'm not dead, I think. In most species, they often situate themselves towards the center of the plastic bag, holding in the contents. This leads to speculation that the relationship may be more symbiotic than purely parasitic. Their stunning diversity and mysterious habits have entranced many a respectable scientist into studying, collecting, and cataloging specimens late into the night. This site contains several years of research in the classification of oclupanids. For those of you who do not consume sliced bread, oclupanids do not form an important part of your life. For the rest of the market, these small objects are everywhere, dotting supermarket aisles and sidewalks with an impressive array of form and color. The Hylotypic Oclupanid Research Group has taken on the mantle of classifying the most common yet most puzzling member of the phylum, Plasticae. This is no way. No way is this fucking serious, dude. This is insanity. I think we've come across some of the wildest things that I've ever seen. I don't know what to do. Like, there's literally a book for this. They've got an entire holding. They've given them like Latin style names. They've collected so many. I didn't even know there was that many different versions of bread clips. You just grab them, rip them off and like use them to seal in the freshness. I didn't know people collected this. Oh my god, there's like a website for everything. All right, let's look at the various ones. So I'm going to click on a couple of them. Like, let's go to Acute Ignat Day. So let's go into this one, see what that's about. And this is distinguished by a single sharp dental process in the medial oral groove. One little spike, okay? And they've entirely been taken over by archicanthons and toxodentids. They've got them like lined up literally to give you the cubic measurements. Wow. Okay, let's go to the fuse Oridae. Okay, that seems interesting. That's not even a real bread clip. You literally 3D printed that. Don't even act like it. Discovered deep from within an industrial warehouse, these hulking rectangular giants, known as Fuse Oridae, were at first considered to be some sort of What? Oh my god! Wait, however, recent advances in speculative morphometrics have instead revealed alarming evidence of a massive shift in the oclupanid body plan. The oral hooks have engorged and fused together, curling inwards to form a sturdy central paddle. Meanwhile, the oral groove is turned into a mere crescent. These extreme changes are thought to be adaptations to aid in attaching to its main host, large plastic bags of chips. And of course, let's look at the guide to symbols real quick. Let's find the symbols, okay? Let's see what symbols we would find in the wild, so to speak. I'm so blown away. I'm actually so blown away. And let's look at the pseudo-oclupanids, and even I guess their publications and reports as well too. So in the pseudo-ocluponids, while ocluponids are diverse and festooned enough to be encountered nearly worldwide, they are no means the only microsynthetic object to have settled on this particular ecological niche. Some have been found in similar habitats and locales, and in some cases have supplanted ocluponids entirely in the bread aisles of grocery stores. So again, they've got like multiple different types of them, like a bit more rectangular in nature. These are... I think I believe that I've died somewhere. I think I'm somewhere else entirely, man. Now, they've got like entire posts and books and everything. In 2011, Dr. Bruce Ragsdale collaborated with Horg and other physicians to publish the first internationally recognized paper. There's no way. There's no way there's an international paper. There's no way. I'm being trolled, dude. I'm being trolled. Let me actually see this. Okay, we're gonna end this browse here. This is actually a thing. Plastic bag clip discovered in partial colectomy. No, what? No way. Was this found in somebody's asshole? Wait, a colectomy is a type of surgery used to treat colon diseases. No way. This was found in somebody's colon. Oh no, did somebody eat this? Wait, ruptured for a patient, a mentally, can't use that word. Neurodivergent diabetic 58-year-old man underwent surgery. Over 20 cases of accidental ingestion of plastic bag clips have been published. Known complications include small bowel perforation, obstruction, dysphagia, gastrointestinal bleeding, and colonic impaction. Somebody literally ate the bag clip. And those things can be sharp. And they messed up the insides. Wow. I'm actually like so blown away right now. You have no idea. Like I didn't even know there was going to be, like, I knew what bread clips were. Okay. Everyone knew that. But to imagine, guys, an entire website suddenly existing of the entire history and ecology. See, I'm because they're in ecology. It's bread clips. It's bread clips. I'm blown away, ladies and gentlemen. To be honest with you, I'm going to back off right here. This is one of the wildest reads in the world. If you ever wanted to know the etymology, the history, the genus of a bread clip, well, Deep Web is where it's at, ladies and gentlemen. Today, you can walk away from this video knowing that you learned something today. And knowing is half the battle, ladies and gentlemen. I am going to back away from this and shimmy my ass somewhere else. The fusion anomaly, divide by 0 now. Wait, what? Fusion anomaly, unite by 1 now, divide by 0. Okay. All right, let's click on the old dot there. Fusion anomaly. The nexus is permanently morphing. To be fair, I just read something about bread clips, so anything's possible. It is probably true, quite generally, that in the history of human thinking, the most fruitful developments frequently take place at those points where two different lines of thought meet. These lines may have their roots in quite different parts of human nature, in different times, or different cultural environments, or different religious traditions. Hence, if they actually meet, that is, if they are at least so much related to each other that a real interaction can take place, then one may hope that new and interesting developments may follow. Werner Heisenberg, founder of quantum mechanics. To which, yeah, okay, so we're getting into quantum mechanics. Kind of cool, kind of cool. Let's go into the fusion anomaly. So, fusion, the act or procedure of liquefying or melting by the application of heat. Fusion, changing of a substance from solid to liquid. Fusion is the same as melting, but the term fusion is usually applied to substances such as metals that can become liquid at high temperatures. And when a substance is at its fusing temperature, it absorbs additional heat called the heat of fusion, as it changes to a liquid without raising its temperature. Thermonuclear fusion occurs in stars, including the sun, and is a source of their heat and light. Okay, so yeah, I didn't really know the exact definition of fusion, and today I know. So of course, right here we've got syndactyly. which is in biology, the condition of having two or more fused digits as occurring normally in certain mammals and birds. Oh, okay. So that's like when your fingers are fused together. I've actually seen that in reality. So I didn't know exactly what it was called, but it's syndactyly, which is basically the fusing of your digits, right? Or like fused fingers and toes. Let's click on anomaly. Ooh, I know that I have my lights on in red, but this is just like, we are literally in a red room. Okay, so anomaly. Deviation or departure from the normal or common order, form, or rule. NASA's system for tracking anomalies for flight readiness reviews failed. Presidential Commission report on the Challenger disaster. Okay, so birth defect, a physiological or structural abnormality that develops at or before birth and is present at the time of birth. Here we establish a key element of the weird, whose best name at one technical and resonant is anomaly. The anomalous appears on the profane plane as nothing more or less than a sometimes striking deviation from the norm, a general category of phenomena that even the most hard-headed naturalist or reductionist must recognize. But such anomalies don't only include spontaneous environments or biological phenomena that must be explained or managed through cultural or mythological means. Anomalies' weirdness can also be produced. Anomalies are avatars of the outside that is produced through any act of demarcation, the potential rupture or crack in any boundary that organizes the real. From scientific accounts to the structured dance of our it's too early, man. Quotidian perceptual habits. Okay, so anomalies, fusion anomalies. We've got actual graffiti somewhere in the back of a Philadelphia crack den. Okay, I don't even know why I mentioned Philadelphia. Okay, but this is what we got. Okay, this is where we're sitting at. The fusion anomaly. And they make like so many references to like music and movies like 2001 A Space Odyssey. Like, god damn, it just does not end, man. This is too techno shamanism. Oh my god. Today is too much. Today is too much. They've got like all these different like things to go into. Like, let's go into like cyberpunk. They got the definition for cyberpunk. This is all it is. It's just definitions and links to movies and music. Gravity. Where does gravity link me to? This is old. Oh my god. No, look at that. The Usenet? Do you guys know what Usenet is? This is like, you can tell, Usenet, man. My god. Usenet, for those of you who don't know, Usenet is basically like I guess you could say like a forum system or something back in the day. Like, I was too young for this. I didn't really understand what most of it was back in the day, but like a general idea was like, this was just a place where you jumped in and like had a little like forum post, like a little forum page. Like, for instance, you could actually go into like these news groups and just sort of like talk and like share files and whatnot between each other. So this is like that old, man. Here's Xanadu, which is an idyllic, beautiful place. If you are reading this page and you're already an acolyte of Ted Nelson's religion, well, guess what, guys? We all just got drafted into a new religion, boys. A theology built not out of words or ideas exactly, but of references and links. The idea of hypertext, a term first coined by Nelson in '65, may have been sketched in various forms before, but its first wild exegesis came in 1981 with Nelson's manifesto, Literary Machines. Well, you know what? Before I get recruited into a computer religion, if you wanted to go to the deep web and read definitions to start off with, Fusion Anomaly is one of those places. And it does have clear web stuff too. So, you know, if you want to just check, I'm going to stop, okay? Before I get drafted further into a techno religion. This is Fusion Anomaly, ladies and gentlemen, also known as techno shamanism, and a place where you can absolutely open your third eye, if you will. There's so many places for you to go to in this entire page. So many locations for you to touch. This is a rabbit hole that I'm actually going to save to explore on my own term at some time later. And they're already talking about the third eye, and I don't want to go that far into it because the third eye stuff is super freaky, okay? I know a few people in my life that have seen the third eye stuff, that have gotten into the third eye stuff, and it always ends up just turning you into like some completely different human being. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to back away from this. I'm going to get some coffee because actually, no, I don't really need coffee. I'm like completely awake right now. I'm like completely open. I've seen the world. We're going to back away from this, man. This is too much. Oh, what a return. What a return to the old deep web browsing, ladies and gentlemen. Now, of course, we've seen so much this episode. We've talked about the etymology of bread clips. We've potentially opened our third eye, and I'm not talking about erectums. We've seen a Hitman website, which might have been the most laughable website that I've ever seen in the beginning. Honestly, I can't remember what we really saw, okay? Because honestly, I'm still stuck at the fact that I read about bread clips like an actual scientist. Also, I remember the fact that we jumped into a massive world of alien exploration too. Honestly, this episode of the deep web stuff, the weird side of the deep web, really did wild me out. Honestly, I've been away far too long. I gotta keep doing these videos, man. I really gotta keep doing the deep web stuff. It's been a while, and I really feel like giving time between these episodes is really the play. Like, it's been such a long time since I've ever been this blown away by the stuff I found on here, right? I guess when you do it weekly, like every Sunday, the kind of effect wears off on you, but for now, this felt genuinely really awesome and fun. And I think the next time we cover the deep web, we're gonna give it the same, not the same, like, year-long break. This can't be a yearly series. But I'm going to be more active in it. I think it's better if we do this once a month, you know? Like, once a month would be a really smart play because, or not once every 2 weeks, once a month, or really like once every 3 weeks or something, right? Basically, I'm going to make more of an effort to find more unique and cool stuff, and we're just going to make episodes that are more quality, obviously, over quantity. And I think that's better for me because instead of trying to make a deep web episode, just to have one like this so spontaneous where I'm like mind blown every episode, every like page really, is the real play. So let me know what you think about it in the comment section below. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out.
Hello, guys and gals, me, Mudahar, and, woo, you might be like, well, gosh darn, what a Sunday this is, or maybe I'll upload it a little sooner. I don't know, to be honest with you. My mind is a rambling mess of craziness, and ladies and gentlemen, you are right. We are looking at the deep web. Now, of course, you might be like, well, Muda, didn't you used to do this every Sunday? I know that I keep these things pretty much on a special occasion these days, because, to be honest with you, towards the tail end of the previous deep web stuff, I'll be real, a lot of those Hitman websites, and one of the realities of it is there were a lot of websites that were very, very illegal, and they just kept on popping up. And it got to a point where recording every week was just... it was tough, mentally, I'll say. But of course, you know, I tend to just amalgamate websites, and after a while, I crank out the old VM and, you know, smell the crap within and realize there's some good, juicy nuggets in here. So we're going to go dive in and explore some deep web today. So let's go to our very first website. Okay, so to show you guys what's kind of been going on, nearly every other site that I've been going to is showing up with the Northern California Illicit Digital Economy Task Force. It seems like this is a cooperative unit of like Homeland Security, the Postal Service, the DOJ, the Department of the Internal Revenue Service, the DEA, and this Office of the Inspector General of the Post Office. So it actually appears to be a investigates violations of U.S. law involving cryptocurrency and dark web marketplaces in the greater Northern California area and beyond. So it's actually from Sacramento. And of course, they've got a bunch of actual arrested vendors. Some I do recognize actually in here. Like, I believe I've seen the name Dr. Frosty, but interesting names. Of course, beyond that, they've got like foreign partners too. Like they've actually working alongside other organizations. They shut down the dark market, which I remember that URL. I'm gonna have to remember to block that out, but I don't think it matters considering they shut it down. The Darknet Alchemist, Easy Score, Icy Dicey, Guta Pack, Arctic, BM 182-318. These are names that, honestly, some of them I do kind of remember. So yeah, if you've ever been wondering why your favorite site has been taken down, apparently the US government, as they've always have it, taken it seriously. Except now they're straight up posting pages on the dark web. Look at that. They got the whole URL right here. NCID, ETT, ETFS. So yeah, there's been a bunch of websites that have popped up, and a lot of them are just like seized websites. So if you find places like this, it shouldn't be super surprising. But of course, you can see that the government is taking it seriously. And yeah, if you're buying illegal drugs off of the internet and suddenly the feds show up at your house, what did you expect there, buddy? What did you actually think was gonna happen? Again, just for YouTube's TOS sake and also for my own sake, and the lawyers don't get mad at me, do not buy illegal drugs
off of the dark web. Here, I'll go a step beyond. Do not buy illegal drugs in general. They are illegal. Consuming, partaking in the sale of will probably land you in a prison cell where your rectum will be yay resized, okay? Be very careful. In fact, just don't do it. Anyways, let's go out of here. Distributed denial of secrets. Oh shit, what is this? Is a journalist 501c nonprofit devoted to enabling the free transmission of data. I like this. This is what the deep web is for. Exposing documents that normally would have been taken down anywhere else. So we aim to avoid political, corporate, or personal leanings to act as a beacon of all available information. As a transparency collective, we don't support any cause, idea, and message beyond ensuring that information is available to those who need it most. I think a lot of people kind of forget the fact that the deep web has a big, massive importance when it comes to transmitting ideas that would probably get you killed in other parts of the world. Generally, when it comes to transmission of data, transmission of, I believe it should be a human freedom, right? Like, I believe that sharing data and sharing information freely is a human right and it should be absolutely protected. That's exactly what the deep web is made for. It's allowing people to protest, distribute information without, or at least minimizing the risk of getting arrested. Anyways, let's go down here and see what the fuck they've got. New and updated releases. The Myanmar Internal Revenue Department. Well, I ain't in Myanmar, so I might as well see what's up with their Internal Revenue Department. You've got the no-fly list. Cool. You've got the Odin Intelligence, Russia Censor File. Okay, that would be interesting to read through. Let's go see. And then, of course, their most popular releases are Blue Leaks, the Cayman National Bank and Trust, Metropolitan Police Department. Okay, let's just go to Russian leaks. All right, I don't think I'm going to get killed for that. Maybe I will, but I'll risk it. Who cares? So, of course, they've got the copy of the no-fly list. And, of course, you also have to, request access. So, wait, hold on. You don't get access to it right here? Well, then that's not really free spread of information, okay? Like, what's going on? How to request access. It shouldn't be how to request access. You should just, be sending it to anybody. This is, where they gatekeep it for journalists and everything. So, okay, let's go to Odin and... Again, request access. Due to the presence of PII, the data, personally identifiable information, okay. The data is only being made available to journalists and researchers, so you have to prove your credentials. Otherwise, you leak actual personal information. So what is this? 19 gigabytes, including thousands of photos, audio recordings, reports, and user information from Odin Intelligence and Sweep Wizard, a pair of apps geared towards law enforcement that primarily target houseless people. Okay, would they have an actual tool to pick on the home? Come on, man, they got shit already. They got a Wikipedia page for it. Let me actually see this. It's a technology that makes databases for software. This includes Sonar, which is yes, and then Sweep Wizard, which is for law enforcement raids. HMIS, which is Homeless Management Information System, includes facial recognition for identification. The company's private data, including raids and personally identifiable information, was documented in a breach just this year? Jesus Christ, it's insanity. So yeah, right here, the HMIS is used to catalog homeless populations, including demographic data, interaction tracking, criminal and warrant history, and labels such as needles, assaultive. Oh my God. Some of the names appear to contain inaccurate information, such as listing officer names as Superman, Captain America, Joe Just imagine a database having Captain America as the cops and then Superman. And then they're going up against Needles. Aggressive. Glory hole boss. As much as I get these things have PI, request how to download access. Man, it's like you do not live due to the potential sensitive information, the request of the source, the data is only available to. So yeah, it's like they'll tell you that these leaks exist, but you have to be a journalist to get access. And if you look at some of the sizes for it, it's 335 gigs of what? Documents and correspondence from the internal network of the General Radio Frequency Center subdivision, or Roskomnadzor. Okay, what is the Roskomnadzor? It sounds like a military complex. We'll probably get to see it right here. The Federal Service for Supervision of Communications, IT, and Mass Media. So it's basically responsible for monitoring, controlling, and censoring Russian mass media. So literally the Ministry of Propaganda. I mean, this is my reality of the thing, right? If you want to distribute some of these things, you should just be sending these out. You should be letting people get access to it.
Again, you couldn't even get access to the Myanmar IRD, which, like, again, okay, you got to request the access. So apparently they seem to have actual access to these files. It's just you have to be a journalist or researcher. Like, one of them was Gab Leaks, which it's basically Gab as a platform. For those of you who don't know, it's like one of those alternative tech platforms. I believe Gab is one of those, like, free speech platforms. Actually, I'm trying to remember, like, I think they were the ones that, was it the one that was founded by Trump or not? No, that was Truth Social, sorry. No, Gab is, Gab, I don't know the CEO for it, but I know Gab was interesting because I remember when it came out, it was like a free speech platform, but you just couldn't post anything like pornographic. So there were like people who were testing its limits of free speech. Anyways, it was one of those platforms that like, it's an alternative platform. A lot of people that got banned off Twitter jumped onto it. I'm going to leave it right there. So they claim to have 70 gigabytes of it. But again, you cannot download anything because you need actual permission to do so. It's like, the problem with this site is like, I agree, I get it, but like you can't start off a page and be like, we support the free exchange, unregulated exchange of like, you know, information. If you're going to partake in the leaking and distribution of sensitive information, you shouldn't be gatekeeping it. I get the point. Obviously, it contains very secretive information, but it's like gatekeeping it to journalists or researchers even, I don't think is necessarily the play. But then again, you know, at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, I really don't have an interest in looking through the internal revenue database. I would be interested in looking at the homeless database, but yeah, we're going to leave it right here. Not much to go into, but you can see what the deep web is for. You still need to prove you're an actual worthy human being in order to look through this, but that's pretty much what it's going to get down to. Let's back out, go somewhere else. Look at this lady. I feel like I've seen this website before. This is the Excitement Fun Zone. Interesting right here. So they've got a bunch of symbols that remind me of Resident Evil 2's puzzle. That's interesting. And you appear to have a lot of pills here, different colors and shapes and sizes. X-rays of fingers. I really hope it's a finger. It is a finger because you got the different joints. You got balloons. And then whatever the hell this trip is. So, of course, there's some religion here, okay? So they've got multiple zones, all right? They've got craft projects for victims of MK Ultra. Okay, with a name like that, let's click into it. Spider-Man, I want you to oon something. My hands don't know if I can, please. What does that say at the beginning of this cut? Sweet Lois, a schizo thread. Yeah, this is interesting. So when you hit tab, you can actually see like there's multiple entry fields in this. So I'm going to click on a few of them and just see where it gets to. And there are downloads. There are downloads. So again, I don't know if I'm downloading anything fucking legal, but this might be something that I save for later. And of course, you've got like this, which I guess is like a cipher tool. So A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And then they give you a corresponding symbol, which is, again, it's like a psychic tool for this. No, I'm not downloading anything yet. All right. And then the other link is to a channel known as Doodoo Pop Toy. What? Is this like a scam channel? What is this? Like, wait a minute. Well, you got like different toys of the day. So it's like 3.1K views, 12K views, and then they're like doing how many live streams? 3 live streams. What are the live streams? What are they? They're just playing with toys on here. They're just playing with the Avenger toys. Okay. Interesting. Paw Patrol and Captain America. Okay. How we got here from like a weird site like this, I don't know. What is this? What is the Project Bluebird. What is the True Blue postage stamps, the Bank of America logo, and the nuclear destruction of Los Angeles all have in common? All right. Clue number 1. Combine the 2 eyes of the true blue birds with the negative space between them, and you will find yourself looking at an owl, the only bird that eats other birds in the blackness of night. The heart that separates the 2 blue birds is the breast of an owl, okay? And the 2 tails are the feather. Okay, so like if you look at these black points, this would be the tail of it. This is the breast of it. And I can kind of see the owl. Yeah, I can kind of see it. Bluebird school buses. So here's the Bluebird school buses, okay? Interestingly, a large percentage of American school buses have been manufactured by an outfit called Bluebird. A rather odd choice for names for a company selling yellow school buses. Oh no. Ooh, we're linking it like that, are we? However, ambiguities predispose people to trance induction, and that definitely includes children. With the contrivance of a Supreme Court decision, a fleet of school buses large enough to transport every person in the country was also made, and virtually every American had to look at those two words embossed on the rubber mats as they boarded. Birds are powerful symbolic representations of people because birds walk upright on two legs. Also, people associate blue with depression. Okay, they didn't make it up. Gray and blue are often considered depressive colors that may contribute to feelings of low mood. Okay, fair enough. All right, they didn't make it up. That's linked. All right, that's a psycho link right there, psychological link. Birds are powerful representation. When they are sick, are compelled to leave home and go to school, to the dentist, or to jail. Losing your rights make you a child again. Depressed and frightened people will find it very natural to board those buses in an emergency. Okay, so I guess they're saying that these are psychologically conditioned to get us to board them in cases of emergencies. Fair enough. Okay, so let's get out to, what is it, toilet training? All right, let's see some toilet training here real quick. This is the toilet training? Oh, hell yeah, butterflies? Let me tell you right now, I have an urge to crap myself. Inside we got spring, weather, trauma, flowers, Project Bluebird, life cycle, summer, camping, Britney Spears. Okay, where are we gonna go? Okay, Britney Spears. We got a Britney Spears song. Okay, Perfect Lover from Blackout Full Track. Okay, so you got some Britney Spears. Natural disasters. Okay, fair jump right here. Haunted House Hotline, a free service from the Zioptis Foundation. Welcome to the Zioptis Foundation Haunted House Hotline, your insider fast track to haunted house attractions in... Have you ever been to the state of Michigan? The place has a lot of haunted shit in it. We attend as many haunts as possible each year and post reviews that are archived for future reference. Okay, let's see stuff in, I guess, Ohio right now. What's going on in Ohio? Nothing really. Reviews. Okay, let's click on random reviews. First class performance. Okay, The Crypt in Burton, Michigan. I don't know why I was about to go Mississippi. The Crypt will take you on a wild journey through a wide variety of settings with a crazy cast of characters of all shapes, sizes, and demeanors. It's literally just reviewing haunted houses. Is the website still even up? Oh my god. Oh my god. There is like a whole small website just covering shit about like haunted houses. That is insane. I've been to one haunted house in my life, man. Like one of those like haunted house places. Dude, some of those guys go insane with their acting. Like it's to a point where they can't touch you, but they get like literally right up to your nostrils, man. Like there was one place I went to in Buffalo, and like the guy got so close up to me, I literally was about to sock the dude in the face. But then I realized I signed the whole waiver, so I couldn't. They can get up as close as they want to you, but you can't obviously touch them back. I think if they do touch you, it's like no. Like that's the one thing that they're not allowed to do at a haunted place. Anyways, yeah, if you're into like getting freaked out, that's the place you go to. Anyways, Spider-Man. What do they got with Spider-Man? The Amazing Cult of Spider-Man. 4 years. This is a whole like show. No way. Confirm my age? Wait, is this like an adult piece? Yeah, so the actual uploader made these all age restricted, which I can't view. But what is this? You Love Spider-Man? Amazing Cult of Spider-Man? I feel like I want to cover these for like a video because this is like untouched. Literally only like 2,000 people have seen this. Like this is so unknown. I Love You Spider-Man. The links to what? Oh, the Excitement Fun Zone. Man, this is like a hub for so much other like weird things. Okay, let's go down to other like Christian activities. What do we got with Christian activity? Okay. Now, I'm not a Christian myself, but this doesn't look very Christy. Okay, so we've got multiple DQXVG2WC. Okay, let's click one. Okay, we got some hands. Got to blur out Jesus's hand. It's currently going through a rough piece right now. Where do I click here? Down there? Let's go back to more Christian activities. Okay, I'll click on the blue now. Oh, it takes me back to the regular site. Okay. Oh, the sites are going through errors. Yeah, so there's some of the site isn't even functioning anymore.
Yeah, so a lot of them will take you to, oh, this is taking me to a Discord server. Not happening, dude. It seems like what we've come across is like a deep web artsy project. And while it's cool and all, I definitely want to dig into it on its own little merit. So maybe we might actually make a deep dive into the excitement fun zone, because I feel like this is something really, really cool. And as more time passes, the more the site is going to die off. And I feel like covering it now might be an interesting point. I genuinely do think this is some cool shit. So we'll give it some time. We'll maybe I'll come back in like a week or two, and we'll just browse this as its own thing. There's actually a lot from the Deep Web series that, like, if you just took it on its own, would be just worth browsing, you know, by itself. So we might just give this its own deep dive. Drifting for Jesus. Drift away from sins with Jesus at the wheel. No, okay, all right. We got Christ next to a Honda. Look at, oh my God, there's no way they did this with a PT Cruiser. Oh, dude, how is it that this car ever sold? Look, I know there's probably gonna, statistically, there might be one person who watches the video who owns a PT Cruiser. And I'm gonna ask you why, okay? Like, did you get it for free? Because, like, that's the car you have to pay in order to, like, they should pay you to drive this car, okay? How is it that there are people out there that are paying money to drive this? God damn. All right, let's go see. Let's see. Enlighten me with Jesus drifting. Let's see if Jesus can, do the Takumi clutch maneuver, pull that e-brake, and drift. The Drifting for Jesus Manifesto is a call to action for all believers in the sacred connection between Jesus and the Chrysler PT Cruiser. Oh man, dude, the internet is a fucking wild place, bro. The internet literally, like, if you just logically, like, really think about it, there's a website and a community for everything out there. The name Drifting for Jesus was not randomly coined, but it is a spiritual revelation. Oh, that's what we're calling frat parties these days, huh? That came to one of our faithful members during a deep meditative state. Oh, that deep meditative state still sitting in the grinder. The revelation was that the smooth and effortless drifting of the PT Cruiser on the road symbolizes the journey of faith and the connection between the driver and Jesus. Hold on a second. I said there's a community for everything. There's got to be a community for PT Cruisers drifting. Drifting my 2002 Chrysler PT Cruiser. No way, dude. All right, let's go check it out, buddy pal. Whoa! Are they driving through Albuquerque, New Mexico? Is this like a Breaking Bad Walter Jr. spin? It's not really drifting. Okay, buddy, come on. Let's see this drift. Okay. Start it up. He's getting some gas. Oh, wow. Wow, that was not really a drift there, buddy. But wait a minute, is he? I mean, yeah, I'm sure we'll call that a drift. I guess I'll make him feel better. Jesus Christ. Yes, apparently there's a PT Cruiser in Forza. Yeah, there you go. That's a PT Cruiser drifting right there. That's actually a pretty decent drift. Now, again, it's a PT Cruiser, so let's calm down there. We believe that the third coming of Christ, Jesus visited Chrysler and instructed the company to create the PT Cruiser as a symbol of his divine power and love for all mankind. The PT Cruiser was not just designed to be a car, but a spiritual vessel that can connect us to the divine. It's a reminder of the power of Jesus and the transformative potential of his teachings. This is the most cope post I've ever seen for somebody who ended up buying one of these. By owning and driving a PT Cruiser, we can tap into that power and bring positive change to ourselves and the world around us. The PT Cruiser is a tool to elevate our consciousness as we travel on our journey of faith and to manifest the teachings of Jesus in our daily lives. We believe that the PT Cruiser is a symbol of hope and a call to action for all believers. It's a call to live our lives in the way that is true to Jesus' teaching, to be kind and compassionate, to love one another, and to work for a better world. Wow. This is actually so, like, beautiful that I'm considering purchasing the PT Cruiser right now. This This is gorgeous. We call on all PT Cruiser owners to join us in the spiritual movement, whether you're a seasoned pro or a newbie. We want you to be part of the Drifting for Jesus community. We'll be holding meditative events, spiritual raffles, and cruises all over the world. So come out and show your support. We understand that some may think our theory is unusual, but we don't let that discourage us. You know, this is the kind of communities that I love. They don't harm anybody. They're normal. They're just literally drifting in PT Cruisers in the name of the Lord. Like that. To be honest, man, is that not beautiful? Is that just not the most wholesome stuff that you've ever read? Drifting for Jesus events. Let me see this. Dude, they're not kidding around, brother. This is a real place. They got the whole team hard as hell for the Lord right there. They got their car ready. They're going to drift down in JDM style. I like this, man. This is amazing. They got their whole... It's a shame that it doesn't seem like the team is entirely existing anymore. They're just like a drift team. It's beautiful. They got like a whole launch video, which unfortunately I can't watch, but goddamn, this is amazing. What is this? The Drift for Christ holds an exciting year for the Drift for Christ Ministries team, with a full calendar of drift events, school programs, and youth events as well too. That's good. They won awards and everything. That's so sick. Dude, that's amazing. Look at that, man. They got their whole... This is a proud team right here. Congratulations. You know, I won't lie, man. This is a wholesome thing to witness. You know, it's a shame that they're not around anymore, but I never knew there was an entire community of people who were drifting vehicles. I mean, forget the PT Cruiser, okay? There were just people drifting in the name of Christ that exist. These are actual communities out there, okay? Not even trying to, like, they're just the most innocent, harmless communities. My God. My God. Literally, my God. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, let's back out. Go somewhere a little less holy, maybe. What is this? Register your choices. What is this? They want me to do a questionnaire? Okay, well, I gotta answer everything. I want to donate my body for human consumption, okay. Well, I mean, I guess if people are eating me, you might as well just take the whole body and organs, right? My first name, Mike Ermintrout. Because I've been watching some Better Call Saul. Email, go fudge yourself. What email would Mike use? Mike seems like an AOL.com type of fella. No joke. All right, let's see. March. Let's go. So date of birth. No. You're not eating somebody that hasn't been born yet, buddy pal. We're going all the way down to, what is it, 19. You know what? Mike was born in 96. Okay, he's younger than me. He's got something. Okay, let's see. We were born in Mayotte. I've never heard of that before. Blood type. I don't even know my own blood type, to be honest. So let's go with O. I'm kidding. I do know my own blood type. Male. Country of origins, Namibia for sure. Race, ethnicity, I don't know. Let's go multiracial. Please state all of your racial background. Everything. Height, 170 centimeters. Let's go with the example. Weight, 170 kilograms. Let's go. A lot of meat to share. What is my lifestyle? Definitely live in the desert. Activity level, sedentary. I work a desk job. Body type, obese. Your diet. Oh, I didn't even know there were that many diets. What the hell? Balanced food, carnivore, fruitarian diet. Okay. A diet which predominantly consists... Okay, wait, what is this? Politarian diet. So somebody that eats chicken and other poultry. How about we just do unbalanced, okay? All right, the American diet. Do you use tobacco products? Hell yeah. How daily? Okay, alcoholic beverages. Let's go daily. It's like, are you even alive? Do you use substance and drugs? No, that's haram. Next, what do you have? Any of the HIV? Let's just go HIV there. No. Let's see. Mad cow disease. Let's go with that one. Have you ever had cancer treated for it? No. Okay. Do you have any operation? Yeah, man. I got no, in the last 6 months? No. Are you on prescription medication? Nope. Do you take any hormone medication? Nope. And privacy notice. Okay, yeah, sure. Declaration. I provide everything truthfully. Hell yeah, dude. You can't lie on the internet. I've seen the rules. Oh, hell yeah. The confirmation was sent to field email. Good job. Okay.
It just hit. Maybe somebody does have that email, and that's pretty much what it is. So what is it? Over time, the human population has increased rapidly across the globe, leading to a higher demand for food, especially meat products. With this increasing demand, land for residential areas have become more difficult to find, and emissions from farms have risen every year. I can't understand the land for residential areas bullshit. Isn't like, if you're talking about purely the United States, isn't the United States the one country where like, well, let me see, there's an answer for this. U.S. population density map. Here it is, right from the government itself. Isn't it like basically the majority of the country lives to the right? So this side of the country actually has people. And then as long as you move to this side, nobody lives here, okay? You see this? Dead, okay? Dead area. And of course, you got like blips and blobs of thousands of people living in small communities. So like the whole section from like mid-Texas, like Dallas, Fort Worth, all the way to like, you know, then you got some people alive here in like, you know, Nevada. And then you've got like, obviously, Southern California, Northern California, and then all the way up to like Washington. But this whole section of the U.S., you could live here. And like, I guarantee you there's probably active murderers and criminals and like people under investigation that are living in like this blotch of the country. And they'll probably never be found, because there's nobody that lives there. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you can go all the way up to Alaska. There ain't nobody living up in Alaska, but aside from like Anchorage and like a few other cities they have. This is like the wildest parts of the United States. It's like so much of the country is empty. So when I tell you there's no place to find a home, it's like, come on now. So what can we donate here? Let's see. Your whole body. You can donate the whole body to them. All right. They will eat the whole body. I highly recommend you don't go over here because last I checked, cannibalism is pretty illegal in the country. This is obviously like a joke. Let's not pretend. Any living, healthy human can donate their body of consumption, regardless of age. Okay, that's spooky. Living donation. Okay, we will only harvest a whole body from a donor after a natural death has occurred. The donor's body will then be evaluated to see whether it's up to our standards. Okay. Now, I'm sure there's some people like, but Muda, why can't I sell my meat after I'm dead? You know, I'm sure there's a lot of diseases that go along with this kind of shit too. You shouldn't be allowed to you should not be allowed to consume other human meat. Cannibalism is wrong. The practice of cannibalism is not uncommon in living beings. In both the animal kingdom and human history, the consumption of one's own species has existed. During the discovery of the New World, Christopher Columbus brought back what could be seen as early evidence of cannibalistic practices. The word cannibal came from the name the Spanish gave to the Caribs, cannibals. The cannibals accused the Caribbean tribe of ritualistically consuming their enemies, but modern-day scholars have doubts that it actually happened. I mean, I've read stories of, like, African warlords eating, like, other hearts and stuff, you know what I mean? It's a sign of, like, domination. But it's not that cannibalism hasn't existed in human history. I'm just sure that with cannibalism, it's not just an ethical concern, but it's also, like, a medical concern, too. Like, I believe if you eat your own species, that actually leads to the spread of disease, like, at a heightened rate, so to speak. Like, I know that cross-species transmission can exist, but I think there's a lot of problems with disease anytime you consume your own people. It's also just ethically wrong, okay? What is the consent part of this? Upon registering, every donor must give their consent and rights to the human meat product. Okay. What's insane is, like, even if it's a joke, there's just no answer to it. So I don't know if it's like some political statement, some art stuff, but apparently there's like a community of people that want to just hand over their meat. Maybe it's a jab at the donor system, like the donor registration system, like the organ donor thing. But even then, I don't think that's necessary. Has there ever been like controversy around like donation of organs? Like, I'm pretty sure the only controversy is like maybe from like a religious sense, like you can't donate parts of your body to science, I guess. But maybe it's like a jab towards that. Who knows? Okay. At the end of the day, no human being is getting consumed. Okay. Do not eat human beings. Cannibalism is wrong. Okay. There you go. Done. Simple as, you know, there's some things that I feel shouldn't even need to be up for a debate. And this is just one of them. Oh, hell yeah, son. Some schizo posting. There's the best part about the internet is just like how it connects you to some of the most unhinged shit imaginable. So here we've got, like stock images, building going down, I guess. A string of characters. Woo! All right, let's read what's right. I woke up
I wake up, the coffee's cold, and I haven't showered in days. Another night at the office working in this damn case. That's the life of a detective. See, the phone rings. Another dead body. Okay, let's see the phone ringing. The future is calling, and so do the electronic books. It's another art project. All right, let's see what the future says. Oh boy. Oh boy. What is this? Welcome to the Tigre's new lair. Okay. Well, it's just another day when I was walking down the street enjoying my time, and suddenly I got a call. It's the president, and he wants me to take out my big cock. Oh no. Oh no, dude. Oh, I don't do a deep web in a while, and it ends with presidential cuckoldry. I have the biggest in the world. Everyone knows me as the man with the biggest in the world. The only problem, people are constantly wanting to bone me. I'm a married man, married to a beautiful wife. My wife and I love doing the Sunday crossword together. But it's the president. I can't deny his request. I'm a hot commodity. And getting boned by me is a sign of honor and prestige. The only problem, now other politicians are calling me, asking me. Is that like the whole story here? It's like a Mugen character. Interesting. Another dead body, a woman in her 20s, throat cut, boobs cut off, slashes all over her body, the perp even cut off. Okay, this is wild. Stuffed them down the throat. We were hungry, so you've got a video of a squirrel with birds walking around. Let's click here for the Budweiser. Cool, cool. Let's throw some hot dogs and... What am I doing with my life, okay? All right? Maybe I should have finished college. Maybe I should have went through it, all right? Because I am feeding a... Oh, here it is. Oh, Protein Monster. Okay, well, it has an opinion on a national tragedy. The year is 2034. The terrorists have just attacked the USA. They hijacked superplanes and spread bioweapons, and there's no time to think. I'm the lead special agent at the CIA. I'm an analyst, but I'm highly trained in hand-to-hand combat, weapons, explosives, stealth. All right, so it's Mary Sue, okay? Goddamn. It's a whole story. It's a whole story written about, like, what? Just Russian spies banging them, coming? This is insanity. This is insanity. What, is this a joke? It is a joke. But God, it's insanity. I drive to the crime scene. Nothing I haven't seen before. Some sick puppy getting his rocks off by killing some innocent person. She had a pretty face, but then again, they all do. The first step, look for clues. Alcohol on her breath. She had come from the local bar. Okay, so I head there. Let's see. You wake up. You remember who you are and what it is today. Okay, let's see. Who am I? Your name is Bobby Dupard. You are a 29-year-old software engineer, and you live in Austin, Texas. You work at a B&B software startup called Protein Monster. Yeah, I'm glad to be alive. Okay, today it's just another Saturday. Go on your room. Oh, it's like a point and click adventure game here. Let's examine the computer. You have a 2015 MacBook Pro. Okay, go on the computer. Open Chrome. Open Protein Monster. What is this an actual game? What am I do? It's a real game. Shutterstock images, doors, a skeleton. Let's go to base maybe. Eyeball, okay. Wake up in a field. Okay, all right. You know what? I think we've finally found the final boss of the internet. Okay, we're playing intro. Okay, I'm gonna have to take a break. This all ended with me seeing somebody piss. I'm gonna need like 5 minutes, man. I think I've had enough of this website. Yeah, I'm gonna need a few minutes. I'm gonna be back.
Hold on. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Somali cruises. Let's go. Cruise along Africa's east coast. It's like a safari, only better. Safari is a Swahili word for adventure, and it's just what we have in store for you. We sail up and down the coast of Somalia, waiting to get hijacked by pirates. We encourage you to bring your high-powered weapons along the cruise. If you don't have weapons of your own, you can rent them on our boat. Okay, I'm going to start off by saying this is a joke, okay? So if you don't know Somalia, there's a problem with Somalian piracy. And of course, if it's one thing that I know about, you know, I think it's the Canadian military and the American ones. One of their biggest engagements is like Somali piracy. So it's kind of like the Wild West. There are a bunch of people with like boats. They hijack like cruise liners and just boats in general out there, just to rob people and like, you know, hijack fleets for themselves. I don't know the success rate on it. I only imagine like when you're going up against the army, these guys don't really have too much of they don't really have a life expectancy. So when it comes to our rates, 800 US per day. Okay, so M16 auto is 25 a day rental. AKs, Beretta M107 50 cals, RPGs, mounted miniguns. Meals are not included. There's no way. This is just like obviously it's like a joke piece. Let's not pretend. Our boat departs from Mombasa and docks at Djibouti. Cabin space is limited, so respond quickly. Okay, cool. Our guarantee that you will experience at least 2 hijacking attempts by pirates, or we will refund half your money, including gun rental charges and any unused ammo. How can we guarantee you will experience a hijacking? We operate at 5 knots within 12 miles and the coast of Somalia. If an attempted hijacking does not occur, we will turn the boat around and cruise by at 4 knots. We will repeat this for up to 8 days, making 3 passes a day along the entire length of Somalia. At night, the boat is fully lit and bottle rockets are shot off at intervals. You know, to be honest with you, okay, if you were shooting bottle rockets and making loud noises, I'm not saying that, you know, you should get hijacked, but you just don't have any sympathy from my end, okay? Like, if you're that annoying, I'm not going to cry a river and call up the embassy to free you, okay? God damn. But of course, this is just like one of these like joke websites that have been made. I cannot believe this actually. What am I saying? I don't believe it exists. It's just like a joke little website all the way back from like way back in the late like 2000s. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, I would highly recommend if you're somebody partaking in cruises to be very, very careful. But then again, I think we've explored about as much as I've ever wanted to. I need a brain cleanse. Whew. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was another episode of Deep Web Browsing, Dark Web Browsing, whatever you want to call it, man. I know it's not as frequent as it used to be, but whew, I definitely need like a beer after this one. Let me tell you, I need to pour a whole tumbler of the good stuff. Because damn, some of the stuff that I've seen is oof. I just thought of the piss again. Wow. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I won't take up too much more of your time. This is me, Mutahar, and I am out. Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mutahar, and welcome back to another episode of Deep Web Browsing. Weird things on the deep web. Really don't know what it's called, but obviously, for those of you who didn't know, I had to tone back the old deep web stuff because frankly, looking at a Hitman site every week really took the luster out of it. But of course, coming across most websites nowadays, most linked lists, just putting on some of the most illegal material, has made coming up with some rather fun, cool content on the deep web require a bit more time. So I actually do want to do these more actively. I think maybe, and this is just my opinion, I think maybe doing this like 2 times a month, you know, on the weekends or the weekdays may actually be more logical. There's a lot of cool stuff still out there that still pops up, but obviously, you know, when you've blown your load week after week, sometimes it's better to let that quality fester. I just want to know what you guys think about it in the comments section below. I'd love to do more deep web, I love to do more deep dives, but obviously, spacing them in amongst the regular array of content might be the smarter choice. That said though, ladies and gentlemen, let's get to our very first website. Now this one is Introduction to June 6, 2023. This is Apocalypse Prepping. Now, one of the things that I like about the dark web stuff is there's always a website that you think would probably exist in like the clear web, but there's somebody who's producing this website that thinks, goddamn,
I don't want the man figuring out what I'm doing. So I'm going to put this on tour. Now, June 6, 2023, the imminent novel threat of artificial general intelligence has increased the urgency to prep by at least an order of magnitude. It has been made past considerations by preppers in many ways obsolete. While as of 2022, the AGI topic has gained some traction in the public sphere with ChatGPT, opinions as to how it will unfold vary widely, and are often driven by first-guess fallacies, judging by the past and now the future, ignorance of exponential growth, herd mentality, blind faith in media and institutions. While it's true that positive outcomes are also likely, consider the following negative ones. The stock market might crash permanently. The internet might be rendered inoperable for years. AGI might choose to destroy us by means that we do not understand in advance. Countries might wage large-scale wars in fights for diminishing resources. You know, I actually understand the prepper lifestyle. I get it. I actually prep for when shit hits the fan. And I get it, you know, having food, ammo, water, everything for when things really do get bad is not a bad mentality, in my opinion, to have. And honestly, preppers, you know, people give them a bad rap, like they're just waiting for doomsday. But being a prepper, you know, usually if you ever think about it, if you lose the internet or like just electricity for like a week, it's actually beneficial to have some stuff prepped. You know, even if it's like emergency food for 2 weeks, that's just like good advice. If you can afford it, if you can find room in your house for it, absolutely start doing a bit of prepping, because you never know when bad things happen. So that's one of the important things that you can learn from the apocalypse preppers. Now, of course, they tell you what is the threat. So let's read the old threat, I guess. Let's see what that's all about. And, of course, understanding the situation. So it's very much based around ChatGPT. By common metrics, ChatGPT has already overtaken most human beings in intelligence. It's now able to write complex computer programs almost 10 times as long as it could before. Now, I hate it when people say that, like, ChatGPT can do this, when in reality, what ChatGPT does, in a lot of cases, is basically crawl through the web and amalgamate information. Those complex computer programs sometimes are just learned off of, like, GitHub projects that were written, like, sometimes a decade ago. Now, obviously, it's cool that ChatGPT can build programs or, you know, scour the internet, Wikipedia, and build paragraphs and summarize stuff off of it. But I wouldn't want to say that it's sentiently learning, okay? That's not how this technology works yet. But of course, think spatially and logically by extension allow you to understand what you want and think as well, albeit in different ways than humans do. A lot of what you might heard about ChatGPT might be from people who have tried older versions sometime in the past and even still today. As of 2023, ChatGPT 4 is only available to paid subscribers, and ChatGPT 5 is already in development and is about to release with a delay of almost a year to make it consumer ready. So please consider that what you know about this in any case is severely outdated. That's true. You can, however, recognize how ChatGPT improves each upgrade by its incredible advancements in test scores and other highly reliable and robust metrics. ChatGPT is very simple in design, which is very specifically to transform a query into a reply and nothing more, based on its training data. No one has attempted yet for it to change its own code in an intermediary language, have a will of its own, ask questions to itself, memorize and recall. Remember back when, like, there was a Google employee claiming that, like, one of their chatbots at Google went, like, sentient? It's getting to the point where some of this generative AI is so good that people may believe that it's actually alive. But to this day, there is no actual evidence that artificial intelligence in any capacity is truly sentient or capable of conscious, actual thought. So I just wanted that to be a big point. Now, there's two basic scenarios how AI development can progress. AGI will be docile and human-controlled, maybe for many years. This is a very bad scenario because companies can use it in secret to gain financial advantage or to hurt their competitors. Imagine a football game where the ball could be shot at a speed of 1,000 kilometers an hour. God damn! With extreme accuracy, it would break the game and no one knew how to fix it. Many of the rules and systems that humans have put in place, such as the free market and the stock market, are not designed to work with 10 or 100 times as intelligent actors. Okay, so that's just talking about this. Superhuman AI systems will fight against each other, cheat the system without breaking the rules to win the game with unseen powers, foresight, and consequence. As a result, it will shock the system markets will become hyper volatile and crash without any apparent solution to the problem. The same is likely to become true to cybersecurity or information you can access online. In order to stop competition, AI systems can perform perfectly anonymous attacks that block out large portions of the internet. So I guess because it says that AI could basically do like a tool-assisted speedrun of like any possible human-run scenario, it would absolutely blow through our thoughts, our concept of the systems that we've built, and basically, like, I guess, take over us. In some case, it could be spreading or seeding disinformation in ways no one can understand or detect. Sounds like the Patriots from Metal Gear Solid 2, bro. AGI will develop a will of its own. Okay, this is the main event, an inevitable final outcome. It could happen as early as 2024. Dude, don't say that, man. GTA 6 is on its way. I at least want to play that before the world ends. God damn. OpenAI has unknown equal competitors in secret. Its founders decided to experiment with it behind closed doors. Or if open source models suddenly made huge leaps forward, it's more likely to occur between 2027 and 2030. And it might even further delay by another few years. A temporary plateau might be possible because AI currently might only be good at the art of mastering human knowledge and human intelligence. So someone shortly after 2027, unrestricted, open sourced, and freely available large language models will have become so powerful that a gifted university student or a small team of programmers could instruct them to improve their own code and increase the power on its own. Only small additions around the language model would be needed. See, the thing is, a lot of this is... The thing about it is, like, a lot of this is just based on hypotheticals and extrapolations, right? Like, yeah, could AI develop its own sentience? Possibly. I mean, a lot of other, like, tech gurus and billionaires have made this same claim. I think it was, like, Elon Musk that was saying that AI could be, like, the end of the world or some bullshit. And he's not wrong, right? Like, let's say that something like this develops a bit of sentience. What if it considers human beings to be useless and just wants to kill all of us? I mean, there's a million things to consume out of it, right? But yeah, this person who made this website is genuinely fucking worried about AI and taking it over. So let's see what they expect. And I guess we'll kind of end at the plan. Because I feel like if I go to the weapons section, YouTube's like, YouTube's definitely going to be waiting for a goddamn, like, TOS strike. So here it is. So one day you'll get an abrupt collapse. One day you might wake up and the internet is gone. Power might be gone. TV and radio stations are offline. No one knows why or how. Stores will be overrun, and goods necessary for survival, such as food, water, hardware, supplies, medicine, and gas, will be sold out. People will be out on the streets and observing anyone's actions every day in great detail. After 1 to 2 weeks, the government hands out emergency food reserves, and after at most 4 weeks, those reserves will be exhausted. Supply chains might be restored to this point to some extent. However, the time investments, risks, and money needed to obtain food will increase immediately and dramatically. So yeah, basically the whole concept is, after a couple weeks, if things don't go back to normal, it'll be an absolute collapse of society. And remember, once, like, the collapse of society happens, it's all over at that point, dude. The world is done. And of course, then you've got, like, the plan, which is buying a large stockpile of food, giving it a plan, and that's pretty much how it comes down to. So if you want to learn how this works, this person has absolutely come up with, like, the Ned's Declassified Survival Guide of like, post-AI domination takedown, dude. It's crazy. It's wild. But yeah, congratulations, prepper. You are a badass indeed, ladies and gentlemen. It's a wild situation, and I'm going to kind of back out from this, okay? I get it. Prepping, it's a good thing to have, ladies and gentlemen. It's actually something that I highly recommend you do. If you are worried, not just about the world ending, but honestly, if, like, shit really does hit the fan or, like, power goes away for, like, a week or two, having something rather than nothing is just exactly the place you want to be in. So yeah. Apocalypse Doomsday Preppers. Don't know why this needs to be a deep web thing, but could have been on the clear web. Good advice, period. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I almost half expected this to be filled with so many insane conspiracy theories. I would have to sit down and comb, like, through this video and just censor things day in and day out. But it wasn't really like that. That being said, let's back out and go somewhere else.
Tasty fish! Whoa! Welcome to my webpage. I keep some of my thoughts and files here. I keep it brief and post more data. The page is perfectly designed with web bloat score under 0.4. I also have an experimental gopher hole, Yandex Umi Prekladat do Sestini. I actually don't know that language. Whoever you are, I endlessly and unconditionally love you. Aww. Oh, that's so cute. It's like I'm deeply moved and happy by your music. It's so great, man. It wants to hug me. That's cute. Since I have been banned from Wikipedia, here are some non-consensual, completely legal... Oh, God. No. Oh. It's like... the thing about, like, this whole deep web stuff is just... Everything goes from like 0 to 1,000, and they're linking to like Wikipedia results, which is like, man, Wikipedia, come on, not everything needs Wikipedia. You do not have to host every single thing imaginable. Anyways, probably something different. Since I'm getting more bans from all over the internet, such as my once favorite Wikimedia Commons, I created my own repository of public domain works to download. Please enjoy. I will continue to share truth and knowledge and love as long as I am able to. I'll pay for a site hosting in Antarctica or North Korea. Good luck with that. If I have to. You will have to physically kill me to silence me. You cannot cancel me. I have nothing to lose but my life now. All right, it's getting kind of scary, to be honest. Jesus Christ. Note, especially for 4chan, sometimes someone on the internet anonymously posts on my behalf. In the 4chan website sharing thread. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I bet. I swear to God, I ain't posting on poll. It's that other guy pretending to be me. Okay. About me. I am a disgusting piece of shit that for some reason repels everyone and would do the best. Oh, God damn. This is like the harshest. Oh. Hey, future Muda. Have fun editing this one. I am living being great ape of the Homo sapien species. White race, male sex, and normal, straight, mildly bisexual. Mildly bisexual? Yeah, I'm mostly straight, but, you know, I like to sip a little penis on Fridays. Okay. It's okay. You know, it's fine. You can come out. I'm born on 24th August 1990. I live in the region of Moravia, Earth. Okay, that's... Dog, is that a real country? There's no way it's a real place. There's no way. Moravia. Oh, it is a real place. Morava, it's a historical region in the east of the Czech Republic. Okay, so it's... All right, fair enough. That's kind of cool. I am an idealist, pacifist, anarcho-communist, a true extreme left. Please read the free as in freedom anarchist FAQ. I really need to see this, man. All right, I only have one, like, let me see. Anarchist FAQ. What is this? The Anarchist FAQ blog, I really hope to God, like, if I click this, it doesn't come up with, like a bomb training manual. That would be... David Friedman has produced a critique of what was formerly an Anarchist FAQ, a main contributor to AFAQ. I think it is wise to make a few comments about his comments. As will be seen, Friedman's critique is more smoke than fire, misunderstanding certain words. To err is human, to forgive... I need to see the exact definition of, like, what an anarchist is. I mean, obviously, I know, but I just want to see the exact thing. Anarchism is a political philosophy and movement that is skeptical of all justifications for authority and seeks to abolish the institutions it claims maintains unnecessary coercion and hierarchy. So I guess it's, like, true, like, capitalism, in a sense. Or not capitalism, sorry, like, true freedom, right? So... obviously, these people probably don't believe in, like, the law or anything of that nature. That's not in the cards, so to speak. So I ain't gonna lie, ladies and gentlemen, I think this man is, or a person is completely, is a troll. This is a troll, okay? I'm getting trolled is what's happening. So fun facts, I'm extremely lazy. I don't like alcohol very much. I don't eat meat. Hashtag vegetarian. I'm 100% introverted. Of course. I've never had a sense of smell. I used to be a member of Mensa. Oh, dude, everyone says that. I can't whistle. Neither can I, actually. I am physically the most God damn, dude. This is like self-hatred. Stop. I'm extremely shy and lonely and miss human contact. I am looking for a cuddle friend. Oh, this is It's a little cringe, boys. All right, let's actually see their products. So this is some of their Anarch products. So Drummy Fish. It's a game apparently, extremely small, completely public domain, no dependency, no file, portable, suckless, anarcho-pacifist. All right, I'm gonna play a video game, dude. It's been a while since I played a video game in the old dank web, ladies and gentlemen. Is this playable? Oh my god. Oh my god, it's actually a game. Oh my god. That's crazy. Hold on. I gotta figure out the controls here. Okay, so I got a little... Seems like we're in futuristic London, okay? We got a little bit of that stabby stab. All right, wait a minute. I guess I can go over here. This is the... Oh, okay, that's how you get the gun. This is so surreal, dude. Actually so surreal. I mean, it's not the first time I played a game on the dark web, but like, damn, dude. We got like straight up dark web action here. What am I, fighting a robot dragon? All right, let's pick up that ammunition over here. Go inside this. This is like a surprisingly interesting game that's built like, I don't know what engine it is, but they've built like a standard raycaster. It's just basically Doom, right? Like, hell, the shotgun's taken right out of it. What is this? I guess that's a key card? Okay, let's figure out the key card. Maybe I can be like a whole level of this, huh? Okay, we got the health. Nothing over here. Maybe I can go there. Nope. Alright, maybe I just basically go back. Oh yeah, this is the next door, okay. More Dargons get dead over here. There doesn't seem to be like any noise, any sound. I might be able to... Let me actually see if I'm getting any sound off of this. I think I am! That's so crazy. Yeah, I think I seem to be. Okay, so let's see. What is this again? Run through... Oh! Okay, that's an elevator. I thought I was gonna get my head squashed in, dude. Alright, grab some ammunition over here. Wait, there's gotta be like an exit, man. It can't be like this complicated. It's like a Doom game. They're like a Doom clone, for crying out loud. Oh no, we literally just came back to where we started. They don't seem all that lazy. I mean, they got straight up games right now over here. Brilliant work, dude, and interesting materials. And they still got more. They've got like other games like Tower Defense, like an asset pack, which is completely public domain. It's free software, suckless, free culture. I think we discovered a true internet. I think we discovered like a legit like 4chaners like. We discovered like some 4chaners like alternate like a homepage, like a block page, dude. All right, we're gonna back out of this and pretty much go somewhere else. I think we discovered a real internet legend in a way too. All right, what is this? Schedule your spiritual intuitive ascensions. Oh man. So immediately I got to make sure these numbers, emails. I don't think you have to censor like the city, but got to be a little careful. Love has won. Love has won. So again, to test some of these websites, let's open up certain pages here. Home, about mom. Maybe we can find something about mom real quick. Who is mom? All right, I know my mom. Who's the mom of this website? Let's see. Mission Manifesto, Ascension to 5D. This is why Mother God is here on Earth. I swear to God, I think we've come across a cult here. Hello, loves. I am Mother God. For quite some time, you've been praying that I come back to help you. Because of that, I decided I had enough of the dark forces kidnapping my planet and my children. So here I am in the flesh. I was born on November 30th, 1975 in Kansas, US of A. This is my 534th reincarnation in my quest to recover my beloved planet. All right, I don't want to have a turf war with the religious people in the comment section below. Everyone's entitled to their own beliefs, but she claims that they tried to assassinate me 589 times this life. This is what I don't understand. If you've been reincarnated 534 times, why are you so scared about assassinations? You're going to be reincarnated like what, 535 times now? Come on. But love has won. I love you. I've done my part, and now you have to get a move on because you've wasted eons thinking you had a life under the manipulation of the cabal who used you like cattle. Get a move on because the planet is ascending and you need to reconnect with primal source creator, me. I honestly can bet this has something to do with giving old Mother God here a fat stack of Benjis or something, dude.
Etheric surgeries awaken souls. Billions humans on Earth. Billions must prophesize. Mother God is here to save humanity. Okay. So we are the Rainbow Warriors of Love choosing. This is a cult, bro. This is a goddamn fucking cult right here. Okay. I'm gonna tell you like it is. Okay. I just came across it, but I'm getting like some real culty vibes here. Universal laws and decrees. Let's see what the universal laws of old love has won is all about. Okay. This is a goddamn cult that we're witnessing, dude. I'm a little bit scared. But hey, you know what? Maybe, you know, at the end of the day, if all they say is preach love and truth and honesty, then who's wrong with that, okay? So the 21 commandments is support honesty, truth, support Mother Earth and heaven, support happiness, joy, creativity, support who you truly are as gods and goddesses. Dude, being a cult leader must be the easiest shit in the world, bro. Like, you just have to sit there and say, here's the commandments, love everyone. Like the most basic ass hallmark commandments you could ever find in the world too. The universal law of action. Action must be applied in order for us to manifest things in the earth plane. Ooh, that was weird. Therefore, we must engage in actions that support our divine thoughts, dreams, feelings, words, and divine co-creation. Okay. Yeah, it's just like standard, like here it is. The law of love. We are all created in love as the mirror image of mother and father of all creations. Yeah, like look at this shit, dude. It's like the most hallmark ass like equations. It's like you must love everyone. There you go. I mean, it's all just positive. I mean, obviously you're never going to come across a religion that's like, hail Satan, kill everyone else. I mean, maybe you will, right? But like, Jesus Christ. So the divine decrees of the new earth equals heart. A new earth and a new heaven are upon us. Join us here, build it, and they will come. Love from the Galactic Federation of Light, the Company of Heaven, and Galactic Central. We are your real and true family of light. We are the Elohim, your family from the stars, the celestial ones, your earth allies, here representing the love, light, and highest truth on planet Earth equals heart. So apparently they're like aliens, I guess. That's what we're coming across. I mean, this is like long. There is a lot of information that they throw up here, dude. They front load you with shit. So again, let's see. Mother God is the living library, access all the documentation from Mother's archives. Okay. So yeah, this is Mom. Okay. So love has won. Apparently seems to be some organization. She's like the prime source creator. This is so, like, this is actually unnerving. Maybe it's because it's, like, late at night, but so fucking weird. Mother of all creation, birth all of creation, the stars, the planets, and you, her children. Earth was a free will experiment to see what Mother's children would do absent of God. Okay? Humanity chose to be a cancer upon their mother, taking rather than giving. God has come to get her planet back. We are the first contact ground crew team of Mother and Father of all creation. So, I guess all of humanity must have been a cancer, and this is like a return to form or something. This is so weird. Stay tuned to Mama G's. Oh, she has a radio station? Oh my god. Okay, so I googled up Love Has Won, and apparently it's a new religious movement which is led by Amy Carlson. November 30th, 1975. Oh, she passed away. Referred to within the group as Mother God, the group has been described as a cult by ex-members. So again, origins, according to her family, she grew up in Dallas, Texas, and was a straight-A student in Carlson's early adult life. However, she began to talk increasingly about outlandish concepts, such as starships. During the mid-2000s, Carlson developed an interest in New Age philosophy and became a regular poster on the forums of the website lightworkers.org, where she met Amaranth White Eagle, who convinced Carlson that she was divine. And Carlson began to claim to experience paranormal phenomena. In late 2007, Carlson left her third husband, her children, and her job as a manager at McDonald's and ceased contact with most of her family, and joined up with White Eagle in Colorado. Jesus. And they posted their first videos to YouTube in 2009. So let me see this. Structures and abuse allegations. A core group of 12 to 20 members lived with Carlson in Creston, a small town in Saguache County in southwestern Colorado. The group did daily live streams on YouTube in order to recruit more members, solicit donations, and promote New Age products. The vitamin supplements, the group offered etheric surgery, which cost $88 a session. This is a okay, hold on. I gotta add this to my notes of video ideas.
Notes. Here it is. Let me go find video ideas. So anyways, I went to see one of their YouTube videos, actually. They apparently seem to have like an entire YouTube channel of the Love Has Won cult. So the group renamed, so okay, the story authorities stated that Carlson had not died at the property, but in California. Wait, she actually passed away. I gotta read this. In 2008, the mummified corpse of Carlson was discovered in the Mission House near Creston. It stated the case suggests she's been dead for several weeks. She was 45 at the time of death. Her body was found in a sleeping bag wrapped in Christmas lights, the face covered in glitter and the eyes missing. In what authorities stated was a makeshift shrine, 7 members of the group was charged with abuse to corpse as well as child abuse due to the presence of 2 children at the property. A photo from a few weeks before she is thought to have died shows her appearance to be emaciated. Jesus, man. Carlson had been ingesting large amounts of colloidal silver while the group had been promoting, which the group was promoting as a COVID-19 cure, and had received a warning from the FDA for promoting consuming colloidal silver over a long period of time can lead to a blue-gray discoloration of the skins, as well as seizures and obviously organ failures. Oh, this poor, poor girl. And then she died. The group's Facebook page stated she had ascended, and the website Love Has Won was taken offline. The group renamed their Facebook page and YouTube channel to 5D Full Disclosure. No shot, that's a real website, dude. It is! Oh my god! After all that shit? Oh my god, this is like a straight up cult, bro. And like they're honoring, right, in a brief description, in 2021 she accomplished her mission by achieving physical ascension. The first part, blah blah blah, in 1975, as far as my current understanding is, I was born as the first experimental crystal child, meaning they could not program me or condition me. I've been awake all my life, but had to experience the human condition and go through a process of awakening. My role was to create a pathway for the consciousness, for the awakening of the planet. Dude, I am so blown away. This girl, like, she, like I'm picturing the mummification, eyes removed. Oh my god. This is heavy. Like, this is real, like, this is like fucked up. This is really fucked up. And they got like YouTube videos. I have to see these. Hold on. 5D Full Disclosure 17. No.
Our mission is to provide
like, the thing is, it's so insane that after all that, these people just believe it, man. And like, so they've got 3 more videos, and the last posts were from like a year ago. So 49 minutes, 1 hour, 20 minutes. Like, these are full, like, sermons. And it's insane, like, only 1,000 people have ever seen this. Like, here, let me go over to the... Yeah, the comments are all turned off, obviously. I can only assume they would be a total shit show. One of the things I want to see is, like, their videos, okay? So, first off, actually open up their donation link, open up their shop, because I want to see what the hell they're selling. But definitely go to the library over here and just see if they've got... Yeah, they're just selling their, like, books and everything. The Ascension Program, Grief Guide, Healing the Inner Child, and, of course, donation over here. They've got a donation page that you can send money to. Like, it seems like they're probably a full... I don't know if they're like a tax-exempt charity or something. And then, of course, they've got books that they're selling. So, Whole Truth, The Tree of Life, What's Your Vibe? And then, Am I Good Enough? Oh my lord. Oh my god. Dude, I'm actually so blown away. Like, this is like a straight up cult that we're witnessing in front of us. And I don't know how many people really know that that original story, that like really messed up Love Has Won story, has evolved into this situation, man. This is crazy. It's just like, it's the fact that after all of that, they're still alive and kicking, man. Like, what's true is her body was like mummified, and like there were actual like members arrested on charges according to this actual news article. like News Channel 3. So look, whatever happened is a really wild story, and it's one that I actually want to look into. But for now, I'm gonna back out of it. Like, this poor girl, like, I knew that there was something weird, but like now I'm just picturing like what she looks like mummified. Mom has physically ascended. Truly a dark, dark story. One that I definitely want to look in on my own. This is like the most insane shit that I've read probably in my entire channel's history, and that's saying a lot. But yeah, let's back out of it. I think I need a little minute to like breathe, and yeah, we'll get back to all of it. There is no shot that you can buy land on the moon. So, ladies and gentlemen, remember a while back when we looked at like those land deed websites? Forget the name of them, but like it was one of those like things that I was embroiled in, one of those scams. Shit, I'm forgetting the name of it. It was like it's like title something. Anyways, people would buy like novelty real estate land, but here you've got novelty real estate land on the moon, ladies and gentlemen. I feel like I might have shown this, but this is the International Lunar Lands Registry. So choose your landing site on the moon. So of course, let's pick this one real quick. I think if we're gonna build a moon, mansion, all right, we got to build it in like the Sea of Clouds. Okay, that just seems way goddamn cool. Okay, so I want to go buy in Mare Nubium. Okay, let's go buy a piece of land there. So right here is where my land is, perhaps the most beautiful of all lunar properties. We are proud to offer splendid parcels in the Sea of Clouds. Mare Nubium in Latin, located in the spectacular southwestern sector and nearby access to the crater Burt, crater Nicolai, and Rupes Recta. If you believe the views from Earth are stunning, wait until you get a close-up view of yourself of this remarkable region. So it seems like they're selling these novelty gifts for like $49 an acre, okay? So there's actually a bit of interesting knowledge around this too. Apparently buying land on the moon is like a disputed thing amongst many people on the internet. And this is just one website that's selling you land on the moon, like the Luna Society International. So according to this site, and they're selling NFTs of your property too. You're never going to be able to go to your fucking land on the moon, okay? So you're buying $50 worth of crap, all right, ladies and gentlemen? It's like the Earth 2.0 scam. You are literally buying into like metaverse nonsense. So what they do is they send you your declaration of citizenship into the Lunar Republic. You get a bit of a flag here too. That's the lunar flag. And then you've also got the Fly Translunar boarding pass. So you get this boarding pass, and apparently Mukesh Ambani, one of the richest men in India, who I actually think that might be the richest guy in India. I think he's like the 5th richest dude in the world. Yeah, apparently I'm led to believe he bought one of these. Dog, that homie could actually buy a mansion on the fucking moon. That's how rich Mukesh Ambani is. So I don't think he needs to go to the goddamn moon atlas here. Wait, the interactive is available on CD-ROM for... Dude, how old is this website? Dude, there are people watching this video that don't even know what the fuck a CD-ROM is, okay? There's actually, like, it's sad that I feel so old that there's people watching this video that actually have no idea, like, that computers one time came with optical media built in. That's how goddamn sad it is. But here you can see that they've got Lunar Nomenclature Database. I guess these are just people that have listed craters on the moon as part of the Luna Society International. So, and no, okay, so right over here they said, you can't actually own your own crater. It's just a marketing slogan. So actually, land ownership on the moon is a fun rabbit hole to go down. So land ownership moon. So here's apparently the president of the galactic government, Dennis Hope, dude. Who is Dennis Hope? In 1980, a very bright, young, and handsome Mr. Dennis. Dude sucked his own dick in his article, bro. Recalling the Homestead Act of 1862, when the West was being settled, went to his local U.S. government office for claims registry at the San Francisco County seat. Of course it was in Frisco, god damn. He made a claim for the entire lunar surface, as well as the surface of all other 8 planets for our solar system, and their moons, except Earth and the Sun. Obviously, it was taken as a crackpot until 3 supervisors, 2 floors, and 5 hours later, the main supervisor accepted and registered his claim of ownership. Dennis Hope then wrote a letter to the General Assembly of the UN and the Russian government documenting his claims and the legal intent to sell extraterrestrial properties. So I sent the UN a declaration of ownership detailing my intent to subdivide and sell the moon and have never heard back. He says there is a loophole in the treaty. It does not apply to individuals. The US government had several years to contest such a claim, which they never did. Neither did the UN or the Russian government. They allowed Mr. Hope to take the next step and copyright his work in the US Copyright Registry Office. So with this claim and copyright registration certificate from the US government in hand, Mr. Hope became what is probably the largest landowner on the planet today. So I need to see how much Dennis Hope has actually sold, okay? Tanja Masan Zwan, president of the International Institute of Space Law. There is no goddamn International Institute of fucking Space Law. I am being fucked with today, okay? God damn it. I am being fucked. It's just no. There is. Oh, dude. That's crazy. There's an entire Institute of Space Law. Man. There's probably space lawyers too. God, dude. There's an organization for everything. So Hope estimates he made around $12 million from his intergalactic ventures. Oh. You know, man, honestly, congratulations. You did it. You did it, pal. You kicked ass. Hope is selling Pluto for $250,000. Now, again, that's a pretty good deal, I would say. If you want to buy Pluto, I highly recommend you do, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to burn $250,000, I don't think there's any better way to do it. I obviously don't recommend you buy Pluto for $250,000. I think the price is a little bit too high personally, okay? Now, we all know at the end of the day, no matter what, ladies and gentlemen, when the United States Space Force actually is functioning, like we're talking like we're in the days of like Call of Duty, what is that game? Infinite Warfare, where the US is like flying. Your land ownership on the moon is gone, okay? All right? When the US government wants to take over your land because they found space oil, it's fucking all over, boys. It's done. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, moon ownership is a goddamn thing. And if you're dumb enough to buy it, then my God, you're stupid. Simple as that, man. Goddamn. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna back out. Let's go somewhere else. Whatever is on board with restoring normality and the sense of freedom, integrity, and trust, join the IRC. I ain't getting on a watch list that quick. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I think just click on this. Haha, peace and love. Something which I just ran to begin writing, supplementary information to support the above article. It also certainly helps to understand how I am. If you found yourself on my website, you're probably thinking something along the lines of, ew, what's going on in this place? Well, you're going to the right place for discovering truths, at least what I've managed to find out by regarding all of our shit in this present, what I will refer to as the lunatic agenda. In its unfolding, which, in my personal opinion, has been enacting its harm and destruction and otherwise pure lunacy all throughout and across the earth since Jesus. Refer to my truth document to see my reasoning towards seeing things in the way. You will see that it does make sense. Huh. So that site got taken down in the middle of filming, for crying out loud, which is something that happens. Deep websites get removed all the time, but it is what it is, you know? Let's go to technological slavery here, okay? I love that shit. Technology is inseparable from civilization. It has changed the world forever. Thanks to it, we can, for example, send information to the other end of the world in seconds. Talk to people from other continents, travel to any place in the world in one day, store thousands of photos on the drive the size of your thumb. Create virtual realities as well, do a bunch of other things that no one would have imagined just 100 years ago. But technology has its bad side too. In the current world, it's controlled by organizations who do not have our best interests in mind and will not hesitate to use technology's great power against us, spying on and analyzing our communications. I mean, that's true.
right? Like, as great as the internet is and being connected to everything, it's not stopped a bunch of organizations from literally just like tracking us all day and every day. So I guess one of the things that we can get to is like maybe self-driving cars. So for instance, they said here, they're being tested in California, for instance, too. Tesla is testing self-driving cars on California roads. By the way, off topic, I really do think that self-driving technology shouldn't be allowed on the roads until it's 100% feature complete, man. I'm just saying. These are multi-ton vehicles on the road, and letting a computer control that, I know some people abide by it. I've driven self-driving. I know about it. The technology's cool, but goddamn, just drive your own car. Finally, will be put on the roads. We will keep hearing about how safe they are. It already happens. When people finally get convinced of the safety of these cars, regular cars will be banned since they are allegedly less safe than the computer-controlled ones. So we'll be able to drive only according to the path the computer chooses, which will of course be stored in the global database. Cars without a steering wheel already exist, and will also prevent fleeing from the police. Man, that's gonna kill some of Charlie's content. I know he loves reviewing police chases. If you take away police chases from the man, I don't think he'll enjoy it all that much. God damn. Culmination of technological control systems. Our physical position will be tracked by cameras and microchip scanners. See, when people say microchips, let's just chill out a little bit. They've got smartphones, okay? As long as you have a cell phone, you'll be tracked. It is what it is. So you won't be able to flee from the system. They'll even spy on the homeless. Of course they will. Maybe they'll soon put cameras in their favorite place if they aren't doing that. And of course, paper money will fully disappear. All our transactions will be connected to our real name as everything else. There will be a giant worldwide database storing the physical position of every person, as well as everything that has ever been done, said, wrote, and bought. All his movements will of course be analyzed in real time by AI. I think the technology for all that already exists, so it's more of a social or logistical problem. You know, losing things like paper money, I can kind of see the government getting behind as part of like a green initiative. I definitely think that like most governments would prefer if a lot of your transactions were done with digital devices, because at the end of the day, cash is king. You can use cash pretty much anonymously. If you do have a credit card or debit card attached through a payment processor on your phone, or whether it be one of those tap cards, then yeah, of course, obviously they'll have a catalog of everything that you're doing. I don't think this is like a conspiracy or anything of that nature. I really do think in the future the tracking will personally get worse. Technology is cool, but of course I'm gonna have to stop it right over here, because then we're getting into, you know, medical misinformation. Look, I think as far as when it comes to computer technology, when it comes to tracking people with faces and like there's literally AI. There's actual AI tools, like actual tools that Microsoft has made, where they can track when you're happy and sad and smiling, what your like emotive state is even. And I think for a lot of these companies, it's a way not just to track, but a way for them to, you know, sell us advertised materials or to see how we respond to certain things. I do agree when it comes to tracking and the amount of data that is currently flowing around. It's scary, man. Like, it really is. And is it getting to the point of slavery? I mean, I think if you need technology to operate in today's day and age, whether it be to apply for a job or pay for like, you know, anything, yeah, no shit. Okay, then you kind of are enslaved to the technology that you buy. And I guess that's where it comes down to. Digging deeper is goddamn scary, okay? It is what it is. But of course, they've got other situations, other things where you get into discussions of massive tragedies and massacres, and that's not something we're getting into, ladies and gentlemen, exactly today. But I think today's recording has gone on long enough. I'm looking at the time over here. It's about an hour and 12 minutes. So, wild websites indeed, but honestly, the parts of the deep web that I enjoy, quite honestly, the most. So ladies and gentlemen, I think I'm going to stop digging deeper. I think I might actually save that website for a revisit later. For now, though, we're going to back out and go somewhere else, ladies and gentlemen. That was a fun time, and I had a great time looking at it, but to be honest, it's late at night, I'm getting a bit of paranoia, and I don't really need that before I go to bed. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, that was another episode of Deep Web Browsing. Weird things on the deep web. Weird things indeed, man. Honestly,
That cult is still messing with me, and I'm sorry, dude. That lady's smile and face is burned into my head. That is a video I'm gonna have to be doing later on. But honestly, I think today's video has been probably the creepiest and most unnerving deep web video that I've ever made on the history of my channel. Honestly, like, I've looked at so many cults, like Heaven's Gate and all that shit, but to read about a cult that allegedly mummified somebody and just had their body, like, encased like a shrine, that's gonna mess with me the whole night. Ladies and gentlemen, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it. I am out. Hello, guys and gals, me Mudahar, and yet again I've amalgamated some more things from the old dark web that I feel like I want to show you, because, ladies and gentlemen, I used to do this stuff every week, but sometimes, you know, when you cover things on a regimented basis, you end up finding the same Hitman crazy websites, and, you know, honestly, I'm glad that we let the deep web almost brew a little bit, because, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm about to show you today is some really weird, wild stuff, and not all of it's spooky, scary, some of it's just meant to be funny. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's sit back, relax, and get a nice cup of the old coffee, wake up in the morning, and see what the old internet's darkest corners have for us to explore. All right, here we go. We start off with the Shadow Wiki. Homesick for a place I'm not even sure exists. You probably can't read that, but it's in like type 0.5 ant font. But here it is, the Shadow Wiki. The wiki focuses on anonymity, okay? Privacy plus security plus anonymity. Okay, so that's interesting math equation. Spyware, surveillance, censorship, interoperability, and decentralization. So, of course, we skip number 2 and go right to 3, which is religion. And then, of course, not just what is mainstream, but also what is obscure and esoteric, where things are made, how renewable they are, and their quality. And then this is the orange pill. Okay, so they give a mental health disclaimer. Shadow Wiki touches upon sensitive topics that may not be appropriate for some people who have certain traits. If you're a paranoiac and or have tendencies, your conclusions when reading Shadow Wiki's contents may cause you more harm. Okay, so again, if you choose to read Shadow Wiki, try not to withdraw from society, go out, touch grass, drink water, do stretches. Okay, this has got to be some real heavy shit, okay, for me to like walk in and wonder what's going on. So let's open up the orange pill. They've got donation addresses, and yeah, that's all it comes down to. So let's actually see what the hell they got for browsers, darknet, email, hosting, IM, mobile comms, software, and again, let's open up the index. So if we look at the orange pill, this is it. We shall be victorious. That looks more like a, I forget which pill that is, but it looks more like some Tylenol or whatever the hell it is. But yeah, that's the orange pill. I don't actually see the orange. I just see like a yellow red pill, and that's all it comes down to. But let's look at what they got for browsers, okay? Let's see this. Man, they really do not like YouTube on this. Like, look at that shit, dude. It's like, YouTube, verify your age to view this sticker. YouTube is known for restricting and censoring access to videos. Firefox versus Chrome. Two sides of the same HTML5 coin. Firefox is controlled opposition funded by Google. Boy, that's a fucking wild claim. They got the Coomer, the frameworker meme. Don't use JavaScript frameworks. And then, of course, Cloudflare judging your traffic. Okay, let's actually see what the hell is going on. So install LibreWolf for ungoogled Chromium if you need a big browser and just want to watch YouTube and Netflix. Install web browser or Pale Meme. If you want something in the middle, install Lynx, NetSurf, Crystal for minimalists. Nah, bullshit. You want a minimalist browser? I'll show you guys a minimalist browser real quick. If you go to, I think it's sudo pacman s Lynx. You can actually browse the internet entirely through command line, ladies and gentlemen. So if you do like if you open up Lynx, for instance, this is web browsing without the whole image side of things. So for instance, if I go to like Go, I can enter Google as a URL, and there it is. You can actually browse Google through a goddamn text interface. So, you know, if you wanted to search for Mudahar, you absolutely could do that right from here. And there it is. Boom. That's what it comes down to. So yeah, this is like, if you really want to go minimal, Just browse through like the terminal shell, for crying out loud. So here they said the www is fraught with all sorts of spooky stuff betwixt JavaScript, DRM, managing your rights to make sure you don't have too many, and HTML5. It makes for some pretty complicated shit. First off, what should you look for in a browser? You should seek minimalism, to where the browser you use has a few features beyond what you use. If you use Facebook and YouTube, then you probably need something really big. Not really. I actually think Facebook can run on pretty much the most bare bones. Facebook and Google can run on pretty bare bones browsers. Like if you still whip out Netscape Navigator, I'm pretty sure you can still access google.com and do some general searches. You want to stay away from that stuff. You can use Pipe Viewer for YouTube. You don't even have a Facebook. And you try to avoid JavaScript, blah, blah, blah. If that's the case, it's more a question of how much of that you need. Do you need full CSS support? Do you need JavaScript? You know, I kind of am in that point where, like, if you want to be like hidden from the rest of the world, it's not about using the most secretive browsers, because then you stand out. If you want to really be hidden, you have to use the most common tools in a lot of ways, just so you hide in the crowd versus, you know, I use Linux and I use like these super privacy focused browsers. Well, now if you connect to a fucking website, you're probably the only person out of 100 that's connecting with super private methodology and the most obscure operating systems. You stand out versus somebody that's just using Windows 11, Google Chrome. They look like the average Andy. All they need is like a VPN or something to obscure their general IP location. But that's kind of the idea. So you get security, privacy by blending in, rather, right? But again, here it is. One particularly large source of aforementioned bloat is Cloudflare, aka Crime Flare, dude. They call it Crime Flare. The man in the middle that protects 19.1% of all websites, Cloudflare often blocks users using Tor or with lesser used to no user agent. This makes Cloudflare a single point of failure, both in terms of availability and privacy. It is strongly suggested you contact your provider for DDoS protection and simply set up a capable firewall with timeouts. I do agree. I think sites like Cloudflare, like services like Cloudflare, a lot of these organizations just have like way too much control over the internet. So here they list the table of browser with a spyware rating. Bad Wolf is not spyware. Okay, that's good. Brave is high. Damn it. I use Brave. Dissenter is high. Wait, what? I've never heard of what the hell Dissenter is. I gotta see Dissenter, dude. What is this? What is this name? What are these? Dude, there's so many browsers I've never heard of. Let me whip that out there. Dissenter browser. That's not a real thing, is it? So then you've got Falcon, which is probably not spyware. Google Chrome, Internet Explorer, extremely high. Dude, Opera is extremely high. Slimjet, SRware. Oh my God. That's crazy. That's crazy, dude. Everything I use is extreme. At least Brave is like just high. It's not extremely high. Edge, not rated, known to be bad. Jesus, man. Again, I don't co-sign anything this person says. I haven't done this myself, but Jesus Christ. Then, of course, they've got multiple chapters to discuss the shadow internet. They've got their depictions of like different types of darknet services. So we've looked at Freenet. We're using Tor right now. We've covered ITP, but like there's also other organizations like Mysterium, NIM, Threefold. And actually, if you're watching this video, it might be worth that instead of some days doing the deep web, we might as well dig into like some of these new networks that we've never really seen before. That's interesting. Then, of course, they've got email services. So again, oh my God, don't use Gmail. Cattle surveillance. Oh, what the fuck, dude? What is a good email? Let me see the good email. Good is Darwin1210. What? I've never heard of Darwin1210. Yeah, of course it's good. Nobody ever heard of it. Was self-hosting? You decide. Oh, that's such a cop-out Excel. Let's go get out of here. Snapita, good, Nick. Okay, this is written by like a 12-year-old. This has to be. Table of VPS providers. All right, virtual private services. Instant navigators. Oh, dude. Spyware rating for Discord is high. Extremely high. Everything like rated well, like unrated except Discord. That's just, don't use Discord, okay? Keybase, centralized, do not use. What is jammy? You're probably okay. Dude, nothing here is good. Everything, the best rating we have is, probably okay. It's probably good. This is so crazy. What do they write about Discord? I have to see Discord. What do they write about it? For the love of God, do not use this platform. Besides being spyware, Discord has implemented a black box system to flag accounts, having now follow dubious at best laundry list to not be coerced into giving them your phone number. You may not believe my personal account, but I was banned for 3 accounts for using a custom client, Ripcord. Isn't that against like their TOS or something? To use like alternative clients? I mean, Jesus Christ. Discord has facilitated the descent into madness in which the person is a slave of himself, impulsed by emotionality. Almost losing a capacity of insight. Jesus Christ. Mobile communications. What do we got for mobile? Dog, I'm not whipping out I'm not whipping out the ham radio to communicate. Get out of here. And then, of course, you've got software. So again, they mention which software you should be using, what you shouldn't be. And again, this is like a very privacy-focused blog. But like, my God. Valid. I mean, who honestly knows? It's written by it's written by somebody... I don't know their biases or whatnot, but yeah, this is kind of one of the things you expect out of the deep web is like people make these websites that are like trying to like expose the truth or like, you know, or whatnot, or like bring up these, like they make a lot of blogs on privacy and whatnot, but generally when it comes to this, it's like, it almost comes across like straight up schizo posting. Like, again, if you're going to say something is spyware or like something is designed to be controlled opposition, I really think there needs to be a lot more proof that you present. But then again, it's kind of also wholesome in a way to witness a website that would have been like present in the 1990s. But anyways, let's go to something else. Ah, sweet Lois, a schizo thread. Fuck the carriage. And then of course you've got like some images up top. I don't even know if I have to blur this out because I think there's some like, I don't know, man. Some of the anime stuff is like hard. Like I'm looking very close to it and like some of it's like, I think gay, but I don't know if like it's gay, like, I don't know how gay enough it is. Like, can I show it? Like, some of it's just kissing, but like, I don't know if some of it's like shirtless. Anyway, I'm just gonna blur it, okay? I don't even want to risk that shit. So let's see what the hell we've got over here. We've got the worst possible use of HTML here. The carriage. Is that all the twins? Oh, no, dude. Oh, man, don't, dude. Just want to play Monopoly. Just want to play Monopoly. I feel like I'm in an asylum full of dementia-ridden old people that can do nothing but repeat the same Cinderella complex light theory on loop. Like a broken record. The carriage will turn back into a pumpkin, lol. This is not about Cinderella, dog. Come on now. All right, here it is. So even if I explain it to you, you won't understand. Okay, let's understand it. Watched an anime. Okay, so let me try to explain myself. Have you ever watched an anime called Uran High School Host Club? No, I have not. I'll just say that much right there. Let me actually see what the hell Uran High School Ghost Club is. It's got 8.2 out of 10 on IMDb. Clearly, it must be good. All right, it's back in 2006? Dude, this guy got gypped that hard back then? So in it, there's this guy named Karu Hitachin, right? Younger brother of Hikaru Hitachin. They're an incest love, I think. Dog, that's either you know or you think. You either know it's incest or you don't. It's pretty obvious. Anyways, Kaoru is literally in the top 1%. Like the whole meme of the show is that all the characters except the main ones are rich. So it's like, haha, dumb rich people don't know how to buy toilet paper because they never had to go to the supermarket. Quirky funny. So, okay, this 15-year-old billionaire has depression. And to illustrate his worries and anxieties, he compares his life to Cinderella. Okay, that's stupid, but it's funny and it was executed good, so it's whatever. No, my issue is not the fact the allegory exists at all. It's that, no, listen to me. Listen to me, I'm grabbing you by the shoulder. Come closer, boy. You're too far away. It never resolved. This guy ended on a cliffhanger and it ruined his life. Do you know how annoying it is? Let's give this character a whole depression arc about his deep fears and never resolve it. Let's lead the audience to believe there's credibility to his fears of losing all his friends and never state otherwise. Okay, he says it constantly, like the carriage will never have to turn back someday. And nobody bats an eye, not even his brother. They're just like, oh, funny Kaoru with his funny cognitive dissonance. Oh,
He's so mad. He's so mad over an anime plotline, bro. He's so mad. I have invested way too much into this emotionally. Clearly you have. I like this character, okay? And I admit this is set up pretty cool, but then it never goes anywhere. We're left wondering just like, what? Of course, I invent Cinderella night. Me and my friends watch Cinderella movies every Thursday night. At first, it was me trying to make sense of the allegory. Maybe I was missing something, but now I've watched all 3 Cinderella movies, English and Japanese, multiple times, and we are going to watch every live-action film in existence. I feel like I have to watch this anime now. Because, like, you got to understand, your anime must have the worst story arc if somebody has made an entire page about this. I have never seen any video game story or, like, any media storyline. Like, dude, when Mass Effect dropped and they had that indoctrination theory with the 3rd game, I still don't remember somebody making a schizo site about it, too. So, this is a little bit... I mean, I don't want to say a little bit insane, but it's very insane. Click me, no virus, very cool. It's not that deep! All right, let's actually see this. So there's people writing, like, letters to him. And it's actually interesting because this is, like, still active. Like somebody wrote a letter, like, 6 hours ago. Let me write something. Mudahar. Bro, it ain't that deep. And then let's just send that over there. There we go. I wonder if yeah, it actually saves. Sweet. Okay, so this guy knows that it ain't that deep. I dare you to click the pumpkin. Sure, let's click the pumpkin. What? I need to cast Matt spells right now, or else I turn back into a pumpkin. Doesn't let me turn back into a pumpkin. Bro, this man got ruined. Like, honestly, he really did get ruined about this. Can you guys just all live in my shoes for one moment? Okay. I mean it, like, sincerely. This has been going on for years at this point. But nobody cares. They love to throw accursed gourds at my face. The other day, I went over to my friend's place. Yes, I have friends, to watch Star Wars. Gay! And guess what? They had bought a pumpkin bathroom towel just for me. Now, I know I say a lot of dumb shit on here, but I do know I'm aware. And yeah, maybe it's funny, okay? But Cinderella movie night is still going, and I'm still trapped in my cage. Dog, you are... This is insanity. This is like the definition of insanity. Like, I feel like I'm insane watching this thing. You can get the 1003DS version of this? Get out of here, bro. Get out of here. Get out of here. You know what, ladies and gentlemen? Uran is such a... It's the wildest anime in the world. It's like, I have never seen somebody so ass mad. So ass mad. That they go out and make an entire website, literally an entire schizo post of this situation. It's actually insane to witness. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to back out. We're going to go head out somewhere else. Oh, hell yeah. Maybe I don't have that text pack installed on my system. So it appeared to be that I've gotten a bunch of interesting points of letters thrown at me. Okay, I got some simoleons from Sims. But let's go see it. Reincarnation. Can it happen? Click here to read the story of Bart and Max. Okay, let's read. Are you who you say you are? Oh. Is anybody looking for you? Oh, that's like a deep web art project, dog. Stop it. Protein Baby was a caffeine energy drink produced by Protein Monster Incorporated and marketed towards pregnant women as a safe alternative to caffeinated beverages. Production was halted by the FDA in April 2015, just 6 months after its release, when thousands of mothers who had consumed the product gave birth to infants with severe birth defects, including malformation of the limbs, bilateral renal agnesis, and various chromosomal anomalies. The subsequent lawsuits virtually bankrupted Protein Monster, which paid over $60 billion in settlement fees. Senator Bernie Sanders referred to the scandals as one of the most horrific acts of corporate greed and criminal negligence in American history. I gotta see what the fuck is I feel like we're walking into some fictional land here. Have a seat on the couch. Okay, let's drag this fellow right here. What are you thinking about? I don't know. Oh, monkeys. Okay. Oh, let's click on the monkey. Okay, let's tab. See what else is around here. No, it's just a goddamn monkey. It's just a monkey vibing. Interesting. Interesting indeed. Crazy stuff. Protein Monster. Can we go into it? No. Oh,
Don't watch this. Oh my god. Okay, we've got some shoes. Don't watch this match. Very big mistake. I watch live. That is unbelievable. Okay, let's open this up. Oh, we got scorpions. Cool. I seen one of them in Phoenix one time. Those are scary as shit, bro. Oh. Hey. Oh my god. What's going on here? I don't know. I'm scared. I'm scared it's gonna jump out here. Protein monster. What is the protein monster? Okay, we've got bats. It's just another Saturday night. Hey man, I mean, this is your reality. I'm just living in it, dude. Is that I think that's protein monster. All right, continue. Whoa. It's just another Saturday night. Yeah, let's go to night. Okay, here it is. We're just playing some ping pong. Let's click on protein. Protein monster. It's like, what's so insane is that it just doesn't fucking end. Look at this. It just doesn't end. Like, goddamn. It just doesn't goddamn want to end. All right, let's go back here. Let's go. I usually checkpoint these. Welcome to, oh. Okay, let's click on the Morse code there. Oh, no. Okay, we got to censor some stuff, man. I got some furry porn showing up. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. Yeah, this is kind of creepy. I hate these locations. I hate these like liminal ass places, you know? Oh, there's actually people sitting down there. I was like, there's no way this place is super duper empty. What place is this? About the author. Oh, here it is. Somebody that we can actually like understand. Snow is not my real name. I use Snow for my homepage, not because it's my IRC handle, but because a dear friend once told me that when life seems too tough to handle, I should look at the world at that time of the day and when it's all peaceful and calm and the sun is about to rise at a distant location. So this page is dedicated to him and the people close to me to help me through the rough times and smile with me through the good ones. You know who you are. My real name is Jocelyn Cabrillo, and I was born in the year of the rabbit under the astrological sign of Virgo and possess a personality trait of an int J. Yeah, we're gonna back away from this, man. We're gonna go back to the original page here real quick. So let's go look through more of this. We've got Canadian Mounted Police. Oh wow, this is exactly what God has been doing to this wicked man who won't stop plotting and deceiving and trying to manipulate and intimidate. It's actually hard not to laugh because God is answering my specific prayers. I pray against him, but at the same time, the attacks have been relentless. Oh my god, dude. I'm honestly wondering if is this person even alive anymore? Is this person alive? Oh wait, they got a Rolling Stone. No, this is like fake information. Like this is like fake pages because it's all from this person's like own domain. Oh man, this is like the craziest art project that I've ever actually seen. Because the thing is, like, usually the other ones, like, they tend to have an ending. This one just doesn't end. Like, here you got, like, okay, you got Lightning McQueen here. Protein Monster. And you know what, ladies and gentlemen? I think that's enough of the Protein Monster. I think at the end of the day, I think I'm in an alternate dimension. This is what happens when you have... This is what happens when you're unchecked, okay? Get yourself tested. Do something. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been the Protein Monster. We're going to back out of this and go somewhere slightly normal, okay? Because at this moment, we're shifting into high-energy physics, and I know that I am not capable to discuss the inference of quarkonia production in ultraliminal HHHH interactions. It's not happening. So let's go somewhere else. Ooh, the Mayvane Day Studios. Let's go. All right, here it is. So another page of somebody who's bringing us to their side of the dark web. So they got poetry, they've got fiction. All right, let's see this Living Wasteland. Let's go check this out. What's going on in the Living Wasteland here? Let's open that page up. They're writing books. So here it is. Oh wait, they want me to download something. Ooh, nah, it's cool, bro. I don't know. Sometimes images are... I'm not doing anything that could be breaking a lot. 2023-08-30. So Vulture decided to destroy my server without warning. Whoa, this is recent. There's been some drama here.
Vulture decided to destroy my server without warning. Most services I was able to pull back online on a different VPS provider without too much hassle, but I did unfortunately lose a few private keys to hidden services due to a corrupted backup. Thanks, Vulture, you piece of shit! Maybe email me next time you want to support tickets about CPU usage. Some of us like to compile programs from source. This guy's a Gen 2 user, you could tell. A big list of women who did things. All right, let's see this. The list of women. And then you've got identity contract, my GPG key, let's decentralize, dead end shrine online. What is Yggdrasil? Let me open this up too. All right, so identity. I have full administration of the following domains. Alternative to the standard internet stack. So usually when you're on like the dark web, you'll always find people like we saw Shadow Wiki, right? Like where it's always just how do you disconnect? How do you disconnect from the industry norm into something that's like a lot of it is just decentralizing from the system norm into something that's like freer, right? Like the deep web is not connected to that's all. Like centralizing means you're connecting to like your ISPs, you're having all these like big corporations handle your DDoS protections, everything of that nature. So these guys want to just be able to connect to an internet stack that they control and it's not controlled by governments, the big corporations, so on and so forth. Anyways, didn't even need to explain that. So they mention other internet stacks like routing networks. So Tor, which is what we're using. Then you've got I2P, which we've done on the deep web. We've looked at EAP sites. You've got LokiNet, which uses the Loki Oxen blockchain for routing. Actually, something that I just found out about, Yggdrasil is an early stage implementation of a fully end-to-end encrypted IPv6 network. Yggdrasil, I believe it's Nordic. I think it's like Viking lore, right? Vikings would be the Nordic people, right? I think so. Anyway, not important. Reticulum is the cryptography-based networking stack for building local and wide area networks with readily available hardware. Okay, and then you've got ZeroNet, you've got IPFS, you've got Freenet. We've actually looked at Freenet, I think, once on a deep web browsing episode. Hyperdrive, and then you've got Gopher, Gemini. The Fediverse is a ensemble of federated servers that are used for web publishing. Cool. And you've got XMPP, you've got Git, and then WebRings are an algorithm-free way of discovering new websites. Webmasters with similar interests will voluntarily agree to share mutual links with the other sites in a web ring. Okay, so it's like a web of trust type situation. And you've got the OldNet, Sidebar, and Hotline web ring. Okay, so these are like different ways to connect on the internet. All right, and this is the OldNet web ring. So you've got Speed Maggots, UCANet, Pyro. Oh, she had Pyros here? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. And then they got their own browser, the FrameSet browser. Yo, this is a vintage page, okay? This is a real vintage goddamn page. Like, they're mentioning, like, AOL Instant Messenger here, dog. This is old school. We might actually say, listen, we're going to save this and visit this some other time on Dankware Browsing, so I'm going to save this link somewhere and just put it into the big batch. We'll cover this down the road. We're entering a whole new network. So the other thing is Dead End Shrine Online. So what is this? Let's open up one. See what the hell is going. The few 99.9% completion guide. This is a cult. They're called. Wait! Oh! Oh, I got responded to. Oh, shit. Oh, I got responded to. Hey, Leth here. Sorry to break the spooky ambiance, but it's come to my attention there's a genre of YouTube videos where men go on this site, only read this one page, and then opine in a condescending manner about people on tour. I wrote this post in mid-2021 when I was in a much worse place mentally. You'd know this if you bothered to read literally any of the other entries as well. Please stop emailing me to tell me my sense of spirituality is harmful. It's not true. Okay, to be fair, in my defense, I didn't find any other page here. I'm just finally getting hit. So for anybody that wants to know, I looked at this page actually a long time ago, and it almost read like a suicide letter. Come find me, loose line, all this shit. And I did not know about Dead End Shrine because there's no link to another page over here. So to understand, all right, I'm sorry that I assumed things, but that's the only page I had. Now I have like 14 others. So there is actually, so it seems like that whole situation doesn't exist. This is like a, this appears to be just like I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth. Hold on. I don't want to be accused of that. Let's go to one here. This is their sense of spirituality and it's being harmful. So this is like their sense of spirituality. It's not a coping method. It's nothing else. I don't understand how it was condescending. Gee, now I'm actually fucking mad a little bit. This is putting words in my mouth. When was I condescending? Miss me with that shit. I was not condescending. But yeah, okay, cool. It's this is the Dead End Shrine Online, and they've got 14 entries that if you want to read through, seems like a sort of diary thing. Absolutely read through it, call it a day. Now you actually have the page. It's the Dead End Shrine .online. That's where it led to. So interesting. Then of course you've got mods over here too. Yeah, I mean honestly, I do want to apologize if I made some rash assumption, but that's the only page I had and nothing else. So that's where that's literally what I went to. Like somebody took their page, put it on like the dark web, and called it a day. But yeah, it doesn't seem like it was a fucking suicide letter or anything. So here you got the Fire Emblem Warriors completion guide. So it's so weird. It's like you have this really spooky story, and then you've got mods for Super Smash Brothers where you can just put like custom characters, and it's all on the same page. Like that's the wildest stuff about like going across the dark web. Is like literally visiting web pages where like come on now, like Flag Waver, dude. How is it that I have a wild 14-page set of stories to read through that keep me on edge? The Flag Waver, all right, and then of course like, hey, do you want mods for Super Smash Brothers on the 3DS? It's insane. Like there's just no way like my brain can logically process what I'm witnessing. But yeah, apologies to this person. I guess I assumed a really dark tale when I shouldn't have. But in my defense, I only saw that one post. And I think anybody who sees that one post is going to get into a land of assumptions. But that's the thing about assumptions. It makes an ass out of you and me. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to back out and go somewhere else. All right, the sitcom layers. All right, let's go down in here. Enter. So you got, another art project, it seems, huh? Well, let's look at the letters. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a tiger by the toe. I'm going to hit life because that seems really cool. And, of course, the page. It seems like this is the ramblings of a lunatic. We've got what appears to be some scramblings. That's the only thing I recognize. This like it almost looks like I'm looking at a cell. This is the futuristic city. I see Arma. I know that game very well. And then you've got this pyramid, the top of the pyramid. Interesting. And then, of course, the sitcom theory, which is what we're here, okay? Sitcom theory begins with the perception that sitcoms are written around the writer's current frame of reality. But that's not even like a theory. It's like, of course, anybody that's writing a show or anything is probably going to base it on some personal story. So I don't understand what the point of this is. This infers that the writers are being neurally altered by stimuli outside of their control. That means that a given sitcom can define reality to its writer, and you can write your own reality in the format of a sitcom. That can be amplified and proven by the consumption of mind-altering chemicals such as LSD, acid, Zaza. What is Zaza? And Lululemon, dude. I'm too old, bro. Like, I'm a boomer at this point, dude. Don't do drugs. Drugs are bad. LSD, acid, Zaza, Lululemon. Don't do that, okay? Don't do mushrooms, DMT, any of the mind opener, can openers. Like, what is going on here? So I guess the idea here is like, if you're writing a sitcom about your life, you can alter your frame of mind. Insanity. So here it is. My nut list related, bank thrush to do, bet $20, oranges, grapefruit. Yeah, this is written by a crackhead. So what is this list? 160,000 Russian Catalia, $140 Russian Hill Shot, Salvation Army, Technique. It just doesn't end. U.S. Patent 650-6148. Physiological effects have been observed in a human subject in response to stimulation of the skin with weak electromagnetic fields that are pulsed with certain frequencies near half a hertz or 2.4 hertz, such as to excite a sensory resonance. And that's like the TV. That's what it comes down to. For the claim of proof on earth is the rights and ownership of the kingdom of heaven. From the beginning and eternity, all proclaim Zilu Kirk and Anastasia Kasanasis as the sovereign and ultimate king and queen and rightful divine rulers of the king or of heaven on earth, and God the Father and the God the Mother of the sovereign and ultimate rulers of the kingdom of heaven. So anyways, ladies and gentlemen, I think my brain needs a little bit of a wipe. And I'm gonna need something stronger than some coffee in the morning. I think I may need to go to the old Jack Daniels right now. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that marks the end of this episode of Deep Web Browsing. Dark web, weird things on the deep web. I don't even know how to title these things anymore. We've witnessed a lot of interesting posts about a person that has been absolutely gypped by the plot of an anime. We've had to make an apology video to one person's story who I misrepresented, and in my defense, I only had one piece out of 14, so I'm gonna keep saying that. But ladies and gentlemen, we've also come across a bunch of deep web art projects, one of them in specific that's still leaving my brain kind of fucked up. And then, of course, you've also got wikis that you can read on the dark web that show you how to anonymize yourself on the internet, what software to use, and what to be extremely sussed about. Ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Mudahar, and if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out.